I'm Ada Cossentino, and I was not simply rejected. I was blacklisted. No family could hire me. No Don could marry me. No one could protect me without risking punishment from the ash table itself. But when the council gathers to publicly destroy my name, the most dangerous Don alive stands up and offers me his hand. This is my story. Let's begin. The first person who refused to say my name was a servant, not a Don, not a council judge. Not one of the women who used to kiss both my cheeks and call me darling while counting the diamonds at my throat. A servant. He stood at the entrance of the ash table chamber in his white gloves and black jacket, one hand lifted toward the guest ledger, his pen hovering over the page as if the ink itself might poison him. Name? He asked. Then he looked up. His face changed. It was small, almost nothing. A tightening around the mouth, a flicker in his eyes. A brief, cowardly glance over my shoulder to see who had witnessed him speaking to me. I had worn my best black dress because mourning was the only thing they had not yet forbidden me to wear. The silk clung to my body like cold water. My hair was pinned cleanly at the nape of my neck. No jewels, no escort, no father's hand guiding me forward, no fiancé waiting to defend me, no family crest shining against my breast. Only my name. Ada Cossentino. And tonight, they had summoned me here to kill it. The servant swallowed. His pen scratched the paper, but he did not write. I said, he whispered, name? He knew. Everyone knew. That was the cruelty of it. The whole underworld had learned my name in the same breath they had been ordered never to speak it. I stepped closer to the ledger. His fingers tightened around the pen. Ada Cossentino, I said. The marble hall seemed to inhale. The servant's face went white. Behind him, beyond the archway, the dozens of conversations thinned into silence. Not all at once. That would have been kinder. No, the silence spread slowly, table by table, mouth by mouth, until my name moved through the chamber like smoke under a locked door. Ada Cossentino, the blacklisted daughter, the blood traitor's child, the woman no one would hire, house, marry, protect, bless, feed, or claim. The servant still had not written. So I reached across the ledger, took the pen from his shaking hand, and wrote my name myself. The ink looked blacker than it should have. I gave him back the pen. Now you may pretend you did your job. His eyes shot to mine, startled. For one reckless second, I saw pity there. I hated pity more than hatred. Hatred, at least, admitted I still existed. I walked past him before he could decide whether compassion was worth losing his position. The ash table chamber opened before me in all its obscene beauty, black marble floors polished until they reflected the chandelier light like still water. 12 high-backed ruling seats curved around the far end of the room beneath old family crests carved in dark wood and gold. Armed guards stood between pillars. Lawyers waited with leather portfolios tucked under their arms. Priests in black collars whispered to council clerks. Wives glittered in diamonds. Sons stood behind fathers. Daughters lowered their eyes and watched everything. This was not a ballroom. This was where families were made legitimate. This was where marriages became law, debts became chains, betrayals became sentences, and inconvenient people disappeared without blood ever touching the floor. Tonight the floor was spotless. That seemed appropriate. They would murder me cleanly. I felt the first pair of eyes slide away from me, then the second. Then 10. A woman named Celia Bellant, who had once held my hands at her vanity and told me my father was the last honorable man in the old families, turned her shoulder so sharply that her pearls clicked against her collarbone. A man who owed my father 3 favors stared into his wineglass as if the answer to his cowardice floated there. A council clerk dropped his gaze to a stack of papers the moment I passed. No one greeted me, no one nodded, no one said poor Ada, no one even said traitor. That was when I understood what the blacklist had truly done. It had not made them hate me. It had made them practice my absence while I was still breathing. My throat tightened. I kept walking. Halfway down the chamber, I saw him. Raphael Orsini, my former almost husband. He stood near the second row of witnesses in a navy suit with his family pin polished bright against his lapel. His mother stood at his left. At his right was a woman in pale gold, her hand tucked through his arm. her mouth curved with the kind of soft victory women used when they wanted men to think they were innocent. Raphael had once kissed the inside of my wrist in my father's garden and whispered, "Even if the world turns on you, Ada, I will know you." Now his eyes passed over me with the dull blankness of a man looking at a chair. I stopped breathing for half a second. Not because I loved him. Maybe I had once. Or maybe I had loved the version of myself who believed promises made under orange blossoms could survive politics. But there was something uniquely humiliating about being erased by someone who knew the sound you made when you laughed. His new woman smiled. I looked away first. Not from weakness, from disgust. At the front of the chamber, a door opened. The room lowered its voice before she even entered. Isadora Vare walked in wearing silver, not gray, not white, silver. A gown cut high at the throat and long at the wrist, modest enough for a saint and expensive enough for a queen. Her white hair was swept into a smooth knot. Around her neck rested a collar of black diamonds that looked less like jewelry and more like a chain of tiny funerals. The council mother, keeper of marriage law, guardian of blood legitimacy, a woman who could destroy a daughter with a signature and still ask for tea afterward. She did not rush. Isadora Vare never rushed. Rushing implied the world might dare move without her permission. She took her seat at the center of the ash table. Then her pale eyes found me. She smiled. My hands tried to tremble. I locked them together in front of me until my knuckles hurt. Ada Cossentino, Isadora said. There it was, my name, spoken by the woman who had come to bury it. Step forward. The guards did not touch me. They did not have to. The entire room became a hand on my back. I walked to the center of the marble floor and stopped beneath the chandelier. Light poured over me, cold and bright. There was nowhere to hide from it. Maybe that was the point. A council clerk rose with a black folder in his hands. His eyes twitched toward Isadora. She said softly, "Read." He looked down. In the matter of Ada Cossentino, daughter of Vittorio Cossentino, former keeper of the underworld blood archives. A sound moved through the room at my father's name. Not grief, suspicion. My heart turned sharp. My father had been dead 3 weeks. 3 weeks since I had found the study door locked from the inside. 3 weeks since men in council coats had removed his ledgers before they removed his body. 3 weeks since every person who had eaten at our table suddenly forgot the road to our house. The clerk continued. By authority of the ash table and the Office of Blood Legitimacy, Ada Cossentino is hereby placed under full social, legal, and familial blacklist pending sealed findings regarding the sale, transfer, or exposure of protected blood records to enemy syndicates, outside agencies, and unauthorized parties. My mouth went dry. Sale, transfer, exposure. They made betrayal sound clean when they put it in legal language. My father did not sell anything, I said. The clerk stopped. Every head turned toward me. Isadora did not blink. You do not have standing to speak yet, Miss Cossentino. Miss, not Donna. Not daughter of a keeper, not future wife, just Miss. A scrap of a title for a woman they had, stripped down to bone. My father is dead, I said, my voice steadier than I felt. He cannot defend himself from your accusation. No, Isadora replied. He cannot. A few people looked away. She let the silence sit there like a hand around my throat. Then she gestured to the clerk. Continue. The clerk obeyed. Under full blacklist, Ada Cossentino is denied shelter under any recognized family roof. Denied employment through all family-owned businesses, ports, banks, registries, service houses, protection firms, legal offices, and medical networks. Denied access to Cossentino holdings pending review. Denied inheritance activation. Denied witness protection. Denied council petition rights, denied marriage recognition to any recognized house. My body went cold. I had known pieces, rumors, doors closed in my face, accounts frozen, a doctor refusing to come when I cut my hand packing my father's office. But hearing it spoken aloud was different. It was not rejection. It was architecture. They had built a world without a door for me. The clerk turned a page. Furthermore, any person offering comfort, shelter, employment, contract protection, engagement, or marriage recognition to Ada Cossentino will be considered in violation of council decree and subject to sanction. There it was. They had not only cut me loose, They had made kindness illegal. A buzzing filled my ears. I focused on the chandelier above me. Crystal drops. Gold arms. Candle-shaped bulbs. One of them flickered. I counted my breaths. 1, 2, 3. Do not cry. Not here. Not under their lights. Not for people who had already dressed for your funeral. Isadora leaned back slightly. Bring forward Raphael Orsini. A hot, bright humiliation cut through my numbness. Raphael stepped out of the row. He moved smoothly, beautifully, like a man who had practiced not looking guilty. His mother touched his sleeve before he left her side. The woman in gold did not release him immediately. She let her fingers trail down his arm as if marking him. He stopped several feet from me, not beside me, never beside me. Isadora looked at him. Raphael Orsini, your house filed an intention of marriage with Ada Cossentino 6 months ago. Do you stand by that intention? The room listened. My heart, stupid thing, waited, not for love, not even for loyalty, maybe just for decency. Raphael's jaw tightened, then he said, no. One word, a clean blade. Isadora's expression did not change. State your reason for the record. Raphael finally looked at me. I wished he had not. There was no grief in his eyes, no apology, only fear dressed up as judgment. My house cannot attach its bloodline to a woman under suspicion of archive betrayal, he said. Marriage to Ada Cossentino would poison every contract we hold. A small laugh came from somewhere behind him. Then another. My skin burned. Raphael's mouth tightened, as if my humiliation embarrassed him. How generous. I looked at him and remembered the garden, his lips on my wrist. Even if the world turns on you, Ada, I will know you. You know me, I said quietly. His eyes flickered. For 1 second, the room vanished, and I saw the man he might have been if cowardice were not easier than honor. Then he stepped back. No, he said. I knew who you pretended to be. The laughter came louder that time. It hit me like heat. My hands curled into fists. I wanted to slap him. I wanted to scream. I wanted to drag every ledger my father had ever protected into this room and bury them beneath the truth. Instead, I lifted my chin. Because if I broke, they would call it confession. Isadora let the room enjoy me for 3 breaths. Then she raised one hand. Silence fell. The council finds the Orsini intention dissolved, she said. Ada Cossentino will be removed from this chamber before sunset. After tonight, no recognized family may host, employ, claim, marry, or protect her under pain of sanction. 2 guards stepped away from the pillars. They came toward me, slowly. Not because they feared me, because the room wanted time to watch. My pulse beat in my throat. This was it. Not death, something colder. They would escort me out those doors, and the underworld would close behind me. No money, no father, no inheritance, no name anyone dared use. I would become a ghost with a pulse. The guards were almost close enough to touch my arms when a chair scraped against marble. The sound was not loud. It did not need to be. Every person in that chamber froze. The guards stopped. The laughter died, as if someone had cut its throat. At the head of the ash table, Federico Morvane stood. I had seen him only once before from a distance, when my father was still alive, and men still nodded to me as if I mattered. Federico had arrived late to a winter council, snow melting on the shoulders of his black coat, and 3 dawns had gone silent mid-sentence. The king of the ash table. That was what they called him when they were brave enough to call him anything at all. Not because he wore a crown, because crowns were decorative. Federico Morvane was not decorative. He was power-stripped of ornament. Tall, dark-haired, beautiful in the way knives were beautiful when the light found their edge. His face held no softness, no wasted movement, no public emotion. A faint shadow darkened his jaw. His black suit fit like armor. On his right hand, a heavy signet ring caught the chandelier light. Morvane black, Morvane gold, Morvane blood. He did not look at Isadora first. He looked at me, not kindly, not gently, not like Raphael had once looked at me with borrowed warmth and cheap promises. Federico looked at me as if he were reading the shape of the trap around my body, as if he saw where the ropes were tied, as if he wanted to know who had tied them. Council, mother, he said. His voice was low. The chamber bent toward it anyway. Isadora's eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. Don Federico. Federico stepped away from his chair. A ripple moved through the room. Does the ash table still recognize the right of a ruling Don to claim a bride before council witness? No one breathed. Isadora's face stayed composed, but something changed behind her eyes. A ruling Don may file a claim under lawful conditions, she said carefully. Good. He began walking toward me. Each step struck the marble with quiet finality. People moved out of his path before he reached them, not dramatically, instinctively. Like prey making room for a predator it hoped had already eaten. Isadora's voice sharpened. Not a blacklisted woman. Federico stopped halfway between his seat and me. Show me where that exception is written. The clerk went pale. Isadora did not look at him. The spirit of the decree is clear. I did not ask about spirit. Federico's gaze moved to the black folder in the clerk's hands. I asked about law. Silence. A thick, dangerous silence. For the first time that night, I saw fear on the wrong faces. Not fear of me. Fear of what I had accidentally become in Federico Morvane's hands. Isadora's smile thinned. You would challenge a council decree for her? Federico resumed walking. No. He reached me. Up close he was worse, not crueler, not louder. Worse because he was controlled. Men who raged gave you somewhere to look. Federico gave nothing away, and somehow that made every inch of him feel lethal. He looked down at my hands, at the fists I had made to stop them from shaking. Then he removed his signet ring. A sound moved through the room. Shock. The ring rested in his palm, heavy and dark and impossible. Morvane authority. Morvane protection. Morvane claim. A thing men had killed for. A thing women had been trained to desire and fear. Federico offered me his hand. Not the ring. His hand. If no man here has the courage to speak Ada Cossentino's name, he said, his voice carrying to every corner of the chamber, then I will give her mine. The room erupted, not in applause. Never applause. In outrage, whispers, chairs shifting, wives gasping, lawyers reaching for papers, guards looking toward Isadora and then toward Federico and then deciding wisely not to move. Raphael's face went white. Good. I should have felt triumph. I felt terror because I understood immediately. This was not rescue. This was war. And I was the battlefield Federico Morvane had chosen. Isadora stood. For the first time, she looked less like silver and more like steel. Don Federico, she said, you are placing your house in direct opposition to the ash table. Federico did not take his eyes off me. A decree is only law when powerful men are afraid to disobey it. The chamber went deathly quiet again. My heart slammed against my ribs. He was offering protection, yes, but not mercy. There was no tenderness in his face, no romantic madness, no sudden devotion. There was calculation, interest, recognition, and beneath it, something colder. Revenge. I looked at his hand, then at the room behind him. Every person who had denied me waited to see whether I would be foolish enough to refuse the only door left open. I thought of my father. Vittorio Cossentino, who had taught me that names were not just sounds, they were keys, weapons, graves, crowns. I thought of the ledgers they had taken, the accusations they had wrapped around his corpse, the way Raphael had said poison as if my blood were something dirty. Federico Morvane's hand remained steady. I placed mine in it. His fingers closed around mine, warm, firm, unshaking. For the first time that night, no one could pretend I was not there. Isadora's gaze dropped to our joined hands. Something ugly and hidden moved across her face before she smoothed it away. That was when I knew. She was not angry because Federico had insulted her. She was afraid. My stomach tightened. Of what? What could I possibly unlock that terrified a woman like Isadora Vare? Federico slid his signet ring onto my finger. It was too large, too heavy. It nearly swallowed my hand. Still, when he released me, I kept my fingers curled so it would not fall. Record the claim, Federico ordered. The clerk looked at Isadora. Federico's voice dropped. Do not make me ask twice. The clerk wrote. His hand shook so badly, the pen scratched. Ada Cossentino, claimed by Federico Morvane. The words entered the ledger like a match tossed into dry grass. Federico turned, and because his ring was on my hand, the room parted for me, too. That was the first taste of his power. Not the guns, not the guards, not even the fear. It was the way people who had stepped on your shadow suddenly remembered your body could cast one. He led me out past Celia Bellant and her pearls, past the man who owed my father favors, past Raphael Orsini, whose mouth had gone hard with humiliation. I stopped beside him for one heartbeat. Raphael looked at the Morvane ring on my hand, then at Federico, then away. Cowardice, apparently, had excellent instincts. Federico did not slow. He guided me through the open doors and into the corridor beyond. Only when the council chamber closed behind us did the sound inside explode again. Voices. Outrage. Fear. My pulse roared in my ears. The corridor was dimmer than the chamber, lined with old portraits of dead men who had probably ruined women with less paperwork. Federico did not release me until we were far enough from the doors that no one inside could hear unless they pressed their ear to the wood. I pulled my hand free, or tried to. His grip tightened for half a second, not enough to hurt, only enough to remind me that he had allowed the movement. Then he let go. I hated that I noticed the difference. I held up his ring. It slipped slightly down my finger. Why did you do that? Federico looked at me. In the softer corridor light, his eyes were darker than I had thought. Not black. Brown, maybe. Almost. But the kind of brown you saw in burned wood after the flame had gone out. Because the whole room was afraid of you. A bitter laugh scraped out of me. They were disgusted by me. No. His gaze moved over my face with infuriating precision. Disgust makes people loud. Fear makes them careful. My throat tightened again, but this time not from tears. From the terrifying possibility that he had seen something I had missed. I do not have what you think I have, I said. If this is about my father's records, I do not know where they are. I do not know what he hid. I do not know why they are doing this. People with no answers do not terrify rooms like that. I am not a weapon. Not yet. The words landed between us. Cold, honest, unforgivable. I stepped back. His eyes lowered briefly to the movement, then returned to mine. There it is, I whispered. The truth. His expression did not change. You prefer lies? I prefer not being used by the first man willing to touch me in public. Something moved across his face then. Not softness, something sharper. Do not mistake me, Ada. I did not claim you because I am kind. I gathered that. I claimed you because your erasure matches a pattern I have spent years hunting. The corridor seemed to narrow. What pattern? Federico's jaw tightened. For the first time I saw something human breach the marble of him. Pain. Old, controlled, buried deep enough to become part of his posture. My older brother was murdered, he said. Then the truth around his death vanished. Witnesses disappeared. Records changed. Contracts were altered. Men forgot what they had sworn under oath. Lucien Morvane. I knew the name. Everyone did. The dead heir. The brother whose murder had supposedly turned Federico from dangerous to merciless. What does that have to do with me? Federico stepped closer, not enough to touch, enough that I felt the power of him like heat from a closed furnace. The same kind of hand that erased my brother's murder erased you tonight. My mouth went dry. Behind the council doors, voices rose and fell like distant thunder. I looked down at the ring on my finger. His name, his protection, his war. What do you want from me? I asked. Federico Morvane looked at me as if the answer had been waiting long before I entered that room. The truth they erased when they erased you. Chapter 2. Federico Morvane did not take me from the ash table like a rescued woman. He took me like evidence. The black car waited beneath the council portico, engine humming, its windows dark enough to turn the whole world into a reflection. Rain misted over the marble steps, silvering the shoulders of Federico's coat as he guided me outside with one hand at the small of my back. Not possessive, not gentle. Precise, as if the exact placement of his palm had been decided long before he touched me. Behind us, the ash table chamber was still roaring. Voices rose through the closed doors. Outrage, panic. Men who had not dared say my name an hour ago now shouted it as if volume could undo what Federico had done in front of them. Ada Cossentino, claimed, recognized, protected. Not safe, never safe. Only claimed. There was a difference. And I felt it in the cold weight of his ring sliding loose on my finger. One of Federico's guards opened the rear door of the car. He was a broad man with close-cropped hair and an expression that looked carved into place, but even he glanced at the ring before looking at my face. Not at me. At what Federico had put on me. That was the first lesson of Morvane protection. I was not suddenly untouchable because I mattered. I was untouchable because touching me now meant reaching past Federico Morvane's hand. "Get in," Federico said. His voice was quiet. I looked at him. The rain caught in his hair and along the dark edge of his lashes. He did not appear shaken by what he had done. No regret, no triumph, no romantic madness burning through him because he had chosen the ruined woman in front of an empire. That would have been easier to hate. Instead, he looked focused. A man leaving one battlefield because he had already selected the next. I climbed into the car. Federico followed, settling beside me with the kind of silence that did not feel empty. It had teeth. His guard shut the door, and the outside noise dulled to a low, angry pulse. The convoy moved, 3 cars ahead, 2 behind. A city of wet glass and blurred lights slipped past the windows, but I barely saw it. I kept my hands folded in my lap, trying to keep his ring from falling off, trying not to think about the fact that a piece of Federico Morvane now sat on my skin like a verdict. "You are bleeding?" he said. I looked down. A crescent-shaped mark had opened in my palm where my nails had bitten too hard during the council reading. A small bead of blood rested in the curve of my lifeline. I closed my fist. "It is nothing." Most dangerous words in any room. "Do you collect wounded women and correct their language?" His eyes shifted to me. The car was dim, but his gaze did not need light to be uncomfortable. "No," he said. "I collect patterns." The answer settled between us, cold and deliberate. I turned toward the window. "Then you must be disappointed. I am not a pattern. I am a woman whose entire life just got signed away by a room full of cowards." "Signed away?" he asked. His voice did not rise, but something in it sharpened. I looked back at him. "Do not pretend you offered me freedom. I offered you survival. You offered me your name in front of people who wanted me socially dead. That is not survival. That is a war banner. Sometimes they are the same. I wanted to hate him cleanly. I could not. Clean hatred required certainty, and Federico Morvane had ruined certainty the moment he stood up while everyone else watched me drown. I pressed my wounded palm against my black dress and said nothing. The city thinned. Iron gates appeared through the rain. Not gates, I realized as the convoy slowed. A wall. Black stone. High enough to hide a palace or a prison. Cameras nested beneath carved angels. Armed men stood beneath the archway with weapons held low, not hidden, not displayed for drama, simply present, as natural here as lamps. The gates opened without anyone stepping out to touch them. Federico's estate rose beyond them. I had expected wealth. All Dons had wealth. I had not expected this. The Morvane estate was not a house. It was a fortress that had learned manners. 3 stories of pale stone and dark windows stretched across the hill, its roofline sharp against the storm-heavy sky. Balconies overlooked formal gardens cut into severe geometric lines. A fountain stood dry in the center drive, its stone basin filled with rainwater and fallen black leaves. Beautiful, cold, impossible to enter by accident. The convoy stopped at the main entrance. Before my door opened, Federico spoke. "Whatever happens inside, do not let them see you shrink." My laugh came out quiet and humorless. "Is that advice or an order?" "It is the only mercy I am offering tonight." There it is again. Mercy. You keep bringing it up for a man who claims not to believe in it. "I believe in it," he said. "I just do not trust it." The door opened before I could answer. A guard reached in to assist me. His hand paused halfway. Not long, barely a second. But after the ash table, I had become fluent in hesitation. His fingers hovered near mine, then withdrew slightly, as if touching me might leave some invisible stain he would have to explain to the household. I stepped out without his help. Rain hit my face. Cold, sharp, real. Federico exited behind me. He had seen. He saw everything. The guard straightened. "Don Federico." "Your name?" Federico asked. The guard went still. "Enzo, sir." "Enzo," Federico said calmly, adjusting one cuff beneath his coat sleeve. "When my bride exits a car, you offer her your hand. If she refuses, you accept that refusal. You do not refuse first." The guard's face drained. "Yes, Don Federico. If hesitation is a condition you cannot manage, have it treated somewhere else." The words were soft. The punishment inside them was not. I should not have felt anything. I did anyway. Not gratitude, never that. Something more dangerous, recognition. Federico Morvane did not comfort humiliation. He executed it. We climbed the front steps. The doors opened into a grand entrance hall lined with black marble pillars and gold-veined floors. A chandelier hung high overhead, not crystal like the council's, but wrought iron and candle-shaped glass, as if the house wanted light but did not trust sparkle. Servants stood in 2 neat lines. Housekeepers, footmen, security staff, a driver. 2 older women in severe black dresses, a man with silver hair who looked like he had run this household since Federico was a boy and did not intend to stop because of me. Their eyes went first to Federico, then to the ring, then to me. No one spoke, no one bowed, no one said my name. A maid stepped forward to take Federico's coat. Her hands were steady until she turned toward me. Then they faltered, just enough. Her fingers stopped inches from the wet sleeve of my black dress. In the sudden silence, I heard rain ticking against the tall windows. She looked at my arm like the fabric might bite. My face heated, not with shame, with fury. It took all my strength not to say, "Go on, touch me, see if betrayal transfers through silk." Federico removed his coat and placed it in the maid's arms himself. Then he looked at her. "Did the fabric frighten you?" The maid went white. "No, sir." "Then perhaps it was the woman." "No, Don Federico, pack your things." My head snapped toward him. The maid's mouth opened. The silver-haired man near the stairs took 1 step forward. "Don Federico, she is young and—" Federico did not raise his voice. He did not have to. "Then she will learn early that cowardice is expensive." The maid began to cry silently. A muscle in my stomach tightened. I did not want her tears. I did not want to be the reason a girl lost her position. I did not want to feel sorry for someone who had looked at me as if I were plague. "Wait," I said. The entire hall shifted. Even Federico looked at me then. I faced the maid. "What is your name?" She swallowed hard. "Mina." "Mina," I said, forcing my voice not to shake. "You may take my coat." Her eyes darted toward Federico. I held out my arm. For 1 long, unbearable second, no one moved. Then Mina stepped forward and touched the wet sleeve of my dress. She did not die. No alarm rang. No curse rose through the floor. She carefully eased the coat from my shoulders and held it against her chest. Her hands trembled, but she did not drop it. I looked at Federico. His expression told me nothing. That somehow irritated me more. "I do not need you to ruin every servant who has been trained to fear me," I said. "They have not been trained," he replied. "They have been permitted." The words cut through the hall. Several servants lowered their eyes. Federico turned to them. "Listen carefully, because I will not repeat myself. Until tomorrow's marriage is complete, Ada Cossentino is my claimed bride. After it is complete, she will be my wife. In either case, hesitation will be treated as insult. Insult will be treated as disobedience. Disobedience will be treated as dismissal if I am in a generous mood." No one moved. He stepped closer to the center of the hall. "The blacklist ends at my gates." A shiver moved through me. Not because the words were soft, because they were not. He had not said I was innocent. He had not said I was welcome. He had said the world's rules stopped where his began. That was not comfort, but it was power, and I had been powerless long enough to feel the terrible seduction of it. The silver-haired man bowed his head. "Understood, Don Federico." Federico glanced at him. "Rooms." "Yes, sir." The man turned to me with the controlled politeness of someone recalculating the ground beneath his feet. "Miss Cossentino, if you will follow me." Before I could move, Federico said, "Donna?" The hall tightened again. The silver-haired man corrected himself without blinking. "Donna Cossentino." My throat closed. Donna. A title I had not heard since before my father died, not because Federico believed I deserved it. Because in his house, titles were weapons, and he had just armed me in front of everyone. I followed the silver-haired man up the staircase. Federico came behind us. Not close enough to touch. Close enough to make every person in the hall remember I had not climbed alone. My rooms were on the east side of the estate. Rooms, plural. A sitting room with a fireplace already lit, a bedroom with a 4-poster bed dressed in cream linen, a private bath of black tile and brass fixtures, wardrobes along one wall, a balcony door locked with a mechanism that looked decorative until I noticed the code panel beneath the handle, A gilded cage, then, with better bedding. The silver-haired man introduced himself as Tomas, head of household, and explained that clothes had been sent up, supper could be served privately, and a doctor could attend my hand if I permitted it. If I permitted it, that must have been Federico's language. No one in this world had asked my permission in weeks. I almost hated him for noticing which wound would bleed deepest. After Tomas left, I stood in the center of the bedroom and let the silence press against me. It smelled of cedar, firewood, and nothing of me. No books with cracked spines, no hairpins left on a vanity. No shawl my father used to complain I wore indoors because he said old houses held grudges in their walls. The room was beautiful. It was not mine. I touched the edge of the bedspread. The fabric was soft. My old bedroom had been sealed the day after the blacklist. Not officially. Nothing with the families was ever official when cruelty could be done by implication. But the house staff left. The bank froze the accounts. The councilmen took the ledgers, and by the end of the week I had been locked out of the Cossentino estate with one suitcase and my father's old fountain pen in my pocket. I had not cried then. I would not cry now. A knock came at the door, one sharp rap, then it opened. Federico stopped on the threshold. His eyes moved from me to the room, then back. Something in his expression shifted almost imperceptibly. He had entered without thinking. A man used to every door opening because his name stood on the foundation. Then, slowly, he stepped back. He remained outside the room. "May I enter?" The question was not soft, but it was a question. My fingers tightened around the bedspread. "You already own the house." I did not ask what I own. I hated how much that answer mattered. "Yes," I said. He entered. The room seemed to alter around him, not shrink, not exactly, but become aware. Firelight caught against the dark lines of his suit and turned one side of his face gold, the other shadow. He removed his gloves with deliberate care and set them on the table. "Tomorrow morning, we marry." No preamble. No. "Are you well?" "No, I am sorry. Your entire life collapsed under chandelier light. Just tomorrow morning, we marry." I laughed once. "Do all your proposals sound like sentencing?" That was not a proposal. I noticed. The proposal happened in front of the ash table. You accepted. I accepted not being thrown into the street. Same outcome. "No," I said, turning to face him fully. "Not to me." For a second he said nothing. Then he crossed to the fireplace, not near me, but near enough that the room became warmer and more dangerous at once. The terms are simple. His mouth almost moved, not a smile, something closer to recognition. "You will be legally recognized as my wife. That grants you protection under Morvane authority and access to medical, legal, and financial networks currently closed to you. And grants you access to the Cossentino records activated by marriage." There it was. The truth, plain and ugly. "You do not even dress it up," I said. "I find pretty lies inefficient." "Then let us be efficient." I lifted my hand, and the ring slipped almost to my knuckle. "You put this on me because you think my father hid something." "I know, your father hid something." My pulse kicked. "You do not know that." Vittorio Cossentino was keeper of the underworld blood archives for 30 years. He documented marriages, heirs, deaths, sanctioned deaths, erased daughters, illegitimate sons, alliances that never appeared in public ledgers, and betrayals men prayed would die with their witnesses. Federico's eyes held mine. Men like that do not die suddenly and leave nothing behind. My father's name in his mouth did something terrible to me, not because Federico insulted him, because he sounded like he understood him. "My father was loyal," I said. "Loyal to whom?" The question hit too fast. I stared at him. Federico watched me with that awful steadiness. "To the families," I said. "Which families?" "All of them." "No one is loyal to all of them, Ada. Not if they know the truth." My father's study flashed in my mind. The locked drawers? The nights he burned papers in the fireplace and told me old men wrote too much and trusted too little. The week before his death, his hands had shaken when he poured coffee. I had pretended not to see. He had pretended not to be afraid. Grief moved through me like a blade turning slowly. "I do not know what he hid," I said. "I believe that." My breath caught before I could stop it. Federico noticed. He let the words sit there for only a moment before adding, "For now." The fragile thing inside me hardened again. How generous! It is not generosity. You were humiliated tonight, but not prepared. What does that mean? You were angry, wounded, proud, terrified. His gaze dropped briefly to my fist, where the dried blood still marked my palm, but not prepared. If you had planned tonight, you would have worn a different expression when Orsini rejected you. The mention of Raphael made my face go still. Federico's eyes sharpened slightly. I hated him for seeing that too. You watched closely. I always do. And what did you learn? That Orsini is a coward. That was obvious. That you are not. The room went quiet. My chest tightened. Compliments from men like Federico were not flowers. They were knives placed handle first in your palm. I did not know whether to take it or fear the blade. You still do not believe I am innocent. I do not believe in innocence as a useful category. That is a miserable way to live. It has kept me alive. And happy? His face changed. Not much. Enough. I had struck something. Happy people rarely sit at the ash table, he said. No, I said softly. They stand in front of it and get destroyed. His gaze held mine. For a moment the fire crackled louder than the storm. Then he said, my brother was murdered. I had known, of course. Everyone knew Lucien Morvane was dead. But knowing a fact and hearing a man say my brother was murdered were different things. The words stripped away the legend, left the wound. Lucien, I said. Federico's jaw tightened around the name. Yes. I waited. He looked toward the fire, and for the first time since he rose from the ash table, he seemed less like a Don and more like a man holding a door shut inside himself. The official record says a rival family ordered the hit after a shipping dispute, he said. 3 witnesses swore it. 2 clerks certified the route logs. A council marriage contract tied the rival's niece to a man who benefited from Lucien's death. Every piece fit neatly. But you did not believe it. I believed it long enough to make mistakes. The way he said mistakes made my skin cool. Men like Federico did not mean apologies when they said that word. They meant graves. What changed? I asked. The witnesses vanished after the judgment. The clerks retired wealthy. The route logs disappeared in a records fire that burned 1 cabinet and nothing else. The marriage contract was amended after the date Lucien died. His eyes returned to mine. The truth did not just hide, it was erased. My breath slowed. You think the same person erased me. I think the same system did. The same system. Not one enemy. Not one lie. A machine. I looked down at the ring on my hand. Suddenly it felt less like a shackle and more like a key I had not asked to carry. My father never told me about Lucien, I said. He may not have known. He knew everything. Then perhaps he knew enough to keep it from you. The old anger rose so fast it almost choked me. I am tired of men deciding ignorance is protection. Federico did not look away. Then stop being ignorant. The words landed hard, not cruelly. Hard. Like a door being kicked open. I stepped toward him before I thought better of it. Do not talk to me like I chose this. I am not. No, Ada. His voice lowered. I am talking to you like you survived it. My mouth closed. I hated him then. A little. Maybe because some part of me wanted those words and despised that they came from him. Survived. Not ruined. Not contaminated. Not disgraced. Survived. He looked at my hand again. Let me see. It is a scratch. It is blood in my house. Your house has probably seen worse. It has. That is why I recognize when a wound is being dismissed because the person carrying it is too proud to admit pain. I held his gaze for 3 seconds. Then I gave him my hand, not because he commanded it, because I chose to. The distinction mattered even if he was the only witness. Federico took my wrist. His touch was warm, controlled. No caress, no seduction, no softness he had not earned. He examined my palm, then crossed to a small cabinet near the wall and removed a clean cloth and a bottle of antiseptic. Of course the room had medical supplies. Of course the Morvane estate anticipated blood in bedrooms. He poured liquid onto the cloth. This will sting. I have been blacklisted by the entire underworld. I think I can manage antiseptic. It is often the smaller pain that catches people unprepared. Before I could answer, he pressed the cloth to my palm. It stung. I did not flinch. His eyes flicked up. Stubborn, observant, both. The corner of his mouth moved again. This time, I was almost certain it wanted to become a smile and had been trained out of the habit years ago. He wrapped the cloth around my hand with a precision that made me uncomfortably aware of how close he stood. Not intimate, but near enough for me to notice the faint scent of rain in his coat, the warmth of his fingers, the quiet concentration in his face as he tied the bandage. This was not romance. A dangerous man binding a wound he did not cause could still be dangerous. But my body did not understand politics as well as my mind did. It noticed, and I hated that too. When he finished, he released me immediately. No lingering, no theatrical tenderness. Somehow that made the moment worse. "Dinner will be brought here," he said. "I am not hungry." "You will eat." My eyebrows lifted. He corrected himself. "You should eat." That small adjustment moved through me like a splinter under skin. "I am not one of your soldiers." "No, my soldiers obey faster. Perhaps they have fewer reasons not to trust you. Perhaps they understand survival better. I survived before you." His eyes hardened. "You were surviving the fall. I am offering ground. Ground can be owned by someone else." His gaze held mine for a long moment. Then he said, "Yes." No denial, no pretty lie. Just yes. My chest ached in a place I did not want to name. A knock came at the outer door. Federico turned. "Enter." A young footman stepped in carrying a silver tray and a folded black envelope. He looked at me. His face changed. Not with disgust this time. Fear. Real fear. He set the tray down too fast, bowed and backed away. The black envelope remained on the tray like a dead bird. My name was written across it in red ink. Ada. Not Miss Cossentino. Not Donna. Ada. My skin went cold. Federico reached for it. I snatched it first. His eyes sharpened. It was addressed to me. "So was your blacklist." I opened the envelope before fear could make me careful. Inside was a copy of the decree read at the ash table. The same phrases, the same restrictions, the same legal murder. But someone had circled the marriage clause so hard the paper had torn. Denied marriage recognition to any recognized house. Beneath it, written in red ink, were 7 words. "Do not marry him, Ada. You will bury him too." The room shifted under my feet. For one strange second I smelled my father's study. Smoke, ink, old leather. I heard his voice telling me never to ignore a warning just because it arrived dressed as fear. Federico took the paper from my hand. This time, I let him. He read it. No surprise crossed his face. No alarm. Only confirmation. That chilled me more than fear would have. "Does anything frighten you?" I asked. "Yes." The answer came too quickly. My gaze snapped to his. He folded the paper once. But not warnings sent by people too cowardly to sign their names. "You do not know who sent it." "I know what it means." "And what does it mean?" His eyes lifted to mine. "It means we were right." "We?" "You and I. There is no you and I. There will be by morning." My pulse jumped, furious at the certainty in his voice. "You speak about marriage like a lock turning. That is exactly what this marriage is." The honesty should have repelled me. It did. But it also rooted me to the floor because somewhere beneath the insult was the shape of an answer. A marriage. A lock. A hidden file. A warning. "Do not marry him. You will bury him too." I looked at the paper again. "Too," I whispered. Federico's expression darkened. He had caught it. Not "you will bury him. You will bury him too." As if another Morvane man had already died because of whatever my name carried. Lucien. My stomach turned. "Tomorrow morning," Federico said, "we marry." I looked up at him. "If I refuse?" "You walk out with no council protection, no legal standing, no inheritance access, no doctors willing to treat you, no safe house, no bank, no family permitted to shelter you, and a warning that proves someone is already inside my estate's walls." Each word was another door closing. I hated him for listing them. I hated the world more for making them true. "And if I accept, you become my wife." That is not an answer. It is the only answer that matters to them. And to you. For the first time, Federico looked at me without the mask of pure calculation. Something lived beneath it. Rage. Grief. A wound so old it had become architecture. "To me," he said, "you become the first locked door I have seen in years that might open onto my brother's killer." There he was. Not savior. Not husband. Not monster only. A man with revenge where tenderness should have been. I should have been afraid of that. I was. But I also understood it. Because if someone had murdered my father and built a lie out of his name, I would have burned every polite room in the underworld to ash just to hear the truth scream. The paper trembled in my bandaged hand. Federico saw it. He did not mention it. "Eat," he said. "Sleep if you can. The doctor will come at dawn to examine your hand before the ceremony." I did not agree to a doctor, then refuse him at dawn. He walked toward the door. For reasons I did not want to examine, I stopped him. "Federico," he paused. It was the first time I had said his name aloud. The room seemed to notice. So did he. I tightened my fingers around the warning. "If I marry you tomorrow, I am not promising obedience." He looked back at me. No, that should have been all. But he continued, "You are promising presence." I frowned. "What does that mean?" "It means when the door opens, Ada Cossentino, you do not run from what your father hid behind it." A chill moved over my skin. "And what are you promising?" Federico's hand rested on the door handle. His ring should have been there, heavy and black, but it was still on my finger. He looked at it, then at me. "That when it opens," he said, "anything reaching for you goes through me first." He left before I could answer. The door closed with a quiet click. I stood alone in a room that was not mine, wearing a dead sentence in red ink and the ring of the most dangerous Don alive. Rain struck the balcony doors. The fire burned low. On the tray, dinner waited untouched. I looked at the warning again. "Do not marry him, Ada. You will bury him too." For the first time since the council read my name like a crime, I wondered whether the blacklist had not been designed to punish me. Maybe it had been designed to keep me unmarried, to keep me sealed, to keep whatever my father died protecting from waking up. I slid Federico's ring off my finger and held it in my palm. It was too large, too heavy, too much like a crown turned sideways. Tomorrow it would go back on my hand. Tomorrow I would become Federico Morvane's wife, not because he loved me, not because I trusted him, not because I believed for 1 second that his name meant mercy, but because somewhere inside my father's silence, inside Lucien Morvane's murder, inside the red ink on that page, there was a truth powerful enough to make the entire underworld afraid of a woman they had left with nothing. And if they were afraid of me with nothing, God help them when I had a Don's name. Chapter 3. I married Federico Morvane in a chapel that looked prepared for a funeral. No flowers, no music, no mother dabbing her eyes with lace, no father waiting at the end of the aisle with his arm bent for mine, pretending not to cry because Vittorio Cossentino believed men of record should never let ink or tears run in public. Only black stone, candlelight, armed guards, 3 lawyers, 1 pale priest, and the most dangerous Don alive standing at the altar, as if marriage were another form of war. I stood outside the chapel doors in a borrowed ivory dress, staring at my reflection in the dark glass of a framed saint. The woman looking back at me did not look like a bride. She looked like evidence someone had wrapped in silk. The dress fit too well, which bothered me more than if it had fit badly. Someone in this house had known my measurements. Someone had selected the soft ivory fabric, the long sleeves, the simple neckline, the row of tiny pearl buttons down the back. Tasteful. Expensive. Mourning turned inside out. White for a woman they had tried to erase. White for a marriage no one blessed. White for a lock turning. I touched the hollow at my throat where my mother's necklace used to sit before councilmen seized the Cossentino valuables pending investigation. Then I touched the bandage Federico had tied around my palm the night before. The cloth was fresh now, rewrapped by a doctor at dawn while Federico stood by the window and watched the rain beat against the glass. The doctor had not hesitated to touch me, not once. Maybe because he was braver than the servants. Maybe because Federico's guards had stood behind him with weapons visible. In this world, decency often improved when threatened properly. A woman from the household adjusted the fall of my veil. Mina, the maid Federico had nearly dismissed for being afraid to take my coat. Her hands trembled less this morning. "Donna Cossentino," she whispered. "The priest is ready." Donna. Still not Morvane. Not yet. I looked down at Federico's ring on my finger. It had been resized overnight. The Morvane household could apparently alter gold faster than most people could change their minds. Now the ring fit. That should have comforted me. It did not. It felt deliberate, permanent. A black and gold weight resting at the base of my finger like the underworld itself had decided where my hand belonged. I turned toward the doors. Open them. Mina's eyes flicked over my face, and for a second I saw something like sympathy. Not pity, sympathy. There was a difference. She opened the chapel doors. Candlelight spilled over me. The Morvane chapel was smaller than I expected and colder than any place of worship had a right to be. Black marble columns rose on either side of the aisle. Saints stared down from narrow alcoves, their faces carved in pale stone, their hands lifted in gestures of mercy that felt deeply inappropriate under Federico's roof. At the altar he waited, black suit, white shirt, no flower pinned to his lapel, no softness prepared for witnesses. He looked like a man who had come to swear an oath he fully intended to weaponize. Still, when I entered, his eyes moved over me once, not greedily. Not like Raphael Orsini used to look when he wanted me to notice he was looking. Federico's gaze was controlled, assessing, unreadable, but it stopped on my bandaged hand, then on my face, and something in his jaw tightened. I hated that I noticed. I hated that, after everything, some foolish part of my body still recognized when a dangerous man had made room for concern and tried to disguise it as strategy. I walked down the aisle alone. Every step sounded too loud. No one gave me away because there was no one left who had the right. My father should have been there. The thought hit so hard I almost stopped. I could see him with unbearable clarity. Vittorio Cossentino in his dark suit, one hand pressed over mine, his voice low as he said, "Walk slowly, Ada. Never hurry toward a man or away from one. Make the world wait for you." The memory nearly broke me. I kept walking. Federico watched, not impatiently, not tenderly, as if he understood that every step I took was over a grave. When I reached him, he offered his arm. I looked at it. A year ago, an offered arm would have meant manners. Now it meant protection, ownership, witness. 1,000 things that were not love. I placed my fingertips on his sleeve. The fabric was warm from his body. The priest cleared his throat. He was an older man with anxious eyes and hands that had probably blessed more blood money than baptisms. He looked from Federico to me, then to the lawyers, then down at the open book in front of him. "We are gathered before God and recognized witnesses to join Don Federico Morvane and—" His mouth faltered. There it was. That tiny silence before my name. That little pause where fear crawled between vowels. Federico's head turned. "Say her name properly." The priest swallowed. "Ada Cossentino." The chapel seemed to settle around it. My name did not vanish. It entered the stone. The priest continued quickly. "Ada Cossentino, under lawful recognition of claim, contract, and covenant." Covenant. Such a holy word for something born in a council chamber full of vultures. The vows were old world and formal, not the sweet, useless promises of love and honor and comfort until death. Those belonged to ordinary people who thought marriage was private. Underworld vows were contracts dressed as sacrament. Federico swore to recognize my bloodline, protect my legal body, defend my standing, uphold my name before hostile houses, and bind his authority to mine under witness of God, law, and ash table challenge. His voice never wavered. He could have been swearing to invade a country. Then the priest turned to me. My mouth was dry. I repeated the vows. I swore to recognize his house, honor his protection, accept his name under law, share any blood rights activated by the marriage, and stand as witness to his claim. Share any blood rights. There it was, the reason. The lock hidden inside the lace. I glanced at Federico. His expression did not change, but his eyes held mine. No apology, no lie. He had told me what this was. Maybe that made it worse. The priest nodded to one of the lawyers. A document was placed on the altar. Federico signed first. His signature was beautiful in the way a blade mark might be beautiful. Sharp, decisive, final. Then the pen came to me. For 1 second, my hand would not move. Ada Cossentino. After today, what would that mean? Would I become Ada Morvane and disappear into his house the way the council had tried to disappear me from the world? Would my father's name become a key people used without ever asking whether I wanted the door opened? Would I survive one kind of erasure only to accept another? Federico's voice reached me quietly. Your name does not vanish because mine stands beside it. I looked up. The words should not have mattered. They did. Not because I trusted them, because some part of me had needed to hear them. I signed. Ada Cossentino. I did not add Morvane. Not yet. The lawyer did not correct me. Wise man. The priest lifted Federico's ring from a small black velvet cushion. The same signet. Resized, polished, heavy with history and danger. Federico took my left hand. His fingers were warm, mine were cold. He slid the ring onto me slowly, over the knuckle, down to the base of my finger. It fit perfectly now. Too perfectly. By law and witness, the priest said, voice thinner than it had been at the start, I recognize this union. The moment the words left his mouth, every candle in the chapel flickered. Not metaphorically. Actually. A draft moved through the stone room, though no door had opened. One of the lawyers looked toward the entrance. A guard stepped inside. Then another. The first held a black leather case pressed against his chest. Don Federico bowing his head. A courier has arrived bearing the Cossentino seal. My heart struck my ribs. Federico did not release my hand. Bring him. The courier entered under guard. He was young, pale, sweating despite the cold chapel. His coat was soaked from rain, his hair plastered to his forehead. In his gloved hands he carried a sealed notice marked with my family crest, the Cossentino raven and key. My father's seal. My knees threatened to weaken. Federico felt the change in me because his thumb pressed once against my knuckle. Not comfort. Anchor. The courier stopped several feet away. By automatic activation of blood marriage clause, he said, his voice shaking, notice is hereby delivered to Ada Cossentino, now legally recognized under Morvane marital claim. A sealed inheritance file has opened pending presentation at the first Cossentino vault. The chapel went silent. My father's seal stared at me from the paper like an eye. Federico's grip tightened, barely. There it was. Proof. Not suspicion. Not theory. Proof that the second I became married under recognized law, something attached to my name woke up. The blacklist had not been only punishment. It had been a locked door guarded by shame. And I had just married the man who kicked it open. I stared at the courier. What file? I do not know, Donna. My stomach twisted at the title. Federico stepped forward. Who sent you? The registry system released the notice automatically upon marriage recognition. Automatically, Federico repeated. The courier nodded too quickly. Yes, Don Federico. One of Federico's lawyers reached for the notice. I took it first. Everyone froze. Maybe they expected Federico to stop me. He did not. The paper felt thick and dry beneath my fingers. My father would have chosen paper like this. He believed important things deserved weight. The seal was not broken. I turned it over. Written in my father's hand were 3 words. First vault only. My breath left me. Federico saw it. What does it say? I handed him the notice because my fingers had gone numb. He read it. For once, even Federico Morvane looked like a man being forced to recognize the shape of a dead man's plan. Your father expected this, he said. No, I whispered. My father expected me to marry. The words came out broken, not because marriage itself hurt, because somewhere in his locked, secretive, maddening mind, Vittorio Cossentino had prepared for a future he never explained to me. Prepared me as part of it. Used me as part of it. Protected me as part of it. I did not know which truth hurt more. I pulled my hand from Federico's. This time he let me. I need air. Ada, I said I need air. His eyes moved over my face, then to the guards. The garden is secured. I did not ask if it was secured. No, he said. You asked to breathe. For some reason, that made my throat tighten. I turned before he could see too much and left the chapel through the side door. The air outside hit me cold and wet. The garden behind the chapel was enclosed by high stone walls, clipped hedges, and narrow gravel paths darkened by rain. Cypress trees stood like sentries. The sky hung low and gray, the storm not fully finished with the world. A guard followed at a respectful distance. I kept walking until the chapel disappeared behind the hedges. Then I stopped beside a marble bench and pressed both hands to my stomach. Wife, key, daughter, evidence. I did not know which word belonged to me anymore. The ring glinted on my finger, black and gold against pale skin. I twisted it once. It did not move easily. Perfect fit. I wanted to laugh. Instead, I bent over and took one harsh breath, then another. My father had hidden something inside the legal architecture of my life. The council had blacklisted me to prevent anyone from opening it. Federico had known enough to claim me, but not enough to warn me what it would feel like when the trap sprang around my own hand. Anger came then. Good. Grief was a sinkhole. Anger had edges. Anger gave me something to hold. You should have told me, I whispered to my dead father. Rain slid from a cypress branch. You should have trusted me. A sound came from the hedge behind me. Not loud, a soft scrape. My body reacted before my mind caught up. I turned. A man in black came through the hedge, masked. Fast, he grabbed my wrist. Not my throat, not my hair, my wrist. His gloved hand clamped around the Morvane ring. For one suspended second, I understood nothing. Then I understood everything. He was not here to kill me. He was here to undo the marriage. I jerked back. Get off me. He wrenched my arm so hard pain shot through my shoulder. Another man appeared from the side path. The guard who had followed me shouted, but a third figure came from behind and struck him low. The guard hit the gravel with a sickening sound. My attacker dragged my hand toward him. Hold her still, he hissed. The second man grabbed my other arm. I kicked him in the knee. He cursed. The first attacker pulled a short blade from his sleeve. The blade flashed near my hand, near the ring. Cold terror ripped through me. Cut it off if you have to, the second man said. My blood turned to ice. Not the ring, my finger. Something feral woke in me. I drove my teeth into the first man's hand. He swore and loosened his grip. I tore free enough to slam my bandaged palm into his face. Pain burst white-hot up my arm, but I did not stop. I grabbed the marble vase beside the bench with both hands and swung it. It cracked against the second man's shoulder. He stumbled. I ran, not toward the chapel, toward open ground, toward visibility. Federico, I screamed. The name ripped out of me before pride could stop it. A hand caught my hair and yanked me backward. Pain exploded across my scalp. I fell hard against the gravel, the impact knocking the breath from my lungs. The first man was on me again, one knee pinning my skirt, his blade angling toward my hand. I curled my fingers into a fist. He grabbed the ring and pulled. Open your hand. No, he backhanded me. The world flashed bright. I tasted blood. Then a gunshot cracked through the garden. The man above me froze. A red bloom opened in the center of his mask. He collapsed sideways onto the gravel. For one terrible second I lay still, staring at the body inches from mine. Then the garden changed. Guards flooded the path. Boots hit gravel. Weapons lifted. Someone shouted orders. The second attacker tried to run. Federico came through the rain without running. That was the worst part. He did not rush. He moved with the controlled inevitability of death arriving exactly on schedule. His suit jacket was gone. His white shirt sleeves were rolled to the forearms. A gun rested in his hand, held low, as if it were simply another tool he knew well. The fleeing attacker saw him and stopped. That was how afraid men were of Federico Morvane. They stopped running from armed guards because he had entered the garden. Federico looked at the man. Alive, he said. The guards took him down. Hard. I tried to sit up. My hands shook violently. The ring was still on my finger. Blood, mine, maybe his, maybe both, streaked the gold. Federico reached me and dropped to one knee. His face was calm, too calm. So calm it frightened me more than rage would have. His eyes moved over my hair, my cheek, my mouth, my hands, especially my hands. Where are you cut? I am fine. His gaze lifted to mine. No. One word. Absolute. I tried to stand. My knees betrayed me. Federico caught me before I hit the gravel again. His arm went around my back. His other hand closed beneath my knees. I can walk, I snapped. Fight me later, he said. Bleed less now. Then he lifted me. I should have protested harder. I should have remembered that being carried by a Don did not make him tender, and did not make me weak, and did not make this marriage real in any way that mattered beyond law. But my body had gone cold. My head throbbed, my hand burned. And beneath the fear, beneath the fury, one thought kept pounding through me. They were willing to cut off my finger to stop what my marriage had opened. Federico carried me into his study instead of my room. I noticed that even through the shock, not the chapel, not a guest suite, his study, a private room with dark bookshelves, a black desk, a low fire, and windows overlooking the storm-dark garden where blood now stained the gravel. He set me on the edge of a leather sofa. A doctor arrived within minutes. Federico allowed him to check my head, my cheek, my shoulder, my hand. Allowed, because even the doctor kept glancing to him before touching me, as if my body had become territory requiring permission. I almost told him to look at me. Then Federico did it first. "Ask her," he said. The doctor blinked. "Don Federico? You are examining her. Ask her." The doctor turned to me, flustered. "May I check the cut beneath the bandage, Donna?" My chest tightened. "Yes." The doctor unwrapped my palm. The crescent wound from the night before had split open. New cuts crossed my knuckles. My finger was bruising where the attacker had pulled at the ring. But it was still attached. The ring was still there. Federico stood near the fireplace, silent enough to be mistaken for calm by anyone who did not understand that silence could be a blade being sharpened. When the doctor finished, he said nothing was broken. Bruising, strain, superficial cuts, a cheek that would swell, a headache that needed watching. "Leave the supplies," Federico said. The doctor obeyed. When the door closed, the room became too quiet. I sat very still. Federico crossed to the table, picked up the basin and cloth the doctor had left, and came toward me. "I can do it. I know." He sat beside me anyway. Not too close. Close enough. He dipped the cloth into warm water. My fingers tightened around my dress. "You have people for this." "I have people for many things." And yet his eyes stayed on my hand, and yet I am doing this. He took my wrist. Not forcefully, still my whole body reacted. After the garden, touch felt like threat before it became anything else. Federico felt the flinch. His hand stopped. For the first time since the attack, his expression changed, only slightly. But I saw it. Anger, yes. Not at me. At what had been done to make my body distrust even careful hands. "I will not hold you down," he said. My throat tightened. "I know. Do you?" The question was quiet enough to hurt. I looked at him. He waited. No command, no impatience, no softness that asked to be thanked, just space. I placed my hand in his fingers closed carefully beneath mine, supporting the weight without trapping it. Something inside me loosened by a thread. He cleaned the blood from my knuckles first. The warm cloth dragged gently over split skin. It stung. I refused to show it. Federico's thumb shifted, bracing my palm. "You can react, Ada." "I am aware." "Are you?" I looked down at our hands. His were larger than mine. Steady, scarred in faint lines across the knuckles, hands that had held guns, signed death orders, commanded men into violence, worn a ring powerful enough to make an entire room recalculate my worth. And now they were cleaning blood from beneath my fingernails. A laugh tried to rise in me and failed. "They wanted the ring," I said. "Yes." "Not me." His hand paused. I hated that pause. It felt like a door I had not meant to open. "They wanted what the ring completed," he said. "My marriage. Our marriage." The correction moved through me before I could stop it. I looked at him. His gaze was still on my wounded hand, but something in his voice had changed. Not warmth, not possession exactly. Recognition. As if the word "our" had weight even when love had nothing to do with it. "They would have cut it off," I said. Federico's jaw tightened. "Yes." My finger. Yes, a strange numbness spread through me. Not shock this time, understanding to undo the legal seal, yes. So I really am just a key. The words came out softer than I intended, maybe because anger had finally run out of places to stand. Federico looked up. Firelight caught in his eyes, turning them almost amber. "No." I let out a brittle laugh. "Do not start lying now. It does not suit you. You are a key," he said. "That does not make you just one." My eyes stung. I looked away quickly. Too late. He saw. His thumb moved once over the inside of my wrist where the skin was uninjured. Not a caress, not quite. A quiet, grounding pressure. My pulse leapt under his touch, and his gaze dropped to it. The room became smaller. The rain against the windows softened. The fire cracked. His hand was still around mine. My wedding dress was stained at the hem with garden mud and blood. My cheek throbbed. My hair had fallen loose from its pins. The ring on my finger felt heavy enough to anchor me to a life I had not chosen. And Federico Morvane sat beside me, cleaning my wounds with the patience of a man who had all the time in the world to be dangerous later. "You should be with your prisoner," I said. I will be. Then why are you here? His eyes lifted. For once he did not answer quickly. Maybe because the honest answer would reveal too much. Maybe because even he did not know. At last, he said, because they touched what I claimed in front of the ash table. There it was. The colder truth. I told myself it should disappoint me. It did, but beneath it there was another feeling I did not want. A dark, unwilling thrill. Not because I wanted to be property. Because for weeks, men had treated me like touching me would contaminate them. Now someone had touched me, and Federico Morvane looked ready to make the world regret having hands. I hated this world for making that feel like safety. Tonight, you are also my wife. His voice was low. I went still. He had said it like a correction to himself. Like the words had slipped past the colder explanation and landed somewhere neither of us had agreed to stand yet. I should have said strategy. I should have said temporary. I should have said do not make that sound like it means something. Instead, I looked at his mouth. Only for a second. Long enough. His eyes changed. The air altered between us. Not soft, never soft, tense, dangerous, alive. Federico's hand remained around my wrist. His thumb rested near my pulse. I could feel the strength in him, the restraint. That was the part that made my breath catch, not what he could take, but what he chose not to. He leaned closer by a fraction. Not enough to kiss me. Enough for me to understand that he knew I had looked. Enough for him to understand that I knew he had noticed. My body betrayed me with one uneven breath. His gaze moved over my face to the reddening mark on my cheek. The near moment broke, not from lack of wanting, from the bruise, from the blood, from the fact that whatever this was between us had no right to bloom beside violence. Federico released my wrist slowly. Then he reached for clean gauze. You need to sleep after this. I swallowed. The sensible answer would have been yes. Instead, I said, do not order me to rest like a soldier. His mouth almost moved again. Then rest like a woman who survived an attack before breakfast. It is nearly noon. Then you are behind. The absurdity of it struck so unexpectedly that a tiny, breathless laugh slipped out of me. It startled both of us. Federico looked at me as if I had done something more shocking than bleed on his carpet. For half a second he seemed younger, or maybe not younger, less alone. Then a knock hit the door. The moment vanished. Federico stood. Enter. A guard stepped inside. The prisoner is failing. Federico's face returned to stone. I pushed myself up. He looked down at me. No. I glared at him. You do not get to decide what I hear when they tried to cut my ring off. It will be ugly. I have had an ugly morning. The guard looked carefully at the wall. Federico studied me. Then he held out his hand. I stared at it. There were many reasons not to take it. Pride, fear, common sense. I took it anyway. He helped me stand but did not steady me once I found my balance. Another careful distinction. Another thing I did not want to appreciate. The holding room was beneath the east wing. Of course, the Morvane estate had a holding room. Of course, it was clean. That somehow made it worse. The captured attacker had been strapped to a metal chair. Blood darkened his collar. Foam tinged pink at the corner of his mouth. Poison, I realized. Not from Federico, from himself, or from someone who had wanted to make sure he never spoke long. His mask had been removed. He looked ordinary. That was always the horror of hired men. How ordinary they were after violence left their hands. Federico stood before him. Who sent you? The man laughed weakly. Blood bubbled at his lips. I stepped closer despite the guard's warning look. The attacker's eyes found my ring. Fear crossed his face. Not of Federico. Of the ring still being there. Good. Who ordered it? I asked. His gaze dragged to mine. He smiled with red teeth. You already opened it. My skin chilled. Federico leaned in. Opened what? The man shuddered. His eyes rolled, then focused again with terrible effort. The first seal, he whispered. Bride made of evidence, bride made of blood. A guard crossed himself. Federico did not move. I could hear my own breathing. Who sent you? But Federico asked again. The attacker's smile widened. The mother. Federico went utterly still. No anger, no visible shock. Just stillness so complete it frightened everyone in the room. Even dying, the man saw it and looked satisfied. The mother sees every marriage, he rasped. The mother cuts the rotten branch before it bears fruit. Then his body jerked once, twice. His head fell forward, dead. Silence filled the room, not empty silence. The kind that arrives after a bullet, when everyone waits to see who has been hit. I looked at Federico. What does that mean? His eyes stayed on the dead man. For a moment I did not think he would answer. Then he turned to me. The controlled mask was back, but something colder lived beneath it now. It means Isadora Vare just tried to undo what she could not legally stop. My stomach sank. The council mother. The woman who had read my social death like scripture. The woman who controlled marriage law, blood legitimacy, and the underworld's polished cruelty. She had not just objected to Federico claiming me. She had moved before the chapel candles had finished burning. I looked down at my ring. Blood clung to the edge of the black stone. Federico followed my gaze. Then he did something I did not expect. He reached out and wiped the blood from the ring with his thumb, slowly, carefully, as if cleaning a wound from a crown. Listen to me, Ada. I looked up. His voice was quiet enough that no one else mattered. They failed today because they underestimated you. No, I said. They failed because you shot one of them. They failed before I arrived. I frowned. Federico's eyes held mine. They tried to take the ring. You kept it. My throat tightened. For weeks, people had spoken about me as if I had only been acted upon. Blacklisted, denied, claimed, married, attacked. Federico did not make it soft. He made it true. I had kept the ring. I had bitten, kicked, swung stone, screamed, bled, and kept the ring. The realization hit harder than praise. It steadied something in me. What happens now? I asked. Federico looked past me to the dead attacker, then toward the staircase above, toward the house, the chapel, the world beyond the gates. Now, he said, we open the first vault. A chill moved over me, because somewhere beneath stone and old blood, my father had left a secret powerful enough to make the council mother send men to cut Federico Morvane's name from my hand. I had walked into that chapel as a woman being used. I left the holding room, understanding something far worse. I was not only the bride, I was the lock. And everyone who feared the door had just run out of time. Chapter 4. My father hid the underworld's sins beneath the dead. That was the thought I could not escape as Federico Morvane led me through the rain toward the Cossentino mausoleum, with 6 armed guards at our backs, and blood still dried beneath the edge of his ring on my finger. The mausoleum stood on the far side of the Morvane estate grounds, past the formal gardens, past the chapel, past the stone path where the cypress trees bent under the weight of the storm. It should not have been here. That was the first thing I realized. Cossentino dead did not belong on Morvane land. Our family crypt had been outside the city, behind old iron gates beneath a hill of wild grass and crooked olive trees. I had gone there every spring with my father after my mother died. Vittorio would bring white lilies. I would bring nothing because grief had made me stubborn as a child, and I had once believed refusing flowers meant refusing death. But this mausoleum wore my family crest above its sealed doors. The raven, the key. The words carved beneath them were almost too weathered to read. Memory is blood that refuses to rot. A chill moved through me that had nothing to do with the rain. Federico stopped beside me. He was dressed in black again, because apparently men like him did not own colors that trusted daylight. His coat was open despite the cold. A gun sat beneath it, another at the back of his belt. 2 knives if I was reading the shape of him correctly. The king of the ash table did not approach the dead unarmed. Neither did he approach my father's secrets as if they were only paper. His guards spread out across the grounds without waiting for orders. 1 near the path, 2 by the tree line, 1 at the chapel road, 2 at the mausoleum stairs. No one spoke. After the attack in the garden, even silence seemed armed. I stared at the crest over the doors. How is this here? Federico followed my gaze. Your father purchased the land through a proxy company 18 years ago. My head turned slowly. You knew that? I learned it 2 hours ago. That is supposed to comfort me? No. Federico Morvane did not deal in comfort. He dealt in truths that arrived cleaned of mercy. Rain slid down my cheek. I did not wipe it away. 18 years ago, I said. I would have been a child, small enough to still believe my father's study was boring, young enough to fall asleep on velvet chairs while powerful men came to him with contracts folded inside jacket pockets and fear tucked behind their eyes. Why would he hide a Cossentino vault on Morvane land? Federico's jaw tightened. That is one of the questions we are here to answer. I looked toward the mausoleum doors. My father had been dead 3 weeks, and somehow he was still deciding where I went, what I opened, what I discovered, what hurt next. Anger pressed against my ribs. Grief answered. I hated how often they sounded alike. Federico stepped closer, not touching me. The choice is yours. A bitter laugh almost escaped me. You brought guards. I brought enemies. I looked at him. His eyes remained on the mausoleum. They tried to cut the ring from your hand this morning, he said. Isidora Weyer moved within hours of the marriage. Matteo is already asking questions about why I have not brought the council into the investigation. The house is sealed, and I still do not trust every wall inside it. Matteo, his uncle. The name sat strangely between us because it did not yet have proof attached to it, only shadow. And yet you're giving me a choice? His gaze shifted to me. I am not your father. The words struck harder than he could have known. My breath caught. For 1 second, I hated him for saying it. For another, I hated my father for making it hurt. Federico did not apologize. That was becoming its own kind of language between us. He did not soften facts after cutting me with them. He waited to see if I would bleed or stand. I looked at the doors again. My father brought me to a mausoleum once, I said. Not this one, the old Cossentino crypt outside the city. Federico said nothing, but his stillness changed. He was listening. I stepped up onto the first stone stair. I was 8, maybe 9. My mother had been dead long enough for everyone else to stop speaking carefully around me. He told me the dead kept secrets better than the living. The memory came so clearly I could smell damp earth and lilies. Vittorio Cossentino in his dark coat, one hand resting on my shoulder, his voice gentle enough to fool me into thinking the lesson was about grief. I had asked him if Mama kept secrets. He had looked at the crypt door and said, All women do, Ada. The question is whether the world lets them keep their own. I had not understood. Now I did. My hand closed around the Morvane ring. Open it, I said. Federico gave one nod to his men. 2 guards approached the doors, but Federico lifted a hand. No. They stopped. He looked at me. The notice said first vault only. Cossentino blood, Morvane marriage. It will not open for them. My stomach tightened. Of course, my body had to be part of the lock. Federico removed a small blade from inside his coat and held it out handle first. I stared at it. He did not move closer. He simply offered. The distinction mattered. It was terrible how many small respects began to feel like luxuries once the world had stripped you to bone. I took the blade. The handle was warm from his body. My bandaged palm throbbed beneath the fresh wrapping. The doctor had told me not to reopen the cuts. The attackers had bruised 2 fingers when they tried to wrench off the ring. My hand already looked like it had survived a war it had not volunteered to fight. I looked at Federico. Does everything in your world require women to bleed before doors open? Something dark moved across his face. No, he said. But too many men have built doors that way. That answer should not have pleased me. It did not. It settled somewhere deeper and more dangerous. I unwrapped the edge of the bandage with my teeth. Federico's gaze dropped to the motion, not with desire, with concern. He did not dress up quickly enough. I pressed the blade to the side of my thumb, where the skin was unbroken, away from the worst of the bruising. Before I cut, his hand closed around my wrist. Not hard. Just stopping me. My eyes snapped to his. What? Use mine. The offer was so quick, so quiet, that for a moment I did not understand it. Then I did. Cossentino blood. Morvane marriage. He was offering his blood in place of mine, even though the vault would not take it. Foolish. Impossible. And maybe the closest thing to kindness he had given without turning it into strategy. It will not work, I said. I know. Then why offer? His eyes held mine. Because I dislike watching you be forced to hurt yourself. There was no softness in his voice. That made it worse. My throat tightened with something I refused to name. I pulled my wrist free gently. It is my father's door. Then I cut. A thin line opened. blood welled bright and immediate. Federico's jaw locked. I turned to the mausoleum doors and pressed my thumb to the raven's eye carved into the stone. For 3 seconds, nothing happened. Then the stone warmed under my hand. A low, grinding sound moved beneath our feet. The guards shifted, weapons lifting. A second carving appeared where there had been only smooth stone before, a circular indentation, the shape of a ring. Federico stepped beside me. He removed his hand from his pocket slowly and covered mine with his, guiding the Morvane signet into the hollow. His body was close enough that I felt the heat of him through the cold rain, not touching anywhere but our hands. Still, my breath changed. I hated that too. The ring slid into place. Stone recognized gold. Blood recognized law. The mausoleum doors unlocked. The sound was deep enough to feel in my bones, the dead opening beneath my hand. Federico did not move away. Immediately, our hands remained pressed to the stone together, my blood warm between us, his ring holding us both to a door my father had built before I understood the cost of being his daughter. Then Federico stepped back. Ready? No. His gaze cut to me. I lifted my chin. But I am going in anyway. Something almost like approval moved through his eyes. He pushed the door open. Cold air breathed out, not stale. Preserved, dry stone, old paper, wax, iron, dust. The smell of secrets cared for better than people. We descended a narrow staircase beneath the mausoleum. Federico went first with a gun drawn, even though it was my blood that had opened the door. I should have resented that. I did not. Not because I needed him in front of me, because he was not doing it to diminish me. He was doing it because if anything waited below, he intended to be the first thing it met. At the bottom, the staircase opened into a vault unlike anything I had ever seen. Not a room, a hidden world. Rows upon rows of cabinets lined the stone chamber, each marked with family crests. Iron shelves held leather-bound ledgers wrapped in cloth. Metal drawers stretched from floor to ceiling. Lamps built into the walls flickered to life one by one as we entered, spilling amber light over decades of buried power. Marriage contracts, birth records, succession clauses, death corrections, dowry transfers, blood legitimacy reports, sealed betrayal files, lives reduced to ink, wax, and fear. My father had kept the underworld's memory beneath the bones of his own family. I took one step forward, then stopped. His handwriting was everywhere. On tags, on ledger spines, on small paper markers tucked into drawers. V. Cossentino, Vittorio, Papa. The chamber blurred. I turned away before Federico could see my face break. Too late. Ada. His voice came from behind me. Not command. Not question. Just my name. That was somehow worse. My father trusted paper more than people, I said, forcing the words through, the tightening in my throat. Federico was quiet for a moment. Paper does not pretend to love you before betraying you. I looked over my shoulder. His face had closed the second the words left him, but I had heard them. The bitterness, the history, the wound. Lucien, I asked. The name entered the vault like a match. Federico's eyes hardened. Among others. Among others. What kind of life made betrayal a category instead of an event? I turned back to the ledgers because grief was safer when it had work to do. Where do we start? Federico moved to the closest central table. On it rested a black metal box, sealed with both the Cossentino raven and the Morvane crest. My heartbeat quickened. That, I said. He did not touch it. He waited. Again, the small respect. Again, my dangerous awareness of it. I stepped forward and placed my bleeding thumb on the Cossentino seal. It opened with a sharp click. Inside was a file wrapped in dark blue silk, a Morvane color if I remembered correctly. Federico stood across from me, his hands braced on the table. Neither of us moved. Then I untied the silk. Lucien Morvane's name appeared on the first page. The air changed. Federico went utterly still. Not the stillness of calculation. The stillness of a man who had been shot in a place no one else could see. I read the first line. Preliminary alliance contract between Lucien Alessandro Morvane, heir presumptive of House Morvane, and Ada Vittoria Cossentino, daughter of Vittorio Cossentino, keeper of the blood archives. My mouth went dry. No. The word left me before I could stop it. Federico's voice was very low. Read the date. I did. My stomach turned. I was 16. His jaw tightened. Lucien was 24. I stepped back from the table. The vault seemed to tilt around me. My father promised me to your brother? Future alliance, Federico said, though his voice had roughened. Not immediate marriage, as if that makes it better. It does not. The blunt answer stopped me from throwing something. Barely. I looked down at the file. My life, arranged in old ink, discussed by men, filed beneath stone, hidden behind blood. Did Lucien know? I asked. Federico's eyes moved over the contract. I do not know. Did you? No. The word came fast, sharp, offended in a way that made me believe him. I hated that I believed him. I hated that the relief made my knees weaker. He took the page from me carefully, not because he wanted to own it, but because his hands had started to look less steady. I watched his face as he read. The contract outlined alliance terms between Cossentino Records and Morvane Protection. No immediate ceremony. No claim until Ada reached consenting age under old family law. No forced consummation clause. No public announcement until activated by mutual house consent. It was still horrifying, just less monstrous than it could have been. That was the underworld's favorite trick, making the unbearable look merciful by placing it beside something worse. Federico turned the next page. His expression changed. What? I asked. He did not answer. I stepped beside him and read over the line his eyes had found. In the event of Lucien Morvane's death prior to final marriage recognition, all protective and alliance rights shall transfer to the surviving Morvane heir, Federico Dante Morvane, unless formally rejected by Vittorio Cossentino or Ada Cossentino upon activation. My breath stopped. The vault disappeared. Only those words remained. Transfer, surviving Morvane heir, Federico. I looked at him. You were always part of this. He stared at the page as if he wanted to tear it apart and preserve it at the same time. I did not know. But someone did. His eyes lifted. That was when we both understood. The blacklist had not only been about stopping me from marrying some random underworld man. It had been about stopping me from marrying him, Federico Morvane, the surviving heir. The man whose name could activate whatever Lucien died trying to expose. My voice felt distant when I spoke. The council blacklisted me, so no recognized house could marry me. No marriage means no activation. No activation means no vault. Federico's face darkened. And no proof. A long, cold silence stretched between us. Somewhere above, thunder rolled over the mausoleum. I touched the edge of the contract. Your brother was supposed to marry me. His gaze moved to my hand. Or protect you. Do not make it prettier. I am not. You are. His eyes met mine. For once I saw a flicker of frustration break through his control. I am trying to separate what he may have intended from what men wrote around you. That landed too close to fairness. I hated fairness when I wanted to be angry. My father knew. My voice cracked despite me. He signed this. Yes, he never told me. No, he used me as a safeguard. Federico was quiet. I looked at him, daring him to deny it, daring him to hand me some polished excuse about fathers and protection and old laws. He did not. Yes, he said. The honesty hurt more than comfort would have. My eyes burned. And you, I asked. His brows drew slightly together. If you had known, would you have claimed me sooner? He did not answer quickly enough. That was an answer. I laughed once, empty and sharp. Do not strain yourself inventing kindness. His expression hardened. I would have investigated sooner. Investigated. The word tasted bitter. Of course. Ada. No, I asked. You answered. I did not answer. You did, you just disliked how ugly it sounded. That struck him. Good. I wanted it to. For a moment we stood across from each other with the dead between us. My father, his brother, the version of me who had believed my name belonged to me. Then Federico looked down, not away. Down, at the contract. I am sorry. The words were quiet, brief, not dramatic enough for how much they shook me. I stared at him. What? His jaw flexed. You heard me. Yes, but I am deciding whether you meant it. I do not say things I do not mean. That must save time, usually. A small, unwilling breath almost became a laugh. Almost. The vault did not allow it. I looked back at the file. There has to be more. Federico nodded and turned another page. The next sheet was not contract parchment. It was ledger paper, a record of amendments, names, dates, seals. Most were Cossentino and Morvane. One near the bottom had been scratched partially away. Federico's entire posture changed. What is it? He reached into the box and lifted the page closer to the lamp. The scratched mark showed only the edge of a crest. A serpent curled around a tower. Federico's face became unreadable. I stepped closer. You know that seal. No, lie. Not a large one, but there, I felt it in the air. I looked at him. Federico, his eyes cut to mine. The use of his name still changed something between us. I did not understand why. I only knew it made his attention feel more immediate. More dangerous. That is Matteo's old personal seal, he said. His uncle. The man who had raised him after Lucien's death. The man who had already been asking questions. The vault felt colder. Why would Matteo's seal be on an amended contract involving me, your dead brother, and you? Federico set the page down with great care. Too much care. The kind a man used when his first instinct was to break something. Old seals are sometimes copied. I stared at him. The words were so unlike him, so flimsy, so unworthy of his intelligence, that disappointment flared hotter than anger. Do not do that. His eyes sharpened. Do what? Become stupid because truth has your bloodline on it. The guards near the stairs went very still. Federico's expression turned lethal. Not at me, not exactly, but lethal all the same. Careful, he said. No. The word cracked through the vault. I stepped closer to the table, to the file, to him. I have spent weeks listening to people call my father traitor, because papers said so. I watched Raphael Orsini deny me because it was easier than asking why an entire council feared a woman with no money and no guards. I let you put your ring on my hand because you said you wanted the truth. My voice shook now, but I did not stop. So do not stand in my father's vault and turn away the first time truth reaches for someone you love. For a moment I thought he might shout. I almost wanted him to. Shouting would have made him smaller. Instead, Federico went quiet. His gaze dropped to the scratched seal, then to the page beneath it, then back to me. You are right. The admission stole the next breath from my lungs. He continued, each word controlled. If Matteo's seal is here, then Matteo knew about the transfer clause. If he knew, he either hid it from me after Lucien died or helped someone else hide it. And if he hid it, I said, then he knew why it mattered. Federico nodded once. A soundless agreement that seemed to cost him more than anger would have. We searched the box more carefully after that. No one spoke for several minutes. The guards remained at the stairs. Rain tapped somewhere above us. The vault lamps hummed softly in the walls. I found the false bottom by accident. My thumb brushed a small imperfection in the velvet lining of the box, a ridge where there should have been smoothness. Here, I whispered. Federico came around the table. Together we lifted the lining. Beneath it lay a single folded letter. No seal, no wax, only my father's handwriting across the front. To Federico Morvane. Pain moved through me so sharply I had to press my hand flat against the table. Not to me. To him. My father had left a letter in my vault under my bloodlock inside a file about my life and addressed it to Federico. For one humiliating second, the old childish hurt rose up. Why not me, Papa? Why did every secret in my life belong to men before it belonged to me? Federico did not reach for the letter. He looked at it, then at me. It is your father's letter. It is addressed to you. Then read it to me. The words were simple. They gave me the choice without making a ceremony of it. That made them harder to refuse. I picked up the letter. My hands were steadier than I felt. The paper was old but not brittle. My father had folded it exactly twice, as he did with all important correspondence. No wasted creases, no smudged ink. I opened it. The first line hit like a hand around my heart. If Federico Morvane opens this file, then Lucien is dead, Ada is hunted, and Matteo has already betrayed them both. My voice failed. The vault seemed to shrink around those words. Federico did not move. Not at first. Then his hand closed on the edge of the table with such force the wood gave a faint protesting sound. I forced myself to continue. Don Federico, if you are reading this, I failed to protect your brother and may already have failed to protect my daughter. Lucien discovered that the council's marriage ledgers had been altered for years, not by mistake, not by decay, but by design. Sons placed where daughters were born first. Daughters erased where inheritance would pass through them. Illegitimate heirs made legitimate when their blood could be controlled. True heirs buried under false shame. My pulse beat so hard I could barely hear myself. Federico's face had turned to stone. But his eyes were not stone. They were grief set on fire and forced not to burn the room down. I read on. Lucien refused to marry into a lie. He intended to expose the system through a Morvane-Cossentino alliance. That alliance was not meant to own Ada. It was meant to place her under protection strong enough that the archive could be opened without the council destroying her first. If he died before that protection was complete, the claim transferred to you. I pray he told you. If he did not, forgive the dead only after you have punished the living. My throat closed. Lucien had known? Maybe, maybe not. The letter did not answer enough. It only opened more wounds. I looked at Federico. He was staring at the stone floor now. Did he tell you? I asked softly. No, the word came out hollow, not weak, hollow, as if something had been carved out of him and left standing. I read the final lines. Matteo's hand appears where it should not. Isidora's authority protects what should never have been law. If Ada has been blacklisted, then the blacklist is not punishment. It is containment. She is not guilty of the secret. She is the lock they fear will open it. Do not trust counsel mercy, do not trust blood without proof, and do not let my daughter mistake use for protection even from you. The last sentence broke me, not visibly, not fully, but enough that I had to lower the paper. My father, maddening, secretive, impossible man. He had known Federico might use me. He had known I might not see the difference until it hurt. He had known too much and told me too little, and still somehow tried to reach me through another man's hands. I folded the letter carefully because tearing it would have felt too much like tearing him. Federico had not spoken. He stood across from me in the hidden vault beneath my family's false mausoleum, his brother's name on the table, his uncle's betrayal in ink, his ring on my finger, and my father's warning between us. Say something, I whispered. His jaw tightened. No. The word was so low I almost missed it. I frowned. No? He looked up. For the first time since I had met Federico Morvane, I saw the thing beneath the control before he buried it. Not rage. Rage would have been simple. This was worse. This was a boy who had lost his brother, and a man who had built an empire on the wrong grave. No, he said again, and this time the word cracked at the edge. Matteo raised me after Lucien died. The admission was not a defense. It was devastation. I could have been cruel. I had earned cruelty from someone. But looking at him in that moment, I understood something I wished I did not. Betrayal was not sharpest when it came from enemies. Enemies were expected to carry knives. Betrayal hurt most when it wore a familiar hand. My father signed a contract that used my future, I said quietly, then hid the explanation under stone. Federico's gaze lifted to mine. The grief between us did not match, but it recognized itself. He loved you, Federico said. The words should have comforted me. They did not. Love does not erase what he did. No. My father loved me and still made me part of a plan I did not choose. Federico was silent for a moment. Then he said, my brother loved me and still walked into a war without telling me why. The vault breathed around us. Dust, paper, blood, rain above stone. I looked at the letter again at the last line. Do not let my daughter mistake use for protection, even from you. Federico's gaze followed mine. He had read it too. Your father was right, he said. I looked up. His face had returned to control, but something inside it remained altered. I claimed you because you were useful, he continued, because your erasure matched Lucien's, because marrying you opened doors I could not reach with force. Each sentence cut. Not because it was new, because honesty could still hurt when it had already been confessed. But, he said, and the word shifted the air, if they come for you now, Ada, it will not be because of what you can unlock for me. I hated how still I became. Then why? Federico stepped closer, stopping on the other side of the table. Near enough that the letter lay between us like a third witness. Because the first time they touched you, I was angry they challenged my claim. His voice lowered. The next time I will be angry because they touched you. My pulse changed. I did not want it to. I did not trust it. The vault was too full of dead men's plans to make room for whatever that sentence tried to become, so I reached for anger instead. It was safer. That is not love. No. Not kindness. No. Not enough. Federico's eyes held mine. I know. That was the problem with him. The terrifying, inconvenient problem. He did not lie where another man might have. He did not promise tenderness he had not earned. He did not dress strategy as devotion. He did not reach for words he was not riven inside. And somehow that made the space between us more dangerous than if he had. A sound came from the stairs. One of the guards descended quickly, his face tense. Don Federico. Federico did not look away from me for a beat, then he turned. What? The guard held out a phone. Tomas reports Matteo Morvane is at the estate gates. He is demanding entry. The vault temperature seemed to drop. Federico's hand closed once slowly into a fist. I looked at the file, at Matteo's scratched seal, at my father's letter, at the transfer clause that tied my name to Lucien's death and Federico's revenge. Above us, the living traitor waited at the gates. Below us, the dead had finally begun to speak. Federico took the phone from the guard. His voice, when he spoke, was calm enough to be terrifying. Let him in. My stomach tightened. He ended the call and looked at me. Every lamp in the vault seemed to burn lower. What are you going to do? I asked. Federico folded Vittorio's letter and placed it carefully back on the table beside Lucien's name and Matteo's seal. Then he looked toward the stairs. I am going to ask my uncle why my dead brother's blood is on his signature. And as he walked past me, I understood with a cold certainty that the first vault had not given us answers. It had given us a war with a familiar face. Chapter 5. Isadora Vare sent me an invitation so beautiful it looked like an apology. Cream paper, raised silver lettering, a faint scent of roses pressed into the fibers, my name written in flawless black ink across the front. Donna Ada Cossentino Morvane, not Miss, not blacklisted woman, not traitor's daughter, Donna. That was how I knew it was a threat. No one in the underworld offered respect, unless they wanted something from your throat. The envelope arrived just after dawn, placed on my breakfast tray beside untouched coffee, poached eggs, sliced pears, and a small crystal vase, holding one white rose with all the thorns carefully removed. I stared at the flower longer than I stared at the letter. Someone had cut away the dangerous parts and left it decorative. That felt like Isadora. The Morvane estate had not slept. Neither had I. After the first vault, Federico had returned above ground to meet his uncle. I had not been allowed into that first conversation, not because Federico ordered me locked away like a child. Worse, because he had looked at me outside the vault, his face carved into control, and said, Matteo knows how to wound me. If he sees what his name has done to you too soon, he will use it. Too soon. Not never. I had hated the logic because it made sense. I had hated myself more for agreeing. So I spent the night in the archive room with 3 guards outside the door, Vittorio's letter folded in front of me, Lucien's name burned into my mind, and the knowledge that Matteo Morvane had sat somewhere inside this house breathing as if dead men's blood did not stain signatures. By morning, Matteo was gone. Federico had said almost nothing when he came to the archive room near sunrise. Only, he denied everything. His voice had been flat. His eyes had not. Now Isadora Vare wanted tea. I picked up the invitation. My hand still ached from the attack, the cuts across my palm stitched in neat tiny lines. The ring sat heavy over bruised fingers. Purple had bloomed along my knuckles where men had tried to remove Federico's name from my body. The invitation read, Donna Morvane, the ash table recognizes the delicacy of recent events. I would be honored to receive you privately at noon to discuss your transition from blacklist to marriage protection. Woman to woman. Isadora Vare Counsel, mother of blood legitimacy, woman to woman. I nearly laughed. A blade was still a blade if wrapped in lace. The door opened without a knock. Federico entered wearing black trousers, a white shirt open at the throat, and a look that suggested several men had already disappointed him before breakfast. His gaze went first to my face, then to my hand, then to the invitation. That order bothered me. Not because it was cold, because it was not. What did she send? I held up the letter. Poison with good stationery. He crossed the room and took it from my hand. Not snatched. Took, as if he already knew I would allow it, which irritated me because I did. His eyes moved over the words once. No. No. I leaned back in my chair. Good morning to you too. You are not going. I was not aware I required permission. You do not. He set the invitation on the table as if it had personally insulted him. But if you walk into a room with Isadora Vare because she wrote Woman to Woman, you are rewarding her for underestimating you. I want her to underestimate me. No, you want to prove you are not afraid. I hated how quickly he found the bruise beneath my decision. My fingers tightened around my coffee cup. I spent months being locked out of rooms while strangers decided my life. I am not hiding in your estate while that woman drinks tea over the wreckage she made of my name. Federico stood across from me, silent. The room was full of paper. Not books. Paper. Ledgers. Copies. Coded notes. Old contracts. Lucien's file. Sections of my father's shorthand that I had not yet been able to decode. It should have smelled dry and scholarly. Instead, with Federico standing there, it smelled like gun oil, rain-damp wool, and a war preparing to become intimate. Isadora does not threaten with knives, he said. No, she sends men for that. His jaw tightened. She threatens with truth cut into pieces. She will not lie where a fragment will hurt more. Then I should hear what fragment she wants to cut me with. Ada. My name in his mouth had changed since the vault. I did not know when. At the ash table, it had been a declaration. In the car, a calculation. In the chapel, a legal fact. Now, when he said it like that, low and restrained, it felt like his control reaching for the edge of something it did not trust. I stood. The chair scraped softly against the floor. I am going. No, Federico. His eyes sharpened at the name. Good. Let it cut both ways. I am not your prisoner. His expression went still, dangerous still. No, he said, you are my wife. The words should have felt like a chain. Instead, they moved through the room with the heavy truth of last night's vault, of my father's letter, of men trying to take the ring from my hand, because it mattered. I stepped closer. Then remember what kind? The silence between us tightened. For 1 second, I thought he might forbid me. Actually forbid me. Not advise, not argue. Command. The air shifted around the possibility, and I realized I was waiting to see which part of him would win. The Don who secured assets, or the man who had told the doctor to ask before touching me. Federico looked away first. Not in defeat, in discipline. I will send guards. I expected nothing less. And a driver. I am not walking to the council mother's parlor in the rain, and you will wear the ring where she can see it. I lifted my hand. I was planning to wear the whole finger. His gaze dropped to the bruising. His mouth flattened. The room changed. My little joke had brushed against the morning in the garden. The blade, the masked man. Cut it off if you have to. Federico stepped closer before either of us could pretend otherwise. He reached for my hand, then stopped himself. That pause was worse than the touch would have been. May I? 2 words. Ridiculous. Unnecessary. Devastating. I held out my hand. He took it gently, turning it palm up. The stitched cuts pulled. I did not flinch. His thumb hovered near the bruising, but did not press. They hurt you to reach a door, he said. His voice was low. Yes. I will find every hand involved. I know. And remove them from the world that taught them you could be handled that way. I should have been horrified. A better woman might have been. But the underworld had made something ugly and honest inside me. It had taught me the cost of mercy when mercy was one-sided. It had shown me how pretty rooms smiled while legal decrees made women homeless. So no, I was not horrified. I was afraid of how steady I felt. Do not kill stupid men before we know who sent clever ones, I said. For the first time, a real, almost smile touched Federico's mouth. Gone too fast. Still real. You are learning. No, I said. I am remembering I was raised by a Cossentino. His fingers tightened once around mine. Then he released me. Wear black, he said. I raised an eyebrow. Is that advice or strategy? Both. Why black? Because Isadora expects a new bride trying to look pure. I looked down at the white sleeves I had worn yesterday, still stained faintly where the garden mud refused to wash away. And if I arrive in black, you remind her mourning is not weakness. That was the first thing he had said about my grief that sounded like respect, not comfort. Respect. I hated that it warmed me. So I turned away before he could see. I will be ready at noon. He moved toward the door, then stopped. Ada, I looked back. If she asks what I am to you, do not answer quickly. Why? Because whatever you say, she will hear what you wish were true. Then he left me with that. The council mother's private parlor sat inside a wing of the ash table estate I had never entered before. Not the main hall where men shouted laws beneath chandeliers. This part was quieter, older. The corridors narrowed, the paintings changed, no battle scenes, no dead dons, only portraits of women in high collars and dark jewels, their hands folded, their mouths closed, their eyes alert. Women who had smiled while families rose and fell. Women who knew marriage contracts could move armies faster than bullets. Federico's guards stayed outside the parlor doors because Isadora's men insisted on it, and my guards looked ready to start a war in the hallway over the insult. I raised one hand. Let them be rude. The closest Morvane guard frowned. Donna? If she wanted me dead here, she would not have scented the invitation with roses. This is theater. He did not like it, but he stepped back. The doors opened. Isadora Vere's parlor was beautiful enough to make cruelty look civilized. Pale blue walls, silver tea service, white roses arranged in low bowls. Sunlight filtered through lace curtains, turning every sharp edge soft. No weapons visible. No guards inside. No blood on marble. Just a round table set for two women and a velvet sofa positioned beneath a portrait of a severe old duchess with Isadora's eyes. Isadora stood when I entered, not because she respected me, because manners were easier to weaponize when used perfectly. Donna Morvane, she said. I smiled, small, cold. Donna Cossentino Morvane. The correction slid through the room. Isadora's eyes brightened a fraction. Of course, forgive me. Recent marriages can be difficult for the tongue to settle around. Only when the speaker resists the shape. Her smile remained. Sit, child. I am not a child. No, she said gently. Children are rarely dangerous enough to require blacklists. There it was, the first cut. I sat. So did she. A servant poured tea with hands so steady, I knew she had been trained for rooms where poison was more likely to be conversational than chemical. Isadora dismissed her with one nod. The doors closed, two women alone. Except we were not alone. Every dead girl altered in a ledger was there, every daughter replaced by a convenient son. Every wife turned into a clause, every blacklisted woman whose name had vanished without a Don standing up to speak it. Isadora lifted her cup. You look well for a woman attacked on her wedding day. I have always recovered quickly from other people's disappointment. Is that what you call attempted mutilation? I did not touch my tea. I call it desperation. Her smile deepened. Good. I had hit something. Federico has already taught you to look for fear beneath violence. No, I said. My father taught me. Federico only confirmed the lesson. At the mention of Vittorio, her expression changed so slightly, most people would have missed it. I did not. Your father was a complicated man, she said. My father was loyal. To what? The same question Federico had asked. That made my skin prickle. I set my hands in my lap so she would not see my fingers curl. To truth. Isadora laughed softly, not cruelly. That made it worse. Oh, Ada, truth is not a saint. It is a weapon that must be kept from children, fools, and grieving men. And council mothers? Especially us. She sipped her tea. I watched her throat move. She was perfectly composed, perfectly dressed, perfectly framed by soft light and white roses. A grandmother, if grandmothers ordered men to cut rings from brides. You sent men for me yesterday, I said. No, she replied. The answer came too smoothly. I sent a warning before you married. If men came after, they acted from their own terror. Convenient. Truth often is. You expect me to believe men tried to remove my ring without your approval? I expect you to understand that you stepped into an old machine and were surprised when the blades moved. My skin went cold. The blades moved. Not if, when. She leaned back. Federico thinks force can solve anything he cannot charm, and he has never been charming enough to test the theory. You, however, have become a key in a lock men spent years sealing. That makes you useful to him. There, no pretending, no warm-up. Straight to the wound. I smiled as if it had not landed. I am aware. Yes, but knowing does not get hurt less, does it? My chest tightened. I hated her for being right. I hated Federico for making her right. I hated myself for caring. Isadora watched the flicker, and I knew she had seen it. He did not choose you because he wanted a wife, she said. He chose you because you opened a vault. He also chose to stand when every other man sat. A wolf standing between you and other wolves is still a wolf. I never mistook him for a lamb. Her fingers rested lightly on her cup. You are clever, Vittorio's daughter in that, at least. In what way was I not? Isadora's eyes sharpened. The silence that followed was too precise. My pulse slowed. There was something there, something she had not meant to brush. She set her cup down. Vittorio was loyal to records, not always to blood. My father loved me. I did not say he did not. The room seemed to tilt around that distinction. I thought of the vault on Morvane land, the contract signed when I was 16, the transfer clause, the letter addressed to Federico. Love does not erase what he did. My own words came back to me. Isadora saw the crack and moved toward it with the delicacy of a woman stepping over broken glass barefoot and uncut. Your father hid many things from you. You did not invite me here to discuss my father's parenting. No. I invited you here because the men around you are going to turn you into a banner, a key, a wife, a weapon, a martyr, or a queen, depending on which word benefits them at the time. I wondered if anyone had asked what Ada wanted to become. The question slid beneath my ribs. I almost answered. Almost. But Federico's warning returned. If she asks what I am to you, do not answer quickly, because whatever you say, she will hear what you wish were true. Isadora was not asking about ambition. She was asking where the hollow place was. I folded my hands, letting the Morvane ring catch the light. I want my name back. Her gaze lowered to the ring. Then perhaps you should be careful about whose name you put beside it. Careful did not save me. No, she said softly, but Federico will not either. Not the way you hope. I leaned forward. Do you know what I hope? Her smile faded. For the first time, I saw the older thing beneath the polish. Not age. Power. A woman who had spent decades making men think she only arranged marriages while she built cages out of them. You hope he will begin by using you and end by loving you so fiercely the first wound stops mattering. I went still. The strike was so clean I felt bloodless for a moment. Isadora did not smile. That made it crueler. Women like us are trained on stories where men become better after touching the right pain. Be careful, Ada. Some men only learn where to press. I hated the heat behind my eyes. I hated that she had found the secret too young inside me, the part that had watched Federico clean blood from my hand and wanted to believe a monster could be careful, because the woman mattered, not the claim. I made my voice flat. Is that what happened to you? The room changed. The sunlight did not. The tea did not. The roses did not. But Isadora did. For a breath, she looked like someone had opened a locked door behind her ribs. Then it closed. Sharp, she said. Too sharp for a decorative bride. Good thing I was not raised to decorate. No, her gaze moved over me. You were raised to remember. There it was again. The feeling of a door hidden behind the door. I did not move. What does the council fear in the Cossentino records? She lifted her cup again. Fear is such a dramatic word. Yesterday men tried to cut off my finger. Then perhaps fear is appropriate. What are the false sons? Her hand paused, barely. But it paused. My heart kicked. I had her. Isadora's eyes lifted to mine. What do you know of false sons? Enough to know Lucien Morvane died. He died because he refused to marry a lie. This time, her expression did not flicker. That told me she had expected the name, maybe even wanted me to say it. Lucien was a romantic, she said. Federico's dead brother reduced to a weakness. Anger moved through me. No, I said. He was inconvenient. Those are often the same thing. And stolen daughters? The second phrase landed harder. Not visibly. But I felt it. The room tightened. Somewhere far off, a clock chimed noon, though it was already past it. Isadora set down her tea. Ask your husband why the underworld fears daughters with records more than sons with guns. My husband is not here. Isn't he? Her gaze shifted briefly to the door. Not because Federico was outside. He was not. His guards were, but his name sat in the room with us anyway. That was power. That was danger. That was what I wore on my hand. You do not hate me because you think I am guilty, I said. Isadora's eyes returned to mine. I do not hate you. You are afraid of what I prove. She said nothing. The silence was an answer. My skin prickled. I stood, tea untouched, pride intact by sheer force. Thank you for the invitation. Isadora remained seated. Do not confuse Federico's obsession with salvation, Ada. The word obsession curled through the room. Not protection. Not use. Obsession. I should have dismissed it. I did not. Her final words followed me to the door. Men like him do not simply love, they occupy. I turned back. And women like you? Her face was perfect again. We survive by making sure no one knows what we buried. I left before she could see my hands shake. Federico was waiting when I returned to the estate, not in the foyer, not in his study, in the archive room, as if he had known that was where I would go first. He stood at the central table beneath the green-shaded lamps, coat removed, sleeves rolled to his forearms, one hand braced beside Vittorio's letter and the copies from the first vault. Tomas hovered near the door and vanished the second I entered. Federico's eyes took me in. Face, hands, ring. Only then did he speak. What did she say? Many things designed to hurt me. Did they? I removed my gloves slowly. Yes. He absorbed the honesty without flinching. I appreciated that more than I wanted to. She said you chose me because I opened a vault. That is true. The answer cut, even though I had demanded truth from him since the moment we met. I looked up. She said knowing it would not make it hurt less. His jaw tightened. That is also true. I hated him. A little. For not lying. For not giving me the easy anger of a false denial. I crossed to the table and pulled one of my father's coded pages toward me. She reacted to false sons. Federico's attention sharpened. And stolen daughters, I added. The room shifted. Federico moved closer. How? Not enough for anyone else to see. But enough for you. Yes. Good. I glanced at him. Do not sound proud. I may start liking you by accident. His gaze touched my face for half a second longer than necessary. That would complicate things. It already has. The words slipped out before I could stop them. Silence fell, not empty, full. The kind that made you aware of your breathing, your hands, the exact space between your body and the man beside you. Federico looked down at the records first. Mercy or discipline? I could not tell. Show me the pages. Work saved us. For the next hour, we spread my father's shorthand across the archive table. Federico did not try to take over. He did not rush me. He did not pretend to understand what he did not. He watched the way I matched symbols, dates, initials, repeated phrases. That should not have mattered. It did. So much of my life had been hidden from me in the name of protection. So much had been decided in rooms where men said my name without letting me hear how they used it. Federico stood beside me and let me read. Not because he was gentle, because he needed what only I could do. I told myself there was no difference. My heart, traitorous thing, noticed one anyway. Here, I said, tapping a line. This symbol repeats beside 3 different family crests. Federico leaned closer. His shoulder brushed mine. A small contact. Barely anything. Still, every part of me became aware of it. He did not move away. Neither did I. What does it mean? He asked. I thought it meant amended birth order. But here. I dragged another page closer. It appears beside dowry transfers. Bloodline substitution? Maybe. I read another line. My father's shorthand had always seemed impossible when I was younger. He had offered to teach me once, and I told him I had no interest in spending my life inside dead men's secrets. Now I would have given anything to have taken those lessons before he was gone. My throat tightened. The symbol blurred. Federico saw. He always saw. Ada, do not. I did not say anything. You were about to. No, his voice was low. I was waiting. That broke me more effectively than comfort would have. I pressed both hands to the table. The stitched cuts protested. I welcomed the pain. My father carried this alone, I said, staring at the ink. All of this, the false heirs, the stolen daughters, Lucien, Matteo, Isadora. He lived with this under his skin and still sat across from me at dinner, asking whether I wanted more bread. Federico said nothing. He knew men were moving around me. Contracts, transfers, marriage clauses. He knew I might become a target, and he still smiled at me, like the world was not already sharpening itself. My voice cracked on the last word. I turned away fast. Federico's hand caught the edge of the table. not me. A restraint. I felt it like touch. Ask, I said, his voice changed. What? You want to touch me? Ask. A silence, then softer. May I? My eyes closed. God help me. I nodded. He came to stand behind me, not crowding, not trapping. His hand settled carefully on my upper arms, warm, firm, still, not pulling me against him, not claiming comfort he had not earned, just letting me know he was there. The first breath I took after that shook. I hated that he heard it. I hated more that he did not use it. Your father may have been wrong to hide the shape of the danger from you, Federico said near my ear, voice controlled and rough at the edges. But he was right about one thing. What? The world should have been afraid of what you would become once you understood. My eyes burned. I turned. Too quickly. The movement placed us closer than I intended. His hands dropped from my arms, but did not retreat entirely. They hovered near my waist, open, restrained. We faced each other beside the archive table, surrounded by my father's secrets, his brother's murder, Isadora's threats, and the unbearable knowledge that the space between us had begun to feel less like strategy and more like danger of another kind. Federico looked at my mouth. Not long. Long enough. My breath caught. His eyes returned to mine. Ada, not a warning, not a command. A question he did not trust himself to ask more clearly. My body knew its answer before my pride did. I stepped closer, only half a step. Enough that the front of my dress brushed his shirt, enough that I could feel the heat of him, enough that the restraint in his body became almost painful to witness. He lifted one hand slowly, his fingers touched my jaw. Careful of the bruise from yesterday. So careful it nearly undid me. No one had touched me like I was both breakable and dangerous at the same time. His thumb rested beneath my chin. The room went silent around us. No papers, no rain, no dead men, only his eyes and my pulse and the terrible truth that I wanted him to kiss me, even though I knew every reason he should not. Especially because I knew. Maybe that was the worst part. Desire did not wait for safety. It grew in the places survival had burned clean. Federico leaned closer, slowly, giving me time to move, giving himself time to stop. I did neither. His breath warmed my mouth. My fingers curled at the edge of the table behind me. 1 inch. Less. Then Isadora's words returned with cruel precision. He chose you because you opened a vault. I turned my face away. Federico stopped instantly. Not after contact. Not after taking one small taste, because restraint could wait. Instantly. His hand fell from my jaw. The absence of it felt like cold water. Do not touch me because you pity what they did to me, I said. My voice was unsteady. I hated that. Federico did not step back, but he did not reach again. Pity is not what I feel when I look at you. The words entered me too deeply. I stared at the table because looking at him would be foolish. What do you feel? The question escaped before I could kill it. Silence answered first. Long enough to remind me that Federico Morvane was not a man who gave what he had not examined. Then he said, anger. I laughed softly, bitterly. At them, he said. At your father. At my brother. At myself. That stopped me, his voice lowered. And something else I do not intend to name in a room full of dead men's plans. I looked up then. His eyes were dark, not soft, not safe, but honest enough to hurt. Before I could answer, a page shifted beneath my hand. I looked down. My fingers had dragged across one of Vittorio's coded notes, smearing a faint trace of dust and revealing an indented line beneath the ink. Wait. Federico's focus changed immediately. I pulled the lamp closer. There is pressure writing underneath this. He stepped beside me, not behind, beside. We held the page at an angle to the light. There, pressed into the paper from a sheet that must once have rested above it, were partial words. My father wrote hard when, afraid, I traced the indentation with my finger. Lucien. Federico went still. I kept reading. Morvane, killed because refused. My chest tightened. I shifted the page again. The final phrase appeared, not clearly. Enough. I whispered it before I could prepare him. Lucien Morvane was killed because he refused to marry a lie. Federico did not move, for 1 breath, 2, 3. Then the temperature in the room seemed to drop. His eyes fixed on the page, but I knew he was no longer seeing paper. He was seeing a brother, a body, a funeral. Years of revenge aimed in the wrong direction. A lie, he said. The words came out flat, deadly. I forced myself to keep thinking, because if I stopped, the look on his face would drag me under. Isadora called Lucien a romantic. Federico's jaw flexed. She would. What if the false sons were protected through marriages? What if Lucien was supposed to marry someone tied to the system, and he discovered she was part of a fabricated line? Federico's hand closed around the back of the chair beside him. Wood creaked. "Bring every file on Lucien's final week," he said. There was no one else in the room. Still, the command sounded like men should start running. He turned toward the door, then stopped. His eyes came back to me. The almost kiss still lived between us, unfinished and dangerous. So did the newly exposed truth. "Isadora knows we are close," I said. "To the records? To each other." His expression did not change, but something in the room did. He crossed back to the table and picked up the page with Lucien's hidden line. "She knows many things," he said. "Not enough. That is not an answer." "No." His gaze lifted to mine. "It is a warning." My heart beat once hard. Against her? His eyes held mine. Against me. The honesty stole the air from my lungs. Then he left the archive room with my father's page in his hand and murder in his silence. I stayed behind, surrounded by the records of false sons and stolen daughters, the ghost of a kiss that had not happened, and one line that changed the dead into witnesses. Lucien Morvane had refused to marry a lie. And now, somewhere in the underworld, every lie with a family name had just become afraid of me. Chapter 6. Federico Morvane looked more like a brother than a king when grief finally caught him. That was the first thing I noticed when I entered the archive room before dawn and found him surrounded by the last week of Lucien's life. The lamps were still burning. So was the fire. Neither had touched the cold in the room. Files covered every surface. Shipping logs, marriage contracts, witness statements, council amendments, handwritten notes, travel ledgers, priest registries, old invitations, death reports, and 3 maps marked in red. Someone had been bringing him records all night. Someone else had brought coffee he had not touched. A crystal glass of amber liquor sat near his elbow, untouched too. Federico stood over the central table in shirt sleeves, one hand braced on either side of a file, his head bowed as if he were praying to paper. He did not look up when I entered. "I told them not to wake you." "They did not." His jaw tightened slightly. "You should be resting. So should you." That made him glance at me. His eyes were darker than usual, not from lack of sleep alone. There was a bruised quality to them, an inward devastation he had not allowed to become visible anywhere else. The king of the ash table was still there, but beneath him stood the younger brother of a murdered man, staring at records and realizing death had lied to him for years. I closed the door behind me. No guards inside this time, only us, the dead, and all the ways the living had failed them. "What have you found?" I asked. Federico looked back down at the table. "Lucien met your father 3 times in the final 10 days before he died." My chest tightened. I moved closer. The file nearest me held a list of appointments in my father's tight, elegant handwriting. Vittorio Cossentino never wasted ink. Even his private notes looked like they expected to be cross-examined. I saw the entries. Chapel route, amended dowry issue, refusal confirmed. My fingers hovered over the last phrase. "Refusal," I whispered. Federico slid another page toward me. It was a marriage contract draft, council approved between Lucien Morvane and a woman named Callista Vere Damaris. Vere. My eyes lifted. Isadora's bloodline? "Her niece through a branch family," Federico said. The words were controlled, but I could hear what it cost him to say them without violence. I looked back at the page. Callista's name was marked with a legitimacy seal. A perfect bloodline, perfect dowry, perfect alliance, too perfect. What was the lie? Federico reached for another file. His fingers were steady. His grief was not. The Damaris heir recorded in this contract was not Damaris by blood. He was placed into the line after the legitimate daughter was declared stillborn. My stomach turned. Stolen daughter. Yes. And false son. Yes. The 2 phrases from Isadora's parlor seemed to rise between us, no longer clues but bodies. A daughter erased from inheritance. A son installed where power could be controlled. A marriage built to seal the lie. Lucien had refused and died for it. I sank slowly into the chair across from Federico. The archive room around us blurred at the edges. I saw white roses in Isadora's parlor. The careful way she had said women like us survive by making sure no one knows what we buried. She had not been speaking in metaphor. She had buried daughters, maybe not with her hands. Women like Isadora rarely needed to touch the shovel. Lucien was supposed to marry into the false line, I said. Federico nodded once. He discovered it. He went to your father. Your father confirmed the records had been altered. And then? Lucien refused the marriage publicly enough that Isadora could not quietly correct the problem. I looked at the file again. The word refusal felt too small. Lucien Morvane had stood in front of a machine built from law, blood, silence, and women's erased lives, and he had said no. A romantic, Isadora had called him. No, he had been inconvenient. What did the council do? I asked. Federico's mouth hardened. They redirected blame, a shipping dispute, a rival route, a dead air positioned as collateral damage in a business war. He opened another file. Witness statements, 3 names. All dead now if the notes in the margins meant what I thought they meant. 1 vanished, 1 drowned, 1 retired wealthy, then died of an apparent heart attack before he could be questioned again. Your revenge, I said softly. Federico did not look at me. It was aimed at the rival family. Yes. The word had no defense in it, only ash. For years? Yes, I should not have imagined it. I did anyway. Federico younger, grief-struck, crowned too soon by murder, fed a lie by people who knew exactly where to put the blade, then unleashed against the wrong enemy while Lucien's real killers sat at council tables and adjusted marriage contracts. How many died? I asked. His silence answered first. Then he said, enough, enough, a terrible word, a cemetery pretending to be a number. I expected to feel afraid of him. I did, but not only that, I felt the awful weight of what had been done to him too, not innocence. Federico was not innocent. He had chosen blood for blood, even if he had been handed the wrong knife, but grief looking for a face could be directed. That was the cruelty. Someone had used his love for Lucien and turned it into a weapon that protected the actual murderers. My father knew, I said. Federico's gaze moved to me. My father knew the rival family was innocent. Likely. The word stung. He let you punish them? Maybe he tried to stop it. Did he? Federico's eyes held mine. I do not know. The answer was worse because it was honest. My father's handwriting lay beneath my hand. His secrets surrounded us on every table. I wanted to defend him. I wanted to say Vittorio Cossentino would never let innocent blood spill to protect a ledger. But I could not know that. That was what secrecy did. It made love argue with evidence. I pressed my fingers to my brow. The week before he died, he burned letters in his study. Federico went still. I had not meant to say it, but once the memory rose, it would not sit back down. He thought I was asleep. I came downstairs because the whole house smelled like smoke. He had the fireplace burning in July. My throat tightened. He was standing there feeding pages into the flames one by one. What did he do when he saw you? He smiled. The word broke something small in me. I could see it so clearly. Vittorio turning from the fire with his reading glasses low on his nose, ash smudging one cuff, his face too calm. Ada, my darling, old men write too much and trust too little. Go back to bed. I had been annoyed, sleepy. I had not asked the right question. He made me memorize emergency routes that week, I continued. From the house, from the chapel, from the West Bank, from the registry hall. I thought he was being dramatic. Federico's voice lowered. He was preparing you. He was preparing me without telling me what I was running from. My eyes burned. I lowered my hand before he could see too much. Too late. He always saw. Lucien used to do that, Federico said. I looked up. His face had shifted again, not softer exactly. More exposed, in the way a locked door exposed a sliver of light beneath it. He tried to prepare me for power before I understood why. He would pull me into meetings I did not need to attend, make me listen to men lie, ask me afterward what they wanted that they had not said. That sounded like Federico. That sounded like how a man became the kind of person who saw a room fear a blacklisted woman and knew fear was more honest than disgust. He taught you to read silence, I said. Yes. Federico's mouth tightened faintly. I hated him for it sometimes. Why? Because he wanted me to be better than my instincts. The words landed quietly. I did not move. And were you? I asked. His eyes met mine. No. No excuse, no flinch, just the truth, ugly and standing upright. I should have pulled away from that honesty. Instead, I found myself leaning toward it. My father wanted me safe, I said. But he never understood that safety without truth feels like being locked in the dark by someone who claims to love you. Federico looked down at the file. Lucien wanted me less ruthless, he said. Then he died, and ruthlessness was the only thing that felt like loyalty. The room went silent, not because there was nothing left to say, because grief had filled every available space. Without thinking, I reached across the table. My hand stopped halfway. His eyes dropped to it. The cuts across my palm pulled beneath the bandage. The Morvane ring felt heavy against my bruised finger. I could still withdraw. I should have. I did not. I laid my hand on the table between us. An offering. Not forgiveness, not comfort exactly. Recognition. Federico stared at it for one long second. Then he placed his hand over mine, carefully. No demand, no closing around me like possession, just his palm covering my knuckles, warm and steady. It was such a small thing, absurdly small. A hand over a hand in a room full of murders. But my throat tightened as if he had touched something deeper than skin. Neither of us spoke. The fire cracked behind us. The dead waited. For a moment, grief recognized grief and did not ask what side it belonged to. Then the door opened. Federico's hand left mine. Fast. Not guilty. Weapon fast. His spine straightened before I even turned. Matteo Morvane entered as if he owned enough of the room to be offended by its silence. He was older than Federico by perhaps 25 years, but he carried himself with the polished ease of a man who had spent decades standing near power without having to bleed publicly for it. Silver touched his dark hair. His suit was charcoal, immaculate. His face had Federico's bone structure softened by age and social practice. Where Federico was a blade, Matteo was a letter opener. Still sharp, less honest about it. A private archive meeting before breakfast, Matteo said, looking from Federico to me. How industrious. Federico did not move. Why are you here? Matteo's brows lifted. No good morning? No concern for your uncle after you kept me waiting at the gates yesterday like a petitioner? The question stands. A wounded smile. Perfectly done. I came because Thomas tells me you spent the night tearing through Lucien's death files with your new wife. His gaze shifted to me for the first time. Not to my eyes, to the ring. Then my mouth. Then back to Federico. A deliberate delay before acknowledging me. Donna Morvane. I smiled without warmth. Donna Cossentino Morvane. His expression did not change, but his eyes sharpened. So Vittorio's daughter insists on keeping the old name visible. Names only bother men who know what they did to them. A flicker. There and gone. Federico's gaze moved to me briefly. Warning or approval. Hard to tell. Matteo walked farther into the room without being invited. Federico watched him. So did I. My seal appears in a Cossentino vault, Federico said. No preamble, no easing in. Matteo sighed softly, as if disappointed by the bluntness. You found an old impression and decided to build a conspiracy around it? I found your seal on an amended contract involving Lucien, Ada, and a transfer clause you never mentioned. Matteo's gaze cooled. I did not mention it because I did not know of it. Liar, Federico said. The room changed. Matteo's smile vanished. Not fully. Enough. You are tired, he said, and grieving. Be careful you do not let Vittorio Cossentino's rot poison what remains of your family. My body went still. Vittorio Cossentino's rot. Federico moved before I could. Not toward Matteo, just one step, enough to make the air dangerous. Say his name with respect in front of his daughter. For one reckless second, I could not breathe. Matteo's eyes shifted. Between us, he noticed. Men like him survived by noticing the exact moment strategy became personal. So it is true, Matteo said quietly. She has become more than a key. Federico's face closed. I felt the loss of his defense before it even vanished. The room grew colder. Matteo reached inside his jacket. Federico's hand moved toward his gun. Matteo paused, then slowly withdrew a folded packet of papers. No weapon, he said. Only what you should have asked me for before dragging your wife through old graves. He laid the packet on the table. I did not want to look. That was how I knew I had to. Federico opened it. His expression did not change as he read the first page, then the second, then the third. But the room knew I knew. Something had entered that should not be there. What is it? I asked. Federico did not answer. Matteo did. Records from the final weeks before Vittorio's death. With correspondence, access requests, a registry note bearing your signature. My signature? I stepped closer. Matteo's eyes finally met mine. Did you think your father kept you innocent of everything, child? I am not your child. No, you are a Cossentino. That may be worse. Federico's voice cut in. Enough. But he was still reading. That frightened me. I reached for the papers. Federico did not stop me. The first page was a copy of a vault access request. My name appeared at the bottom, Eda Cossentino. The signature looked like mine, almost exactly like mine. The date was 2 days before my father died. The request referenced the Morvane-Cossentino transfer clause. My stomach dropped. This is forged. Matteo tilted his head. Is it? Yes. You say that very quickly for a woman who claims not to have known the clause existed. Heat rushed to my face. Not shame. Rage. I know what I signed and what I did not. Do you? Grief can blur memory. So can ambition. Federico's eyes lifted at that. Not to Matteo, to me, only briefly. So brief another person might have missed it. I did not. The glance cut deeper than Raphael's public rejection, because Raphael had been a coward. Federico had been becoming something worse, someone whose doubt mattered. I stepped back from the table. You believe this? I did not say that. No. You just looked. His jaw tightened. Matteo's voice softened, poisonous. Federico, I raised you after Lucien died. I watched Cossentino records turn grief into leverage once before. Vittorio used Lucien's principles. Now his daughter stands in your house wearing your ring, opening vaults only she can access, claiming innocence every time a new document appears with her name attached. He paused. How many coincidences before caution becomes intelligence? I wanted to strike him. Not because the lie was clever, because it was aimed perfectly at Federico's wound, used by blood, delivered with concern. Federico folded the papers slowly. Leave us. Matteo's brows lifted. That is all? No, Federico said. That is all you will get before I decide how much of your body I need intact for answers. The room went silent. Matteo looked at him, then smiled faintly. There is my brother's son. Federico's expression did not move. Do not mistake restraint for inheritance. Matteo turned to leave. At the door, he stopped and looked back at me. Be careful, Donna Cossentino Morvane. Men who marry locks all forget they can be open from both sides. Then he was gone. The door closed. The room seemed to exhale poison. I turned to Federico. He had not moved. The packet rested beneath his hand. My false signature stared up from the top page. Say it, I said. His eyes lifted. Say what? That you know it is forged. Silence. Not long, but long enough. My chest went hollow. Ada. No. I held up one hand. Do not say my name like it softens the silence. I need to verify the records. I laughed. It came out sharp and broken. His expression hardened. Matteo did not bring those papers because he wanted truth. He brought them because he wanted reaction. And he got yours. My reaction is caution. Your reaction was doubt. His mouth closed. That was the first honest thing he had done since Matteo entered. The pain moved through me strangely. Not hot, cold. It spread from my chest outward until even my bruised fingers felt numb. I stood in front of the registry chamber while the whole underworld denied me based on papers I had never seen, I said. I listened to Isadora call my father a traitor, based on sealed findings I was not allowed to challenge. I watched Raphael dissolve a marriage intention because accusation was easier than courage. His eyes sharpened at Raphael's name, but I did not care. And now I stand in your house, after bleeding into my father's vault, after nearly losing a finger to keep your ring on my hand, after reading a letter that warned me not to mistake your use for protection, and you look at a forged page for 3 seconds and become another man deciding I might be guilty because paper made it convenient. Federico stepped toward me. I stepped back. He stopped instantly. That hurt too. The respect, the restraint, the fact that he could still do that while doubting me. You are standing inside every secret I need, he said. There it was. The cruel thing. Not shouted. Not thrown. Spoken like a truth he hated and chose anyway. My throat tightened. What? His face was controlled, but his eyes were not calm. You are in the transfer clause, in the vault locks, in Vittorio's letter, in Lucien's refusal, in the blacklist, in the activation, in every door that opens and every record that vanishes. His voice lowered. I cannot afford to trust a woman built into every secret I need. For 1 second I felt nothing. Absolutely nothing. Then the words arrived. Not at my ears, at the deepest wound the blacklist had made. A woman built into secrets. Not Ada, not wife, not person. Architecture, leverage, a key, a danger. I looked down at the ring on my hand. Federico saw. His expression changed. Ada. I touched the black stone with my thumb. The ring had been too big the first night, then resized. Perfect fit. Proof of claim. Protection. Door opener. Target. Witness. I slid it off. It took effort because my finger was still bruised. Pain flashed through my hand. I welcomed it. Federico went still. Do not. The words were quiet. But for the first time, I heard fear beneath them. Not fear for my safety. Fear of what the gesture meant. I placed the ring on the archive table between us. It landed with a soft, heavy sound, not loud enough for how much it broke. Then I looked at him. You claimed me in a room full of people who refused to speak my name. His jaw tightened. I did. You put that ring on my finger and made me visible. Yes. You opened doors with me. His eyes darkened. Yes. And now you look at me like I may have designed my own public destruction to lure you into marriage. I did not say that. You did not have to. Silence. His hands had closed at his sides. Not fists, almost. That restraint again. Always restraint. Always control. I wanted him to lose it. I wanted him to say something unforgivable enough that leaving the room would feel clean. Instead, he stood there looking at the ring as if I had placed his brother's bones on the table. I hated him for making me care that I had hurt him. I hated myself more. Stop calling me your wife, I said, my voice lower now. Until you remember I am a person first. His face changed, only for a second. But I saw it. The blow landed. Good. It should have. I turned before my own pain could soften me. Ada? No. I did not look back. If your first instinct is to investigate me, Don Federico, then investigate. You know where to find the woman you claimed when you decide whether she is still human enough to trust. I walked to the door. My hand shook when I opened it. I hated that too. Behind me, the ring remained on the table. Behind me, Federico said nothing. That silence followed me into the hallway like a second blacklist. And for the first time since he had stood at the ash table and spoken my name in front of everyone, I understood something far worse than public erasure. It was possible to be claimed by the most powerful man in the underworld and still feel yourself disappearing right in front of him. Chapter 7. I walked into the public registry chamber without Federico Morvane's ring on my finger, knowing the guards were legally allowed to drag a blacklisted woman out by the hair. That was the first thing my father had taught me about underworld law. It was never cruelty when written properly. It was procedure. The registry chamber stood beneath the east wing of the ash table, where the ceilings were lower, the windows narrower, and the marble older. This was not the room where dons performed power beneath chandeliers. This was where clerks made power permanent. A signature here could ruin a bloodline, a stamp here could dissolve a marriage, a missing page here could turn a daughter into no one. I entered wearing black, not mourning black, war black. The dress was simple, high-necked, long-sleeved, severe enough to make every pearl-wearing woman in Isadora's world look overdressed and underarmed. My father's old Cossentino pin sat at my throat, the raven and key, small but bright against the dark fabric. No Morvane ring, no Federico at my side. Only one Morvane guard behind me, a man named Enzo, the same guard who had hesitated to help me from the car the first night. He did not hesitate now. He followed 2 steps behind, silent and armed, not because Federico had ordered him to watch me. Because when I left the estate before dawn, Enzo had been the only man at the side entrance brave enough to ask, Donna, where are we going? Not where do you think you are going? Not Don Federico did not authorize this. Where are we going? So I let him come. The clerks looked up one by one as I crossed the black and white floor. Conversation died. Pens stopped moving. A woman behind the front desk froze with an open ledger beneath her hand. Her eyes dropped to my left hand, saw no Morvane ring, and sharpened. Good. Let them think I had come unclaimed. Let them show me exactly what law looked like when a woman stood alone. I need access to my blacklist file, I said. The clerk stared at me. She was older, narrow-faced, hair pinned so tightly it looked painful. Her nameplate read Marta Vell. She had probably recorded hundreds of women into marriages they had not chosen and blacklists they had not deserved, then gone home with clean hands because ink washed easier than blood. Blacklisted persons cannot request file access, she said. My father's voice rose in memory. Never argue emotion against law, Ada. Law does not care if you bleed. Make it bleed back. I placed both hands on the counter. Show me the statute. Marta blinked. I beg your pardon? The statute, I repeated. Show me where under full blacklist law a named subject is barred from viewing the decree used to deny shelter, employment, medical access, marriage recognition, inheritance, and petition rights. Her mouth tightened. You have no standing. I have standing by marriage. Her gaze dropped again to my bare hand. You are not wearing the Morvane ring. The law recognizes contract, not jewelry. The room went very still. Behind me, Enzo's hand shifted near his weapon, not drawing, waiting. Marta's eyes flicked to him, then back to me. The Morvane claim is under council review. No, I said. The blacklist is under council power. My marriage was recognized by priest, lawyers, witnesses, registry activation, and blood seal. If you would like to argue the difference, please call every clerk who certified the notice delivered to my wedding. Her face went pale. Not enough. Donna Morvane. Donna Cossentino Morvane, I corrected. And you will either grant access to my file or you will put your refusal in writing with your name, your seal, and the legal basis for denying a recognized wife the right to challenge a decree attached to her bloodline. A murmur moved through the room. Marta looked past me. I knew before I turned that more trouble had arrived. 4 council guards entered through the side arch. Not registry guards. Council. Their uniforms were darker, their gloves white, their faces empty with the kind of obedience men hid inside when they did ugly things and called it duty. The man at the front stopped several feet away. Ada Cossentino, he said. Not Donna. Not Morvane. The insult was deliberate. I smiled. How brave. You said my name without trembling. His jaw tightened. You are to leave this chamber immediately. On whose authority? The council mother. Isadora did not need to be present to press a knife against a room. I turned fully toward him. Then you may inform Council Mother Vare that Ada Cossentino Morvane formally challenges the legality of her blacklist under the spouse bloodline exception. Marta sucked in a sharp breath behind me. The guard's eyes narrowed. You do not have the authority. I do. No blacklisted woman may petition. No unclaimed blacklisted woman may petition. My voice carried now, and I let it. Every clerk, every guard, every waiting petitioner needed to hear this. A legally recognized spouse may challenge any decree attached to her bloodline if that decree obstructs inheritance, marriage, blood legitimacy, or house protection. The guard took one step closer. Enzo did too. I lifted a hand without looking back. Do not, I told him. He stopped, barely. The council guard looked almost amused. You came without your husband. I came with the law. Law did not save you the first time. No, I said. Men like you used it against me. I learned from the experience. His amusement died. Marta whispered behind me, Donna, the exception has not been invoked in over 40 years. Then your stamp must be rested. No one laughed. Good. I turned back to the counter and slid the petition form toward her myself. Record the challenge. Marta did not move. If you refuse, I said quietly, you falsify council procedure in a public chamber in front of witnesses, including a Morvane guard and 4 council officers who will have to testify that you denied a recognized spouse a hearing. Marta looked at the guards. The guards looked at each other. Cowards always needed company before choosing a sin. Then the far doors opened. This time no one needed to announce him. The room simply understood danger had entered. Federico Morvane walked into the registry chamber with 6 armed men behind him, and murder in the line of his shoulders. He wore black, as always. But he had not dressed for council. He had dressed in haste. No tie, coat unbuttoned, hair slightly damp from morning rain, his face carved into something so controlled it made the air harder to breathe. His eyes found me first, then my bare hand, then the petition beneath my palm. The muscle in his jaw flexed once. For one terrifying second I thought he would take over. Speak for me. End this in his voice before mine had finished echoing. Instead, Federico stopped. Not beside me, not in front of me, behind and slightly to my left. A Don's position. A husband's restraint. My pulse stumbled. I hated that it mattered. The council guard turned toward him. Don Federico, your wife is attempting to... My wife is speaking. The guard's mouth closed. Federico's gaze never left me. It was not soft. It was worse. Proud. Not the kind of pride that made a woman decorative. The kind that recognized a blade. I turned back to Marta. Stamp it. The clerk's hand shook as she took the petition. The stamp came down with a crack that echoed through the chamber. Filed, recorded, real. The sound moved through me like a door blowing open. A year of silence cracked under one stamp. Marta wrote the hearing notice with stiff fingers. Your challenge will be heard before the ash table in 3 days. 3 days. 3 days until I stood before the same room that had erased me and forced them to answer. I took the notice. Then I looked at the council guards. You may tell Isidora Vare I will wear black. The front guard's face hardened. Federico's voice came from behind me, low and lethal. You may also tell her that the next man she sends to remove my wife from a legal chamber will be returned to her in pieces fit for filing. The room stopped breathing. The guard bowed his head. He hated it. But he bowed. I walked out without looking back. Only when we reached the outer steps, only when rain touched my face and the registry doors closed behind us, did Federico speak. Get in the car. I turned to him. There were guards everywhere. His men, Enzo, 2 drivers, the morning street gray beneath wet stone and exhaust. Federico stood 3 feet away from me, fury banked so tightly it made him look almost calm. No, his eyes darkened. Ada, no, I said again. Not like that. Something dangerous flashed across us. You left the estate without protection. I left with Enzo. Enzo is not enough. Enzo wisely looked at the street. I stepped closer. I did not go there to be protected. You went into a public registry chamber where Isidora has clerks, guards, and laws waiting like knives, and I walked out with a stamped challenge. You could have been detained, but I was not. You could have been taken, but I was not. You could have been hurt. I already have been. The words cracked through the rain. Federico went silent. I had not meant to shout. Maybe I had. The last 24 hours rose in me all at once. The council laughter, Raphael's rejection, the wedding without my father, men trying to cut the ring from my hand, Matteo's forged papers, Federico's doubt, his ring lying on the archive table, like a heart neither of us knew what to do with. I have been hurt, I said, lower now, by them, by the blacklist, by my father's secrets, by Raphael's cowardice, by Isidora's little tea-table knives, by your uncle's lies, and yes, Federico, by you. His face did not move, but his eyes did. Get in the car, he said again. This time, not as command, as containment. He was holding himself together in public. So was I. I got in. We did not speak on the ride back. Silence sat between us like a loaded gun. When we reached the estate, I went straight to the archive room. Of course I did. It was the one place where pain could pretend to be work. Federico followed. The door closed behind him. No guards. No Tomas, no witnesses, just us and all the paper that had made us enemies, allies, husband and wife, almost something more than almost strangers. I turned on him before he could speak. You investigated me. His expression tightened. Yes. There it was. No denial. No evasion. One honest word with teeth. I laughed once, but there was no humor in it. At least you are consistent. Ada? No, let me have this. His mouth closed. You stood in front of the ash table and gave me your name. You put your ring on my hand. You took me into your house. You watched men try to cut that ring off my finger. I lifted my bare hand. And the moment Matteo walked in with ink that looked like mine, you looked at me like I might have staged my own destruction. His voice was rougher when he answered. I looked at you like a man whose brother was murdered through forged records and altered contracts. That is not better. I know. Do you? I stepped closer. Because you keep saying you know things, Federico, but knowing has not stopped you from hurting me with them. His jaw tightened. Good. I wanted it to hurt. I claimed you because I needed access, he said. Yes. I doubted you because every path to Lucien runs through your name. Yes. I investigated because if I am wrong again, more innocent blood will follow mine. I swallowed. The anger in me faltered. I hated that. He saw it and stepped closer. Not enough to touch, enough to make the room smaller. I did not know how to trust you and avenge him at the same time. That landed where I did not want it. Deep, quiet, human. My voice lowered. So you chose revenge. I chose fear. The admission stripped the air from the room. Federico Morvane did not say fear. Men like him made other people say it. Yet, there it was, standing between us without armor. I saw Matteo's papers, he said. I saw your name, your signature, the transfer clause, the timing before Vittorio died, and for 1 second I was not looking at you. I was looking at the moment I failed Lucien the first time. His eyes held mine. I put that failure on you. My throat burned. I looked away. The room blurred, but I refused tears. Not because he did not deserve to see them, because I was afraid if I started, I would never stop. You made your house feel like the council chamber, I said. His silence changed. Sharp intake, quiet wound. I know. No, I whispered. You do not. Not all of it. The blacklist was not only doors closing, it was the way people looked through me while deciding whether I was safe to acknowledge. It was being alive in rooms that practiced my absence. And when you hesitated, when you said you could not trust a woman built into every secret you needed, I felt myself disappear right in front of the only man who had made them see me. The last words fell too softly, too honestly. Federico went very still. Then he reached into his pocket. I knew what he held before I saw it. The ring. Black stone, gold crest, his name made metal. My breath caught despite myself. He placed it on the table between us. I kept it, he said. I know. I did not put it away. You wanted the key nearby. The words were meant to cut. They did. I saw it. Good. No, not good. My heart was a traitor, grieving the wound I had caused him after he had wounded me first. Federico looked at the ring, then at me. I wanted the choice nearby. I went still. What does that mean? It means I will not put it back on your hand because I need the vaults. His voice lowered. I will put it back only if you choose to wear it knowing exactly what I am and what I did. The room changed. The air grew too thin. Do not make this noble, I said. I am not noble. No, you are dangerous. Yes, you used me. Yes, you doubted me. Yes, you hurt me. Yes. And you think giving me the choice now fixes it? No. The answer came so fast I had nowhere to throw my anger. Federico stepped closer, eyes dark, voice stripped bare. I think it begins the part where I stop pretending protection can exist without trust. My pulse beat hard. The registry stamp still seemed to echo in my bones. 3 days. False heirs. Isadora. Matteo. Lucien. My father. The world trying to decide whether my name belonged in records or on a warning. And here was Federico, the man who had claimed me as a weapon, standing in front of me asking, without the word asking, for something much more dangerous than access. Belief. Not from him. From me. I picked up the ring. It was warm. He had carried it close to his body. That knowledge moved through me before I could stop it. I am not forgiving you tonight, I said. I know. I am not forgetting what you said. I do not want you to. If I wear this, it does not mean I belong to you. His eyes burned into mine. No. I slid the ring onto my finger. My hand shook only once. Federico saw. He did not touch me. That was the thing that broke the last of my restraint, not his hands. The absence of them. The way he let the choice remain mine even after I made it. I lifted my eyes. If you touch me tonight, I said, and my voice sounded unlike any version of me I knew, it will not be as proof. His whole body went still. I stepped closer. Not as leverage. Another step. Not as Vittorio's daughter. His breathing changed. Not as Lucien's unfinished contract. Ada, not as your wife on paper. His eyes dropped to my mouth, then rose again with visible effort. I stopped close enough that the front of my dress almost touched his shirt. As me. I whispered. Only me. For the first time since I had met him, Federico looked undone. Not uncontrolled. Never that. But the control had become something he was holding with both hands, and I could see the strain of it. You should be certain, he said. I laughed softly, painfully. Do not insult me by pretending I have been anything else today. His gaze moved over my face, the bruise fading at my cheek, the exhaustion under my eyes, the stubborn lift of my chin. The woman the underworld had tried to erase, standing in front of him, choosing the one thing everyone had used against her herself. I want you, I said, the truth terrifyingly quiet. I am angry with you. I do not fully trust you. I may not forgive you for a long time. My breath caught. But I want you to touch me like I am real. The last word cracked. Federico's face changed, not into softness, into something worse. Devotion before he had earned the right to call it that. He lifted his hand slowly, giving me every chance to step away. I did not. His fingers touched my jaw, lighter than a man like him should have known how to be. He tilted my face up, eyes searching mine with a restraint that made my chest ache. I see you, he said. 3 words, not beautiful enough for a vow, too dangerous to be comfort. I believed them anyway. Then he kissed me. Not like conquest, not like apology, not like a man taking what his name had already claimed. He kissed me like he knew one wrong move would turn the whole thing into another theft. His mouth met mine carefully at first, a question pressed against a wound. I froze for half a breath, not from refusal, but from the shock of being touched with such terrible attention. Then the heat moved through me, slow and dark, and I kissed him back. His restraint broke only in pieces, a hand at my waist, then his fingers spreading against my back, then a breath against my mouth that sounded more like pain than pleasure, quickly swallowed, because even now he would not let his hunger become something I had to carry. I gripped his shirt, not because I needed balance, because I needed proof he was there, real, warm, human beneath all that power. He backed me against the edge of the archive table, then stopped immediately when the wood touched me. His eyes opened, checking, always checking. I hated that it made me want him more. I am not fragile, I whispered. No, his thumb brushed the side of my face. But you have been handled by men who forgot you could break. My heart twisted. Then do not forget, I will not. This time when he kissed me, the softness did not disappear. It deepened into something heavier, slower, edged with all the things we were not saying because words had done enough damage for one night. The papers shifted beneath my hands. My father's records, Lucien's death, the false signatures, the underworld's crimes all around us. I pulled back just enough to breathe. Not here. Federico looked at the table, then back at me. His expression darkened with understanding. No, he took my hand, not my wrist. My hand, and led me out of the archive room. The hallway felt too bright, too silent, too aware. No servants appeared, no guards turned. Perhaps Federico had trained the house well enough to know when to vanish. We entered his rooms, not mine, his. Dark wood, low fire, a bed large enough to look lonely, shelves lined with books and war maps, a decanter untouched on a side table, heavy curtains drawn against the rain. This was not a bridal suite, not a seduction staged for comfort. It was the private room of a man who slept near weapons and trusted almost nothing. He released my hand just inside the door. The choice again. Always the choice now, because he knew what he had damaged. I looked at him. Do not become careful until you disappear. His eyes sharpened. You want honesty? Yes. I am afraid of wanting you too much. The words struck low and deep. I should have been afraid of that. I was, but I was also tired of being wanted only for the wrong reasons, and for the first time, Federico looked as afraid of his desire as I was of mine. Then want me like I am still free to say no. His answer was immediate. Always. That word carried me across the last space between us. What happened after did not feel like surrender. It felt like two people walking into fire while refusing to call it warmth. He kissed me until the anger in my body became something else. Not gone, never gone, but transformed into urgency, into breath, into my hands learning the shape of his shoulders, the hard line of restraint beneath his skin. He removed my pins one by one, not impatiently, not as if undressing me were a race. Each pin dropped into a small silver dish beside the bed, tiny clicks filling the room while my hair loosened over my shoulders. His fingers moved through at once, reverent and controlled, then stopped as if he had no right to enjoy even that without checking my face. I reached for his wrist, kept his hand there. The air left him slowly. He helped me out of the black dress with careful hands, pausing at every catch of fabric, every shift in my breathing. I did not feel displayed. I did not feel taken apart. I felt witnessed. There was a terrifying difference. When my fingers went to the buttons of his shirt, they trembled. Federico covered my hands with his. "We stop whenever you say." "I know. Do you?" I looked up at him. "Yes." Only then did he let me continue. The shirt opened beneath my hands, revealing warm skin, old scars, the living proof that power did not keep men unmarked. I touched one scar near his ribs, a pale line half hidden in shadow. His breath caught, not loudly, not theatrically. Just enough. "Lucien?" I asked softly. "No, after. After. After the murder, after the lie, after Federico became the weapon they needed him to be." I pressed my lips lightly near the scar, not because I forgave him, because grief had touched me in the archive room, and I recognized where it had lived in him. His hand settled at the back of my head, not holding me down, only holding on. The tenderness of that restraint nearly undid me. When we moved to the bed, he kept the light low and the pace slower than my racing heart wanted. Every touch asked, every answer I gave became bolder because he listened. There were no pretty lies between us, no declarations we had not earned, only breath, skin warmed by firelight, the weight of his body careful above mine, my hands gripping him when memory or fear came too close, his voice at my ear saying my name as if it was the only law he trusted. Ada. Not key. Not evidence. Not Cossentino archive. Ada. The night gathered around us, dark and quiet, while the world outside his door sharpened knives. Inside, he touched me like he was learning the difference between possession and devotion by the shape of my breath. I touched him like anger and wanting could live in the same body, and neither had to apologize. When the final distance between us vanished, he went still. Completely still. Eyes on mine. Waiting. That waiting broke me more than taking ever could have. I nodded. He lowered his forehead to mine, and the moment became something too deep for the word desire. It was a vow neither of us was ready to speak. It was war paused for one room, one bed, one fragile truth. He was careful, not cold. Careful the way a dangerous man becomes when he understands the woman beneath him has been treated too often like a thing men could decide around. I held his face between my hands and made him look at me when the emotion became too much. He did. He did not hide, neither did I. And when it was over, when the fire had burned lower and the rain had softened against the windows, Federico did not move away. He gathered me against him with the same restraint he had shown all night, as if aftercare was not something added after intimacy, but the proof that the intimacy had meant something human. He wrapped a blanket around my shoulders, checked my hand, pressed a clean cloth gently over one stitch that had opened, brought water to my lips. When I tried to take the glass myself, he let me. When my fingers shook, he steadied the bottom without making a show of it. I sat against the headboard, wrapped in his blanket, hair loose, ring on my hand, heart cracked open in a way I had not authorized. Federico knelt beside the bed and changed the bandage on my palm. The most dangerous Don alive on his knees in front of me, cleaning a wound he had not made but had helped reopen. "Do not look at me like that," he said. I had not realized I was. "Like what?" "Like you are trying to decide whether this changes anything." My throat tightened. "Does it?" His fingers paused around the gauze. Then he looked up. "It changes what I owe you." "That sounds very legal." "It is not." The honesty in his face made breathing harder. "I owe you truth before strategy," he said. "Defense before doubt, choice before protection." His voice roughened, and an apology every time I fail until I stop failing. I looked away before my eyes could betray me. "I am not easy to keep." His hand closed gently over mine. "No," he said, "you are not." I should have hated the answer. Instead, I felt something inside me settle. Not safe. Never that. But seen. A knock hit the outer door. Federico's entire body changed. The man beside my bed vanished into the dawn before he even stood. He pulled on his shirt, crossed the room, and opened the door only wide enough to take the envelope from Tomas. No one entered. No one saw me. That mattered too. Federico closed the door and broke the seal. His expression hardened with every line. "What?" I asked. He turned slowly. "The hearing is confirmed," he said. 3 days from now." I pulled the blanket tighter around myself. That we knew. "There is more." He brought me the paper, not hiding it, not summarizing, letting me read. The handwriting was not Isidora's. It was block letters. Ugly. Anonymous. "If Ada Cossentino speaks at the hearing, every false heir in the underworld will want her dead before sunrise." The words should have frightened me. They did. But fear was no longer the only thing inside me. I looked at Federico. He was watching my face, not the threat, waiting to see if I would break. I handed the paper back. "No," I said. His eyes narrowed slightly. "No? No more hiding. No more being moved around like a fragile thing. No more men deciding I should survive quietly." Federico's jaw tightened, but he did not argue. Good. I reached for my dress, but he caught the blanket before it slipped and tucked it back around my shoulders. Not to cover me from him, to keep me warm. The tenderness landed harder than the kiss had. "If every false heir wants me dead," I said, "then we expose them before they organize." A slow, dark approval moved through his face. "There she is." I lifted my chin. "Do not sound surprised." "I am not." "Good." He looked at the ring on my finger, then back at me. "Tomorrow we begin with Lucien's final bride, and tonight?" His gaze changed, not with hunger this time, with something quieter, earned. "Tonight," he said, "you sleep. I keep watch. And anyone who mistakes that for weakness learns how wrong they are." I should have told him I did not need a guard. I should have told him I could watch my own door. Instead, exhausted beyond pride, I lay back against his pillows while he sat in the chair beside the bed, one hand resting near his gun, the other close enough that if I reached through the dark, I would find him. I did not reach. Not at first. Then, just before sleep took me, my fingers moved across the sheets. Federico's hand met mine halfway. No words. No promises. Only warmth in the dark, and the knowledge that in 3 days I would stand before the underworld that erased me and make every false heir afraid of the name they had tried to bury. Chapter 8. By morning, the Morvane estate had learned how to erase me politely, not with locked doors, not with whispered insults, not with guards dragging me from a marble chamber while clerks pretended the law had clean hands. No, this was quieter. A breakfast tray left outside my door instead of brought in. A hallway falling silent when I turned the corner. A footman lowering his eyes too fast. A maid pausing with fresh linens as if she had forgotten which room she served, then remembering with terror that it was mine. The blacklist had followed me through Federico Morvane's gates. It had taken off its council robes, put on house livery, and learned to bow. I stood in the doorway of the bedroom I had not slept in last night, staring down at the tray on the floor. Coffee, toast, fresh pears, one white rose in a small crystal vase. A white rose again. This time, the thorns were still attached. I almost laughed. Instead, I bent, picked up the flower, and pressed my thumb lightly against one thorn until it bit. A bead of blood rose, small, bright, honest. "Donna?" Mina stood 10 feet down the corridor, both hands wrapped around a stack of folded towels. Her face was pale. Her eyes went from the rose, to my bleeding thumb, to the door behind me. She looked afraid. Not of me, of being seen near me. That was worse. "Did you leave this outside my door?" I asked. Her throat moved. "No, Donna." "Who did?" "I do not know." A lie. Not a vicious one. A survival lie. The kind people told when they were trying to keep their employment, their fingers, their children, their place inside a dangerous house. I set the rose back on the tray. "Mina." Her eyes lifted. "When you lie badly, it insults both of us." Her face crumpled for half a second before she forced it still. "The housekeeper said trays should be left until the morning briefings are complete. The housekeeper said I should be served like a contagion. No, too quick. No, Donna," she said, "everyone must be careful." Careful. The word had teeth now. Careful was what men called cowardice when they needed it, dressed for dinner. I stepped into the hall. Mina stepped back. One little movement. Barely anything. Still, it hit me harder than Raphael's public rejection because Mina had touched my coat. Mina had seen Federico defend my name. Mina had placed pins in my hair before a marriage everyone feared. Mina had begun to look at me like a woman instead of a curse. Now, she looked at me like proximity might cost her. Of me? I asked quietly. Or of being seen near me? She had no answer. I nodded once. That is what I thought. I walked past her before she could apologize. Apologies were easy when the damage had already made itself comfortable. The estate was awake in the wrong way, not busy, braced. Men moved through the lower halls carrying sealed envelopes, weapons, and expressions sharpened by bad news. The storm had cleared, but the sky beyond the windows remained colorless, a flat gray that pressed against the glass like ash. At the foot of the stairs, 2 guards stopped speaking when they saw me. One of them had stood outside Federico's door last night. He knew where I had slept. He knew whose room I had left before dawn, with my hair pinned hastily and my ring back on my finger. His gaze dropped to that ring now, then away. I understood before anyone told me. The threats had started. The false heirs had heard I was going to speak, and suddenly every person inside this fortress was calculating how close they could stand to me without being burned when the world struck back. In the main hall, Thomas was speaking with the housekeeper, a severe woman named Karina, who wore black keys at her waist and disapproval as naturally as breathing. When she saw me, she bowed. Perfectly. Too perfectly. Donna Cossentino Morvane. At least someone remembers the whole name. Her mouth tightened. Thomas looked pained. Good. Let him be pained. Pain meant he understood enough to be ashamed. Why was my breakfast left on the floor? I asked. Karina did not blink. For your privacy, Donna. My privacy eats from trays now? The house is under heightened security. I was unaware coffee was a security threat. Thomas cleared his throat. Donna, several communications arrived before dawn. Some targeted the household staff directly. They were warned that any servant who aids you before the hearing may be marked by hostile families. There it was. Not disgust. Fear, always fear. I looked at Karina. And you decided the safest path was to let me feel the change without explaining it? Her eyes flicked to Federico's study doors at the end of the hall. Closed. Men's voices behind them. A war room where my name was almost certainly being weighed like a loaded gun. Don Federico has been occupied, she said. Something inside me cooled. Tomas stepped forward. He gave orders that you were not to be disturbed after last night. After last night. His eyes did not mean to say too much. They did anyway. My body remembered Federico's hands in my hair, his voice saying my name like law, the warm blanket around my shoulders afterward, his fingers meeting mine in the dark. A dangerous memory to carry into a morning like this. A cruel one. Because the house had changed while I slept under his protection. The world had sharpened itself outside his door, and no one had thought to wake the woman everyone wanted dead. I turned toward the study. Tomas moved subtly, not blocking me, almost. Donna, if he is discussing whether I should breathe, I would like to attend. Don Federico is in council with his advisors. Then he can practice having a wife in front of them. I walked past him. No one stopped me. That was another kind of answer. The study doors were heavy, dark, and built to keep secrets obedient. I opened them without knocking. Every man inside turned. Federico stood at the head of the long table, one hand braced on a map of the underworld territories, the other holding a letter with a broken red seal. His face was carved into that familiar, terrifying calm. Matteo's forged packet lay near his elbow. Several advisors stood around the table, men I had seen in passing but not yet been introduced to properly. Enzo was near the wall. He looked relieved to see me. That was how I knew it was bad. Federico's eyes found me. For 1 second, the room changed. Not enough for the others to notice. Enough for me. His gaze moved over my face, my hands, the ring, the dress I had not changed from since dawn. Something like regret flickered, then vanished beneath the dawn. Ada, he said. Not Donna, not wife. Ada. The name almost softened me. Almost. I hear I am dangerous to serve breakfast to now. A muscle tightened in his jaw. One advisor, a thin man with silver-rimmed glasses and a council lawyer's posture, cleared his throat. Donna, the staff has been placed under protective protocol. I looked at him. Do I know you? He blinked. Alaric Voss, legal counsel to House Morvane. Then Alaric Voss, explain why protective protocol feels exactly like being blacklisted with better furniture. No one spoke. Federico's eyes darkened. Alaric recovered first. Several families have sent formal warnings. Some have threatened retaliation against any household personnel who assist in your testimony. And some, another advisor added, broader, older, with scarred hands and no patience in his face, have offered compromise. Federico's head turned slowly. The man had courage, or stupidity. He continued anyway. Don Federico, she should know. The Ruvani family offered 2 ports and a blood alliance if the marriage is quietly annulled before the hearing. My breath stopped. Annulled. The word slid through the room and found last night's warmth with obscene precision. Federico's voice went low. Choose your next words carefully, Soren. Soren did not back down. I am not advising betrayal, I am advising strategy. If the records expose false heirs across 6 or 7 houses, the underworld fractures. Trade routes break, marriages collapse, men with private armies find out their sons may not be sons, and their daughters may have been stolen from inheritance. We are not discussing one woman's blacklist, we are discussing civil war. One woman, my blood heated. Federico moved before I could speak. Do not reduce my wife to arithmetic. My heart hit once hard. Then Alaric placed a hand on the table, pale and cautious. No one questions your authority, Don Federico. But Matteo's documents have spread. The room changed. So did Federico. Not visibly to them. Maybe to me. Yes, his stillness became edged with old fear. I stared at the forged packet near his hand. You did not tell me they leaked. Federico's eyes met mine. I was going to. When? After breakfast on the floor? The words hit. I saw it. Good. Not good. I did not know anymore. Alaric continued, unaware or too ambitious to stop. The forged access request bearing Donna Cossentino Morvane's signature raises concerns that hostile families will use against us. Until we can fully disprove it, I recommend limiting her independent access to vault material and restricting unsupervised movement before the hearing. The study went silent. I looked at Federico, waited. This was easy. It should have been easy. He had promised. Truth before strategy. Defense before doubt. Choice before protection. He had said it with my bandaged hand in his, after touching me like I mattered beyond what I unlocked. So I waited. 1 second, only one. But 1 second can become a lifetime when it repeats an old wound. Federico hesitated. Not long, not enough for the men in the room to understand what had happened. But I understood. My body understood before my mind did. The ash table chamber returned in a flash, the way everyone had looked through me. The servant who would not write my name. Raphael stepping away, Isadora reading my social death like scripture, and now Federico's house had done what the council did. It paused before deciding whether I was safe to stand beside. Federico's voice cut through the room, a heartbeat too late. No one restricts my wife. The words were strong. The damage was stronger. Alaric lowered his head. Soren looked away. Enzo closed his eyes for a fraction of a second. Federico saw my face. Whatever remained of his fury shifted into something worse. Understanding. Too late. I stepped back. Ada. The way he said my name almost undid me. I hated him for that too. I need air. He moved around the table. I turned and walked out before he reached me. This time, no one followed. Not immediately. I went to my room, not because I wanted it, but because it was the only door in the house I could close without asking permission. My room still smelled like the coffee on the floor. I hated that smell now. I pulled a small bag from the wardrobe and began packing without thinking. Not gowns, not jewels, not anything Morvane. A plain black dress, my father's fountain pen, the Cossentino pin, a folded copy of Vittorio's final letter I had made while Federico slept in the chair. My hands moved quickly. Too quickly, because if they stopped, I would have to feel. The door opened. Federico entered. No knock this time. Then he stopped when he saw the bag. His face went still. You are leaving. Not a question. I am going to the Cossentino chapel. No. I looked up slowly. The word should have made me angry. It did, but beneath the anger was such a deep tiredness that my voice came out calm. Do not start this chapter of our marriage with commands. His jaw flexed. It is not safe. Nothing is safe. You are being hunted. I was being hunted when I slept in your bed. The words hit the room. His eyes darkened, but not with desire. Pain. Good. Let him feel the shape of what he had broken. I did not hesitate because I believe them, he said. I laughed softly. No, that would almost be cleaner. His gaze sharpened. I turned back to the bag. You hesitated because the room was a minefield, because every man at that table had a reason to fear me, because protecting me without qualification costs you more now than it did at the ash table when I was only a humiliated woman and you needed a door opened. That is not true. I looked at him. Isn't it? He stepped closer. I straightened. He stopped. The distance between us had become a language. Last night it had been invitation. This morning, warning. I was calculating consequences, he said. There it is. Ada, you were calculating while I was standing there waiting to see if my husband remembered I was human before his advisors finished turning me into risk. His face changed. The title landed. Husband, not Don, not Federico. Husband. The word we had not fully earned but had touched in the dark. He looked at my bag, then back at me. I am trying to keep you alive. No, I said. You are trying to keep control of the room. He went silent. That was the second worst answer. The first had been the hesitation. I picked up my bag. Federico crossed the room in 2 strides and stopped in front of me. Not touching. Blocking. That was enough. Move. No. My pulse beat hard. Federico. You leave angry. You make mistakes. I stayed trusting and made worse ones. His flinch was almost invisible. Almost. The air between us filled with last night. The way he had waited for my yes, the way he had wrapped the blanket around me afterward, the way his hand had found mine in the dark. My body remembered him before my heart could defend itself. I hated that most of all. He saw it. His voice lowered. Do not walk out while you are hurt. What should I do? Stay until hurt becomes strategy too? He reached for me. Slowly, not grabbing, but his hand lifted toward my arm, and every part of me wanted to let him touch me, because my body was foolish and lonely and had learned his hands could be careful. I stepped back. His hand stopped in the air. The almost touch hurt more than if he had taken my arm. Desire was still there. That was the cruelty. It had not died because trust had been wounded. It stood between us, breathing hard, asking for a door neither of us could open without bleeding. His eyes dropped to my mouth. Mine dropped to his hand. For 1 second, last night tried to repeat itself. No. I shut the door inside me before it could. The council blacklisted me with paper, I said. His gaze snapped back to mine. My voice shook once, then steadied. You blacklisted me with silence. Federico went pale beneath the skin, not visibly to anyone else. To me, yes, because I knew the man now. Not enough. Too much. The words reached him deeper than any scream would have. Ada. No. My throat burned. You do not get to say my name like you are calling me back from somewhere you helped send me. He said nothing. Maybe because there was no defense. Maybe because he understood that one wrong word would become another wound. I moved around him. This time he let me. That almost broke me too. Enzo was waiting near the side entrance. Not ordered. Waiting. His eyes moved from my bag to my face. Donna? The old Cossentino chapel, I said. He nodded once. No questions. Federico appeared at the top of the side hall behind me. I felt him before I saw him. The whole house seemed to hold its breath. He did not call out. He did not command me back. He only watched me leave. That should have felt like victory. It felt like walking away from a fire while still cold. The old Cossentino chapel stood outside the city, half hidden behind overgrown cypress and a rusted iron gate that should have been locked. It was not. Another bad sign. Enzo noticed too. He drew his gun before I reached the gate. Stay behind me. This time, I listened. Not because I was weak, because bravery and stupidity were sisters, not twins. The chapel was small, abandoned since my mother's funeral. My father had kept it maintained in secret, as he kept everything. The windows were stained glass darkened by dust. The altar was cracked. Dried leaves had blown in under the door and gathered in corners like old letters no one wanted to read. I stepped inside and memory hit me with such force I had to grip the back of a pew. My mother's coffin, my father's hand on my shoulder, the smell of lilies, the sound of my own childish silence because grief had been too large for my body. Enzo checked the corners. Clear. No, nothing was clear in a place like this. I walked to the altar. Behind it, the wall held a carved Cossentino raven with a key in its beak. I had seen it 100 times as a child and never looked closely. Now I saw the missing detail. The raven's eye was not stone, it was a lock. My father's fountain pen trembled in my hand as I removed it from my bag. The gold nib fit into the tiny opening like it had been made for it. The stone clicked. A hidden compartment opened behind the altar. Inside was a narrow black case. My breath caught. The final archive key, I whispered. Enzo turned. A candle went out. Then another. We had not lit them. My blood froze. Donna, Enzo said, voice low. Shadows moved near the confession booth. Then from the side door. Then behind us. Too many. Enzo fired first. The sound shattered the chapel. A man dropped. Another came at him from the left. Enzo shoved me behind the altar and took the attack hard, shoulders slamming into the stone wall. I grabbed the black case, but a hand closed around my wrist from behind. Not Enzo. I twisted, driving my elbow back. The man grunted but did not release me. Another grabbed my bag. The fountain pen fell, skittering across the floor. No! I lunged for it. A slap cracked across my face. The world blurred. Enzo shouted my name, not Donna, not wife, my name, and then a sickening blow cut him off. He hit the floor near the first pew. Blood spread beneath his shoulder. Rage burned through the fear. I drove my knee into the man holding me and tore free enough to reach the altar. The black case was still there. My fingers closed around it. Then the chapel doors opened. All movement stopped. Isadora Vare entered, wearing pale gray, her hair smooth, her hands gloved, her face calm enough to make the violence look vulgar for occurring near her. The men holding me lowered their eyes. Enzo tried to rise. One of them kicked him down. "Do not touch him," I screamed. Isadora looked at me the way women looked at hysterical daughters in public, with pity sharpened into shame. "Always so much fire," she said. "Vittorio should have taught you how quickly fire attracts men who bring water." I clutched the black case against my chest. "If you kill him, Federico will burn everything you own." "My dear," she said, stepping closer, "Federico is already burning. We are merely deciding what survives the smoke." One of her men reached for the case. I held tighter. Isadora sighed, a grandmother disappointed by manners. Then she touched my face. Her glove was cool against the cheek, still aching from the chapel fight. I recoiled. Her fingers followed anyway, gentle as poison. "Your father hid the truth inside you, child." "I am not a child." "No," she said softly. "You are a doorman, keep trying to open with the wrong key." Her gaze dropped to the Morvane ring. For the first time, anger flickered through her composure. Real anger. Not because I wore Federico's name. Not because I still wore the key she had tried to cut away. She nodded to the men. They seized my arms. I fought. I kicked one in the shin hard enough to make him curse. I bit another hand when it came near my mouth. I twisted so violently the black case nearly slipped, but someone wrenched it from me and handed it to Isadora. Enzo dragged himself across the floor, leaving blood behind. "Donna?" His voice broke. I looked at him. "I am sorry," I whispered. Then cloth pressed over my mouth, bitter, chemical. I held my breath. Too late. The chapel tilted. Isadora's face blurred, then sharpened, then blurred again. She leaned close enough that only I could hear. "Let us see how much of you we must break to retrieve it." The last thing I saw before the darkness took me was my father's fountain pen lying beneath the altar, its gold nib stained with blood pointing toward the door like an accusation. And my last thought was not of fear. It was of Federico standing in that hallway, letting me leave because he finally understood choice. God help us both. He had given me mine, and Isadora Vare had been waiting on the other side of it. Chapter 9. I woke to Isadora Vare's voice reading my confession aloud. Not asking, not threatening, reading, as if my guilt had already been written into law, and all that remained was for my hand to make the lie respectable. The room around me swam slowly into shape. Stone walls, high arched ceiling, candles burning in iron stands, no windows, a long table with silver ink pots, legal ribbons, and 3 copies of a document stacked neatly beside a council seal. My wrists were bound to the arms of a carved wooden chair, not tightly enough to cut. Isadora had always preferred cruelty that could pass inspection. My head throbbed. My mouth tasted bitter from whatever they had used in the chapel. One cheek burned. My shoulder ached where I had fought the men who took me. My left hand felt swollen around Federico's ring. Still there. Thank God. God and me. I had kept it again. Isadora stood beside the table in pale gray, her gloves spotless, her hair smooth, her posture elegant enough to make the room look less like a prison and more like a private legal chamber that had taken a wrong turn into hell. 2 council clerks sat at the far end, eyes lowered. Witnesses, then. Not for truth, for procedure. Several armed men stood along the wall. One of them held the black case from the Cossentino chapel, the final archive key, my father's final trap, my last mistake. Isadora turned a page. Statement of Ada Cossentino Morvane, she read, her voice calm and beautifully dead. Daughter of Vittorio Cossentino, wife under disputed recognition to Federico Morvane, hereby confessing that the Cossentino blood archive contains forged entries, unauthorized modifications, and politically motivated fabrications created by Vittorio Cossentino to destabilize recognized houses. My stomach twisted. No, my voice came out rough. Isadora paused as if she had only just noticed I was awake. How lovely. You returned to us before the ink dried. I pulled against the bindings. The chair did not move. Where is Enzo? The guard. She looked faintly bored. Alive when we left him. The room tilted again. Alive when we left him. That was not mercy. That was unfinished information designed to keep a wound open. If he dies, I whispered, Federico will. Burn the world? Yes, yes. Isadora set the papers down and came toward me. Men like Federico always promise fire. They rarely notice what the smoke makes easier to hide. You are afraid of him? I am afraid of what grief makes him useful for. That stopped me, because it was too close to the truth we had already uncovered. Federico's grief had been aimed at the wrong family for years. His revenge had protected the real killers. The thought hit harder while I was tied to a chair beneath Isadora's candles, waiting for another lie to wear my signature. She saw the strike land. Federico is most dangerous when wounded, she said softly, but dangerous and wise have never been the same word. I lifted my chin despite the ache in my neck. Then you should have left me in his house. Her smile thinned. You left his house yourself. The words cut cleaner than I expected. Yes, I had. I had walked out with hurt in my throat and fury in my hands. Federico had let me go because he finally understood choice, and Isadora had used that choice against us both. No, not against us, against me. I would not hand her the satisfaction of making my freedom feel like foolishness. I walked out because your poison reached his walls. No, she said. I merely revealed what was already inside them. I hated her. Not in the hot way. In the cold, bone-deep way that made a person understand why vengeance was older than law. She returned to the table and lifted a pen. You are going to sign. No. The answer left me before fear could put on language. Isadora sighed. Please do not perform bravery for clerks. It embarrasses everyone. I said no. You have not heard the benefits. I know the cost. Her eyes sharpened. Good. Let her know I was awake now. Let her know the drug had not taken the part of me my father raised in locked rooms and old churches. She lifted the top page and began summarizing, as if discussing a dowry dispute instead of the murder of truth. This statement declares your father's records unreliable. It withdraws your challenge before the ash table. It invalidates the Morvane-Cossentino activation on grounds of contaminated archive evidence. It confirms your marriage was entered under false pretenses. It restores the blacklist temporarily until formal review. You forgot the part where it lets every false heir keep breathing. A clerk flinched. Isadora looked at him. He went still. Then she looked back at me. Careful, Ada. One day you may learn that truth, spoken without strategy, is only noise. One day you may learn silence is not strategy. Sometimes it is just fear with good posture. One of the guards shifted. Isadora crossed the room so quickly her skirt barely moved. Her hand struck my face. Not hard enough to break skin, hard enough to turn my head. The pain flashed bright. For 1 second, all I heard was blood rushing in my ears. Then I laughed. Small. Ugly. Real. Isadora's eyes narrowed. There she is, I whispered, tasting blood at the corner of my mouth. Her expression smoothed again, but too late. I had seen the fury. She leaned close. You think Federico will come for you because of last night? My whole body went still. I despised myself for reacting. She smiled. Not wide. Not vulgar. Just enough. I told you, men like him occupy. You mistake possession for devotion because he touched your wounds carefully afterward. Heat rose beneath my skin. Not shame, violation. She had spies close enough to know I had been in his room. Close enough to know there had been a before and after. Not details. She did not need details. The underworld did not require truth when implication could do damage. He will come, I said. Of course he will. Isadora straightened. But will he come for you or for the key you found? For his brother's murderer? For the chance to undo the shame of hunting the wrong enemy? She tilted her head. If the choice is you or revenge, Ada, do you truly know which man he has become? The question found the old wound. Federico in the study, the hesitation, his silence turning his own house into another blacklist, his confession. I did not know how to trust you and avenge him at the same time. I closed my eyes for half a breath, then opened them. Yes. Isadora's smile faded. I did not know if the answer was faith or defiance. Maybe both. Maybe neither. Maybe I was tired of letting other people define the worst parts of the people I loved before I had decided whether love was even the right word. But I knew this much. Federico Morvane had failed me. He had hurt me. He had used me first and doubted me after. And he had also stopped at every no. He had asked before touching what other men grabbed. He had let me walk out when command would have been easier. He had met my hand in the dark without trapping it. A man could be damaged without being empty. Isadora did not understand that because she had mistaken control for survival too long to recognize anything else. You do not know him as well as you think, I said. Her face hardened. Sign. No. She nodded to one of the guards. He lifted the black case and placed it on the table. My breath caught. The final archive key. Isadora opened the case. Inside, nestled in black velvet, lay not a key in the ordinary sense, but a thin gold cylinder marked with Cossentino script and a tiny raven's eye at one end. My father's fountain pen had opened the chapel compartment. This opened something deeper, something my bloodline had hidden under church stone. Isadora lifted it carefully. Your father was clever, she said. Too clever. He built redundancies into every seal, blood, marriage, witness, memory, even grief. She looked at me, but he made one mistake. My fingers curled against the chair arms. He believed you would break only for truth. I stared at her. She set the cylinder beside the confession. I believe you will break for Federico. A distant sound trembled through the stone. Not loud, a low, dull impact. One guard turned toward the door. Isadora did not, but I saw her eyes shift. Another impact. Closer. The clerks looked up. My heart began to pound. Isadora lifted the pen and placed it on the confession. You can still sign before he arrives. The third impact was not distant. It was the outer door exploding open. The sanctuary erupted. Gunfire cracked through the hall beyond. Men shouted. Boots hit stone. One of Isadora's guards reached for me, and before his hand touched my shoulder, a bullet punched through his chest from behind. He fell sideways. The clerk screamed and ducked under the table. Another guard grabbed the black case. The door to the chamber blew inward. Federico Morvane entered through smoke, dust, and splintered wood like wrath had finally found a body. He was not calm, not this time. His face was cold, yes, but there was nothing distant in it, nothing polished, nothing held for council manners. This was not the king of the ash table arriving to negotiate. This was the man beneath the crown, and every part of him had chosen destruction. His men flooded in behind him. Fast. Precise. Morvane's soldiers cut through the room with terrifying efficiency. One took down the guard with the black case. Another disarmed the man near the clerks. A third moved between Isadora and the only side exit. Federico's eyes found me. Not the key. Not the papers. Me. His gaze moved over my face, the blood at my mouth, my bound wrists, the ring still on my finger. Something inside him broke quietly. He crossed the room. Isadora stepped in his path. Don Federico, this is a council sanctuary. Federico did not stop. Move. You have no authority here. He looked at her, then the room went colder. I stopped caring about your authority when your men put hands on my wife. Isadora lifted her chin. Your wife was taken after leaving your protection by choice. You cannot burn council law because you failed to keep her obedient. A shot of pain moved across Federico's face. There and gone. She had aimed well. He moved better. One of his men pulled Isadora aside before she could speak again. Not roughly, not gently, efficiently. She looked more offended by the lack of drama than by the restraint itself. Federico reached me and dropped to one knee, not caring who saw. Not caring that council clerks, soldiers, enemies, and Isadora herself witnessed the most feared Don alive kneeling on a stone floor in front of a bound woman. He did not ask if I had signed. He did not ask where the key was. He did not ask what Isadora had taken. He cupped my face with one hand, careful of the bruise. Where are you hurt? That was what undid me. Not rescue, not violence, not the sight of him cutting through Isadora's sanctuary like a storm. That question, because in that moment he chose the woman before the evidence. My throat closed. Enzo, I whispered, his eyes tightened. Alive, in surgery. He told me where you went before he lost consciousness. A broken breath left me. Good. Federico's hand moved to the bindings. He cut one wrist free, then the other. The rope fell away, and pain rushed back into my hands in sharp prickles. He took both wrists gently, checking the skin. I almost cried. I did not. Not here. Not while Isadora watched. Federico saw the fight in me. His voice lowered. You can fall apart later. A faint, cracked laugh escaped me. Is that an order? No. His thumb brushed once over my pulse. A promise that there will be a later. He helped me stand. My knees shook. His arm went around my waist, but he did not lift me. He let me find my feet. Another difference. Another apology without words. Across the room, Isadora's voice cut through chaos. If you leave, with her before formal custody transfer, the council will mark this as abduction. Federico turned with me still beside him. No, he said. You will mark it as witness recovery from an illegal detention. Isadora laughed softly. And who will testify? Federico looked toward the clerks, trembling beneath the table. They will. Both clerks went pale. Isadora's face sharpened. They are council clerks. They are living clerks, Federico replied. A temporary condition if they lie. The nearest clerk whimpered. I almost smiled. Federico's arm tightened slightly around me. Then the side doors opened. Matteo Morvane stepped in. For 1 second, the room suspended itself around him. He looked composed, too composed, as if he had expected to arrive before the ending, but not before the blood. Federico, he said, think carefully. Federico's body changed beside mine. Uncle. The word had no warmth left in it. Matteo's gaze touched me, then flicked to Isadora, then to the black case now in Morvane hands. You are committing open war in a council sanctuary. And you are standing inside the room where my wife was taken using an order marked with your seal. Matteo's expression did not change, but Isadora's did. Just slightly. There it was, the thread between them. Federico saw it too. He lifted one hand. A guard stepped forward with a leather folder and opened it. Inside were copied transport orders, registry authorizations, and a blacklist enforcement document. Federico's voice carried through the chamber. Matteo Morvane signed the original enforcement order restricting Ada Cossentino's marriage rights. The room went silent. My pulse stopped. Matteo's gaze hardened. That document was procedural. Federico took the page from his guard. Lucien's refusal file was amended under your seal. The transfer clause was hidden under your seal. Ada's blacklist enforcement was accelerated under your seal. Her capture route today was cleared under your seal. Matteo's face tightened. Finally, the mask cracked. Do not speak of things you do not understand. Federico stepped forward, but his arm remained steady around me. Then explain them. Matteo looked at him. For a moment, something almost like grief crossed his face. Or maybe I only wanted grief there because betrayal without feeling was too ugly to accept. I protected the family, Matteo said. Federico's voice went deadly soft. Lucien was family. Matteo flinched. A small movement. Enough, everyone saw. Even Isadora. Especially Isadora. Federico's expression changed, not with surprise, with confirmation. Take him. Morvane's soldiers moved. Matteo stepped back, one hand half lifting. You would choose her over blood? Federico looked at me. Not long. Long enough to make the room understand. No, he said. I choose the truth over the men who murdered my brother and tried to bury my wife inside the same lie. Matteo's face twisted. You always were Lucien's weakness. No, Federico said. I was the weapon you pointed away from yourself. The soldiers took Matteo. He did not fight. That made it worse. Isadora watched in silence, but her eyes were no longer calm. Federico turned to the clerks. Record this. Ada Cossentino Morvane was unlawfully detained, coerced, and presented with a confession designed to invalidate her lawful challenge. She did not sign. The clerks scrambled for pens. I found my voice. And record that Isadora Vare ordered it. The room froze. Federico looked at me. I stood straighter, though pain moved through every part of me. Isadora's eyes narrowed. You cannot prove that. I smiled. My split lip hurt. I can testify. You are compromised. I am blacklisted, kidnapped, drugged, threatened, and still more credible than a woman who needed ropes to get my signature. One of the clerks wrote faster. Federico's gaze burned against the side of my face. Not warning. Awe. I did not look at him. If I did, I might fall. And I had not survived Isadora Vare's chair to collapse before my sentence entered the record. Only when the clerks finished did Federico lead me out. He did not carry me until the hallway. Then my legs gave. He caught me before I hit the floor. This time I let him lift me, not because I could not walk, because I was tired of proving strength to rooms that had mistaken it for permission to hurt me. His arms closed around me with terrible care. I have you, he said. I rested my forehead against his shoulder. You had me before. His breath stopped. I did not mean to say it, but once it was out, I did not take it back. His voice came low, rough. I know. The ride back to the estate blurred. Federico kept me against him in the back of the car, his coat wrapped around my shoulders, one hand holding mine where the ropes had marked my wrists. He gave orders into the phone in a voice so controlled I understood men were going to disappear before nightfall. Council safe houses raided, clerks secured. Vare accounts frozen. Matteo placed under Morvane guard. Enzo's surgeon updated every 15 minutes. And through all of it, Federico's thumb stayed against my pulse as if he needed proof I was still alive. When we reached the estate, servants lined the entrance hall, not because they had been ordered to stare, because the house had heard. A kidnapped wife returned, a dawn covered in council dust, a war brought home. Federico carried me through the hall. Karina, the housekeeper, dropped her eyes. Mina covered her mouth with one trembling hand. I looked at them all from Federico's arms and saw the shame move through the household like a candle being lit in a crypt. Good. Let them see what polite erasure had helped invite. Federico did not take me to my room. He took me to his. I noticed. So did everyone. Inside, he set me down on the edge of his bed, as if I were breakable only because the world had worked hard enough to bruise me. A doctor came. This time, before the man touched me, Federico said nothing. The doctor looked at me first. May I examine you, Donna? Federico heard it. His eyes closed briefly. A lesson learned too late, but learned. Yes, I said. The doctor cleaned my split lip, checked my pupils, wrapped my wrists, examined the bruises, and gave me something for pain that would not cloud my mind. I refused anything stronger. Federico did not argue. Another lesson. When the doctor left, the room became quiet. Firelight moved across the walls. Rain had returned, soft against the windows. I sat wrapped in Federico's coat, feeling too awake and too far away from my own body. He stood near the fireplace, still in the clothes he had worn into the sanctuary. His sleeves were marked with dust and someone else's blood. A cut ran across his knuckles. He had not tended it. Of course not. Come here, I said. His head lifted. It was the first command I had given him. Really given him. He obeyed. Slowly. As if he feared approaching too fast would make me remember ropes. He stopped in front of me. I reached for his hand. The cut across his knuckles was shallow but angry. You are bleeding. It is nothing. I looked up at him, the echo of the car days ago. My words. His correction. Most dangerous words in any room. Something moved across his face. Pain. Memory. Regret. He sat beside me. I cleaned his hand with the supplies the doctor had left. My fingers shook once. He noticed, but he did not take over. He let me do it. When I finished, I did not release him. For a while neither of us spoke. Then Federico said, "I failed you." The words landed quietly, no excuse behind them, no strategy, no because. I swallowed. Yes. His eyes lowered. I let my house become another council hall. Yes. I made hesitation feel like accusation. My throat tightened. Yes. He looked at me then. The man who had stormed a sanctuary and exposed his uncle in front of council witnesses looked almost helpless in the face of one wounded woman telling the truth. "I am sorry," he said. "Not like a Don, like a man. I am sorry for claiming you before I knew how to honor what I claimed. I am sorry for using your name as a door. I am sorry for doubting you because Matteo knew where my grief still lived. I am sorry that you walked out of my house feeling erased when I had sworn no blacklist would cross my gates." My eyes burned. I looked down at his bandaged hand in mine. "I cannot make that apology small enough to accept tonight," I whispered. "I know, and I cannot pretend the rescue fixed it. I am not asking you to." "What are you asking?" His answer took time. Good. I did not want another fast truth shaped like a blade. Finally, he said, "For the chance to earn back the parts of you I made retreat. That broke something. Not all of it." Enough. A tear slid down my cheek before I could stop it. Federico saw. He did not wipe it away. He waited. I reached for his hand and brought it to my face myself. Only then did his thumb brush the tear from my skin. The restraint undid me. I leaned forward. He froze. "Stay," I whispered. His breath left him slowly. "I will." I lifted my face. He did not kiss me right away. He looked at me as if asking every question a man like him had once believed he could command past. I answered by touching my mouth to his. Softly, painfully. My lip hurt. He pulled back immediately. "Your mouth. I know. We do not have to." "I know that too." His eyes searched mine. "I do not want to be alone in my body tonight," I said, "but I need you to remember I'm still in it. Not the fear, not the ropes, not what Isadora said. Me." Federico's face changed. The room shifted. This was not the same heat as Chapter 7's anger burning into choice. This was quieter, more dangerous in another way. A wound asking not to be worshipped, not to be ignored, but held honestly. He stood and drew the curtains tighter. Then he returned to me and knelt, again, not to perform, to meet me where I sat. "I remember," he said. I believed him. Not forever, not completely. But enough for tonight. He helped me remove the coat from my shoulders, then stopped, waited. I nodded. His hands moved with such care that grief rose behind my ribs. Not desire first, not even comfort first. Trust, fragile, bruised, furious trust. He undressed me slowly, avoiding every sore place, every bruise, every mark from rope and fingers. When he saw the darkening print near my upper arm, his jaw clenched so hard I touched his face. "Do not leave me to go kill someone in your head." His eyes snapped to mine. "I am here. Stay here." He closed his eyes once. When he opened them, the rage was still there, but behind glass. For me. Controlled for me. I removed his shirt with careful hands, touching the cut on his knuckles, the old scar near his ribs, the warm skin beneath all that ruthless black clothing. He let me see him tired. Let me see the way his control shook when I kissed the place over his heart. Not because the kiss was seductive, because it was gentle. And maybe gentleness was the one violence life had not prepared him to survive. When we lay together, he kept one hand in mine until I placed it where I wanted him. The fire burned low. The storm softened. He kissed my forehead, my temple, the unbruised side of my cheek. When his mouth found mine, it was careful, tasting around pain rather than taking from it. I cried once, not loudly, not because he hurt me, because my body remembered fear while my heart tried to accept safety, and the two did not know how to share the same breath. Federico stopped instantly. "I am here," I whispered before he could pull away. "I'm still here." His forehead pressed to mine. "I know." "No." I gripped his shoulders. "I need you to know." His eyes held mine in the dark. "I know, Ada." The way he said my name grounded me. Not key, not witness, not wife on paper. Ada. The intimacy that followed was not an escape from what happened. It moved through it carefully. Every touch asked whether I was still with him. Every breath answered. When my hands tightened, he slowed. When I drew him closer, he came. When memory made my body stiffen, he stopped until I found him again. There was heat, yes, deep, aching, alive. But more than that, there was repair. Not complete, not clean, not enough to erase the wound, enough to begin. When the world narrowed to him and me, I did not feel claimed. I felt chosen, and I chose back. Afterward, he did not let silence become distance. He wrapped me in warm linen, brought water, held the glass while I drank, then let me take it when my fingers steadied. He checked my wrists again, touched the bandages like apology, then kissed the air just above them without pressing his mouth to skin that still remembered rope. That tenderness nearly broke me more than the passion had. I lay against his chest while he sat propped against the headboard, one arm around me, his other hand covering mine where the ring rested. "I have to tell you something," I whispered. His body tightened. "What?" "Isadora said she thought I would break for you." His hand stilled. "She thought wrong." I looked up at him. No, my voice was tired but clear. "She was close. That is what scared me." His face changed. "I do not want to be the thing they used to break you," he said. "You already were." The truth hit him hard. I felt it in his chest beneath my hand. "But tonight," I said, "you were also the person who came for me first. Not the key, not the confession, not the records. Me." His throat moved. "Yes. Do not make me regret believing that." "I won't." "Do not promise fast." He closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them, there was no easy vow in his face, only a man looking at the cost of becoming worthy after failing badly. "I will prove it slowly," he said. That was better. I let my head rest against him again. For a while there was only rain, fire, and the sound of his heartbeat beneath my ear. Then I noticed the seam in my black dress. The one I had worn when Isadora's men took me from the chapel. It lay across a chair near the hearth, torn at the inner lining where one of the guards had grabbed it. Something white peeked from the tear. I went still. Federico felt it immediately. "What is it? My dress." He followed my gaze. I sat up, the blanket wrapped around me, and reached for it. Federico moved to help, then stopped himself and handed it to me instead. The tear was small, near the inner waist seam. Not new stitching. Old. Hidden. My fingers slipped inside the lining and found folded paper. Thin. Waxed. Protected. My heart began to pound. Federico sat beside me, silent. I unfolded it carefully. My father's handwriting stared back. Not to Federico this time, to me. "My Ada, if they made the whole world hate you, then the truth is ready." The room disappeared. For one long moment I was a girl again, standing outside my father's study with smoke in the hall and questions I had not known how to ask. Federico's hand covered mine, not taking the letter, holding me steady while I held it. I read the line again. "The whole world hates you. Then the truth is ready." My father had known. He had known the blacklist might come. He had known I would be hated. He had hidden his final words in the dress I wore when the underworld erased me. My eyes lifted to Federico's. The softness of the room vanished beneath the weight of what came next. Tomorrow, the final hearing would not just be a challenge, it would be an execution. For the blacklist, for Matteo, for Isadora, for every false heir who had built a life over a stolen daughter's grave. I held my father's letter against my chest, and this time when fear came for me, I did not feel alone. I felt dangerous. Chapter 10. The underworld came to watch me disappear again. They arrived before noon in black cars and sealed with guards at their backs, lawyers at their elbows, wives glittering beside them, sons standing too tall, daughters standing too quietly, and every old family pretending this was only a hearing. It was not. It was an execution. The only question was whose name would be buried when the ash table finished speaking. I stood in the antechamber outside the council hall wearing black silk, my father's raven and key pin at my throat, Federico's ring on my hand, and Vittorio Cossentino's final letter folded against my heart beneath the lining of my bodice. The same dress Isadora had dragged me in, repaired, pressed, worn again on purpose. A woman should choose which scars become armor. Federico stood beside me, silent and terrifying in a black suit that made every guard in the corridor look underdressed for violence. His men lined the walls. Enzo stood among them, pale and bandaged but alive, one arm in a sling and a gun at his hip like stubbornness had dragged him out of surgery. When I saw him, my throat tightened. "You should be in bed," I told him. He inclined his head. "So should half the people you are about to ruin, Donna." A laugh slipped out of me before I could stop it. Small, brief, necessary. Federico looked at me then, not with surprise, not with fear, with something quiet and deep that had become more dangerous to me than all his darkness. Belief. He believed I would walk into that room and survive what waited there. Not because he would shield me from it, because he had finally seen I was not made to be carried around my own war. A clerk approached the chamber doors, face pale, hands locked around a ledger. "The ash table is ready." Federico's hand moved near mine, not taking it, waiting. I looked down at the space between our fingers. Once he had put his ring on me in front of a room to make me visible. Now he waited for me to choose whether I wanted his hand before facing that same room. I took it. His fingers closed around mine. Warm, steady, no pressure, no ownership. A promise without performance. "Ready?" he asked, I said. His eyes softened only slightly. "Good." I glanced up. "Good? Only fools feel ready to tell the truth in a room built to punish it." The chamber doors opened. We walked in together. The ash table looked exactly as it had the night they blacklisted me. Same black marble floors, same high-backed ruling seats, same chandeliers throwing cold light over expensive cruelty, same families arranged like witnesses at a hanging. But I was not the same woman. That was the first thing they noticed. I saw it move through them as I crossed the floor, a whisper here, a lowered gaze there. Celia Bellant with her pearls touching her throat, Raphael Orsini standing behind his father, pale enough to look already haunted. Marta Vell, the registry clerk, seated near the legal bench with a stack of stamped copies in front of her. Two council clerks from Isidora's sanctuary sat under Morvane guard, their faces gray. Matteo Morvane had been brought in chains. Not iron at his wrists for spectacle. Discreet black restraints beneath his cuffs, because Federico understood humiliation better than theater. Matteo stood on the right side of the chamber with two guards behind him, his face composed, his eyes burning with hatred. He had finally stopped dressing as concern. Isidora Vere sat at the center of the ash table in silver collar, silver gown, white hair smooth, hands folded, no visible fear. But when her gaze dropped to my ring, then to the repaired seam of my black dress, I saw the truth. She knew. Not everything. Enough. Federico stopped beside the witness mark in the center of the floor. I took one step forward, alone. The room felt it. Good. Isidora lifted one hand. "This hearing concerns the challenge filed by Ada Cossentino Morvane regarding blacklist decree number." "No," said. The chamber froze. Isidora's eyes narrowed. I looked up at her. "This hearing concerns the illegal blacklist system created and enforced through the Office of Blood Legitimacy to erase heirs, alter marriages, protect false sons, bury stolen daughters, and conceal multiple murders, including Lucien Morvane's and Vittorio Cossentino's." Silence. Not shocked silence. Terrified silence. That was how I knew I had hit the correct vein. Isidora's voice sharpened. "You will confine yourself to the matter filed." "I filed the matter," I said. "I will define it." A murmur broke out. Federico did not move, but the chamber remembered he was there. The murmur died. I unfolded the first document. Not my father's letter. Not yet. A public blade before the private one. "This is the blacklist decree read against me in this room. It denied me shelter, employment, protection, medical access, inheritance activation, petition rights, and marriage recognition." I held it up. You all heard it. Some of you laughed. No one moved. I looked at Raphael. He looked down. Coward. Still. This decree was not punishment for betrayal. It was containment. Its purpose was to prevent any recognized house from marrying me and activating the Cossentino archive. Isidora leaned forward. Speculation. I turned to Marta Vell. Clerk Vell. Marta's face drained. "Stand," I said. She did. She darely. "Read the spouse bloodline exception." Marta looked toward Isidora. Federico's voice entered the room like a blade laid flat on silk. "Read." Marta opened the ledger. Her voice shook. "A legally recognized spouse may challenge any decree obstructing inheritance, blood legitimacy, marriage protection, or house access when said decree prevents activation of sealed familial records." I smiled without warmth. "Thank you." Marta sat quickly. I turned back to the ash table. My marriage to Federico Morvane activated a sealed Cossentino file within minutes. Men attacked me the same day to remove his ring from my hand. Isidora Vare claimed they acted from their own terror, but the transport order used during my later abduction carried council authorization through her office. One of Federico's men placed copies before the ruling seats. The paper moved from hand to hand. Isidora did not touch hers. I continued. This is the order used to detain me illegally in a private sanctuary and coerce a confession invalidating my father's archive. The two sanctuary clerks trembled in their seats. Stand, I told them. They obeyed faster than Marta had. Were you present when I was bound to a chair and ordered to sign a confession? The first clerk swallowed. Yes, Donna. Was the confession voluntary? No. Isidora's face did not move. Who presented it? The clerk's eyes filled with terror. His gaze darted to Isidora. I did not soften. Men had called me dangerous for surviving. Let him experience danger as truth. Who presented it? I repeated. Council Mother Vare. The chamber erupted. Isidora slammed one hand onto the table. Enough. No, Federico said. One word. The room stopped. He had not spoken for me. He had held the floor while I spoke for myself. That difference mattered so deeply I could not look at him. Not yet. I unfolded the second set of documents. The Cossentino archive reveals a pattern across 9 houses. Another murmur. This one uglier. I named them. Slowly. House Rouvan. House Damaris. House Bellant. House Orsini. 4 more. Then the Vare branch line. Men stiffened. Women went pale. Sons looked at fathers. Daughters looked at floors. Female heirs were recorded as stillborn, illegitimate, disqualified, or transferred into lesser households. Male children, some illegitimate and some not blood heirs at all, were elevated into inheritance positions through altered marriage records. A woman near the 3rd row made a small broken sound. I knew her name from the archive. Leora Bellant, recorded as a second daughter. Actually born first, stolen from succession, before she learned how to read. I looked at her. She looked back. For 1 second, one woman's erased life recognized another. This system enriched the families that controlled the marriage ledgers, I said. It also gave Isidora Vare power over every heir who owed his legitimacy to her silence. Isidora rose. You accuse without lawful certification. I held up another paper. Certified by Vittorio Cossentino, keeper of the blood archives. Your father was under suspicion, because you placed him there. I unfolded the final archive keys transcript. Before his death, my father encoded a master index. It lists every altered bloodline, every amended contract, every sealed correction, every child erased, and every official who approved the change. The room had stopped breathing. I looked at Matteo, including Matteo Morvane. His face hardened. Federico stepped forward now, not to take over, to stand beside the part of the truth that belonged to his dead brother. Lucien Morvane discovered the false heir system when he refused marriage to Callista Vare Damaris, Federico said. He learned the Damaris male heir had been placed over a stolen daughter to secure council control. He brought his findings to Vittorio Cossentino. His voice remained steady, but I knew him now. I knew what it cost to speak Lucien's name in that room. 3 days later, Lucien was dead. Matteo laughed once. A terrible choice. Everyone looked at him. You have no proof I killed him, Matteo said. Federico turned slowly. No, he said. You were too careful to hold the gun. Then he lifted a document. But you signed the route correction, placing Lucien on the road where the ambush waited. You signed the witness certification afterward. You signed the amendment burying his refusal file. And you signed Ada Cossentino's blacklist enforcement order after Vittorio began preparing the final release. Matteo's composure cracked. The family had to survive. The chamber went silent. There it was. Not denial. Justification. Federico's face looked carved from grief. Lucien was family. Matteo's eyes flashed. Lucien would have destroyed us for a dead girl's inheritance and a principal. A stolen daughter, I said. He looked at me. For the first time, Matteo Morvane let me see his real hatred. Not because I was useful, not because I was dangerous, because I had made him say the ugly part aloud. One girl, he spat. One altered line, one marriage. That was how it began. Then Lucien kept digging. Vittorio kept recording. They were going to collapse half the underworld over women who had already been placed where they belonged. A sound moved through the chamber. Not outrage, recognition. Some men agreed with him. Some women knew it. Federico moved so fast, Matteo barely had time to breathe. He stopped inches from his uncle. Not touching. Not yet. If you were not needed alive for sentencing, Federico said softly, I would let every daughter you buried choose what piece of you spoke last. Matteo went pale. Isadora's voice cut through the room. Enough of this theater. I turned back to her. No, we have not reached your part. Her eyes met mine. At last, the mask was thin enough for rage to show beneath it. I took my father's letter from beneath my bodice. The paper was warm from my body. My hands shook once, then steadied. My father left this hidden in my dress, the dress I wore when your decree erased me, the dress your men tore when they abducted me. I unfolded it. The chamber watched. My voice did not break. My Ada, if they made the whole world hate you, then the truth is ready. A rustle moved through the room. I kept reading. I am sorry I hid the shape of the war from you. I told myself ignorance would give you a childhood, then a life, then perhaps a marriage not made of weapons. I was a coward in the way fathers become cowards when they love daughters in worlds that punish them. My throat tightened. Federico's hand brushed mine under the line of sight. Not taking the letter. Just there. I continued. Lucien Morvane discovered what I should have exposed years earlier. He died because he refused to marry into a false bloodline and lend Morvane legitimacy to a lie. Matteo Morvane aided in the concealment. Isidora Vare ordered the corrections that protected the false heirs. Isidora stood very still. If I die before I speak, release the index through Ada's marriage seal. If Ada is blacklisted, the blacklist itself proves the archive is true. They will only make the whole world hate her if they cannot afford to let one honest man marry her. My voice faltered then, not from fear, from my father, from the love and betrayal folded together in his ink. I read the final line. Forgive me only if you wish to, my daughter, but do not let them bury you to keep my silence comfortable. The room blurred. I folded the letter, slowly, carefully. Then I looked at Isidora. You ordered my father's death. No, she said. The denial was immediate. Too immediate. One of the sanctuary clerks stood suddenly. Everyone turned. He was shaking so badly the bench rattled against his knees. I copied the correction order, he said. Isidora's head snapped toward him. His face crumpled, but he kept speaking. Vittorio Cossentino's protection status was revoked 2 days before his death. Council Mother Vare authorized the revocation. Matteo Morvane countersigned. Isidora's voice dropped. Sit down. He did not. I was told it was procedural. Federico's men moved before Isidora's guards could. The clerk was surrounded, protected, alive. The second clerk rose too, crying now. There were sealed death permissions, not named, but marked by archive risk category. Lucien Morvane, Vittorio Cossentino, Ada Cossentino if marriage activation occurred. The chamber exploded. Federico turned toward Isidora. For 1 second, I saw what he wanted, not justice. Blood. His whole body became the weapon Matteo had once pointed at the wrong enemy. I stepped in front of him. Not because Isidora deserved saving, because Federico deserved not to give her the last piece of his control. He stopped, barely. His eyes lowered to mine. I shook my head once. Not here, I whispered. His breathing was rough. His gaze burned over my face. Then, slowly, his hand lowered from the gun beneath his coat. The room saw. So did Isidora. And I knew that frightened her more than the weapon, because Federico Morvane had just chosen me over revenge in front of everyone. The ash table had no choice after that, not because they were honorable, because too much evidence sat in too many hands, witnessed by too many families now questioning which sons were real, which daughters had been stolen, which marriages were lies, which fortunes were built on erased girls. The ruling came in pieces. Matteo Morvane was stripped of Morvane protection, detained for blood trial, and removed from succession history. Isidora Vare was suspended from the office of blood legitimacy, placed under armed confinement, and stripped of council authority pending full tribunal. Every blacklist under her office was frozen. Every altered bloodline file was ordered reopened. Every house named in the index was placed under audit. And me, Ada Cossentino Morvane, blacklisted bride, daughter of Vittorio, wife of Federico. The woman they had tried to erase. My blacklist was declared unlawful. Void from its first signature. Not lifted, void, as if it never had the right to exist. The words hit me harder than I expected. I gripped the witness stand. Federico moved beside me, but did not touch until I looked at him. When I nodded, his hand covered mine. The room saw that too. Let them. When the chamber emptied, it did not empty loudly. People left as if the floor might remember where they had stood. Raphael Orsini tried to approach me near the doors. Federico's men shifted. I lifted one hand, they stopped. Raphael looked older than he had a week ago, cowardice aged poorly. Ada, he said. I waited. He swallowed. I am sorry. Such small words. So late. For not believing me? I asked. His eyes lowered. For not standing beside you. I studied him. Once that apology might have mattered. Once I might have needed it to prove I had been worth defending. Now it felt like receiving a flower from a man after the funeral had ended. You did stand beside me, I said. His eyes lifted, hopeful. I smiled faintly. You stepped away. Everyone saw. His face drained. I walked past him. That chapter was over. Federico and I returned to the Morvane estate at sunset. No convoy could have been large enough for what had changed. The house was waiting. Servants lined the entrance hall, but this time their silence felt different. Not fear pretending to be respect. Shame. Karina stood at the front. Herfina cried openly. Tomas bowed his head. Donna Cossentino Morvane, Karina said, voice trembling. The household failed you. Yes, I said. No softening. No rescuing her from the truth. She flinched. I looked at the servants who had left trays on floors, lowered eyes, practiced absence, and thought obedience would absolve them. You were afraid, I said. I understand fear, but understanding it does not make it harmless. Several eyes filled. Good. Let guilt become a teacher. I will not punish the staff for being afraid, I continued. But if anyone in this house ever treats another woman like danger because powerful people told you to, you will leave before dinner. Karina bowed lower. Yes, Donna. Federico stood beside me, saying nothing, letting my authority enter his house in my voice. That mattered more than any public declaration. Only when we reached his study did I understand why he had been so quiet. On his desk lay 2 documents. One thick, one thin. The thick one was a marriage contract. New. Unsigned, the thin one was an annulment. My breath caught. Federico closed the door behind us, not locking it, never locking me in. I stared at the papers. What is this? His voice was low. Freedom. Something painful moved through my chest. I looked at him. He stood near the door like a man deliberately keeping distance from something he wanted too badly. The first marriage was strategy, he said. Legal protection. Archive access. War. You chose pieces of it, but not all of it freely. Not with the blacklist at your back and survival closing every other door. I could not speak. He crossed to the desk and picked up the annulment. The council has already certified this. If you sign it, the marriage ends immediately. You keep Morvane protection for 1 year under my public oath, whether you stay or leave. Your Cossentino assets are restored. Your name is clear. Your father's archive remains under your control. My hands went cold. And the other document? His eyes met mine. A new marriage contract. My heart beat once hard. Terms? Yours? I stepped closer. He did not move. The contract recognizes Ada Cossentino as keeper of the restored archive, equal access to all records opened by our union, independent legal authority, separate assets, no obedience clause, no confinement clause, no forced heir clause, no transfer of Cossentino holdings to House Morvane. My throat tightened. And you? His mouth curved faintly, but there was sadness in it. I get a wife if she decides I am worth marrying without a knife at her back. The room blurred. I hated him for making me want to cry after a day when I had refused to break in front of the whole underworld. You would let me go? His expression changed. The truth cost him. Yes. Even now? Especially now. My fingers touched the annulment. The paper was smooth. Clean. A door. For so long, freedom had been theoretical. A word men used while deciding what cage had the better lock. Now it sat beneath my hand. Signed by counsel. Waiting for my name. Federico placed a pen beside it, my father's fountain pen, cleaned, repaired, the gold nib polished. My breath caught. How did you? Enzo found it in the chapel. I picked it up. For a moment, I felt my father's hand over mine, teaching me how to write letters properly, telling me ink should never be wasted on weak words. Federico stood silently, waiting. I signed the annulment first, at a Cossentino. The moment the ink dried, something in me loosened. Not because I wanted to leave, because now I could. I looked at Federico. His face was unreadable to anyone else, not to me. He was braced for the loss and refusing to make it my burden. I picked up the new marriage contract. Read the first line. A voluntary union between Ada Vittoria Cossentino and Federico Dante Morvane, entered without blacklist, coercion, debt, survival threat, or archive condition. My eyes stung. You included your middle name. His gaze sharpened slightly. You learned it from the transfer clause. I thought you should have it without a knife attached. A laugh broke out of me. Half sob, half joy. He looked undone by the sound. I signed, Ada Vittoria Cossentino. Then I held the pen out to him. His hand shook, only once. Then Federico signed beneath me. Federico Dante Morvane. No priest, no ash table, no guards, no hostile witnesses, just us, a repaired pen and a choice no one else owned. He looked at my signature as if it were the first honest thing the underworld had ever given him. I stepped closer. This does not mean you are forgiven for everything. I know. It does not mean I become easy. I would not know what to do with easy. It does not mean I stop being Cossentino. His eyes warmed. No. It means I learn how to stand beside one. My heart opened so suddenly it hurt. I touched his face. The most dangerous Don alive closed his eyes like my hand was mercy he did not deserve, but would spend his life earning. You came for me first, I whispered. His eyes opened. I will always come for you first now. Do not promise fast. A faint, aching smile touched his mouth. I will prove it slowly. That was the vow. Not perfect, not polished, better. I kissed him in the quiet study where he had once doubted me, where I had once removed his ring, where now my name sat twice on paper because I had chosen freedom first and love second. When he held me, he did not hold like an owner. He held like a man grateful to be allowed near the woman he had almost lost by mistaking protection for trust. Outside, the underworld began tearing itself apart over false sons, stolen daughters, reopened ledgers, broken bloodlines, and women whose names were finally being spoken again. Inside, I rested my forehead against Federico's chest and listened to his heart. Steady, real, mine if I wanted it, and I did. Not because he had claimed me in front of everyone. Not because his name protected me, not because I needed a king to make me visible. I chose Federico Morvane because he had learned the difference between standing in front of me and standing beside me. And I chose myself first. That was why the underworld would never erase me again. I had entered their chamber as the blacklisted bride. I left it as the queen they could not bury. And in the end, I was not just the Don's wife. I was the woman Federico Morvane had to earn. Epilogue. 1 year after the underworld tried to erase me, they built a chair for me at the ash table. Not offered. Built. There was a difference. An offered chair could be taken back by the same hands that had extended it. A built chair changed the shape of the room. It meant space had been cut, carved, polished, and surrendered. It meant someone had looked at the old order and admitted, however bitterly, that it could no longer stand without making room for what it had tried to bury. My chair was black walnut, carved with 2 crests, the Cossentino raven. Between them, a key. No crown. I had refused the crown. Crowns made men sentimental and women decorative. Keys opened things, and I had become very good at opening things people preferred sealed. I stood at the edge of the council chamber with my hand resting lightly on the back of that chair, listening to 12 ruling families argue over the new inheritance statute, as if I had not already decided the outcome 3 weeks ago. Federico stood across the chamber near the high windows, dressed in black as always, silent as a blade in its sheath. The difference was that now, everyone knew the blade would not swing unless I asked it to. That made them nervous. Good. Nervous men read documents more carefully. Donna Cossentino Morvane, Don Ruvaning said, forcing my full title through his teeth like it had thorns. The proposed statute destabilizes generations of recognized succession. I turned toward him. He had aged poorly this year. Many men had. It turned out false legitimacy required a great deal of moisturizer, money, and prayer to maintain under scrutiny. No, I said. It destabilizes theft. A murmur moved through the chamber. I let it. Silence was overrated. The underworld had used silence to bury women, alter daughters, protect cowards, and call stolen inheritance tradition. I had learned to appreciate the sound of discomfort. Don Ruvani's mouth tightened. You speak as if every correction is simple. I speak as if every correction is necessary. Families will split. They already split, I said. You simply force the broken pieces to eat dinner together and call it bloodline unity. A woman near the third row lowered her head quickly. Leora Bellant. Now legally restored as firstborn heir of House Bellant after 28 years of being told she was second, lesser, fortunate to be allowed anything at all. Her father had fought it. Then the archive produced the original birth ledger. Then the midwife testified. Then 2 sealed payments appeared. Then Leora stood before her family in a black dress and said, I do not want revenge. I want the chair you stole before I could walk. She had it now. Watching her sit in it for the first time had healed something in me I had not known was still bleeding. Don Ruvane looked toward Federico. Of course, men like him still searched for the nearest man when a woman became inconvenient. Don Federico, he said, surely you see the risk of allowing every disputed daughter to reopen old wounds. Federico did not move from the window, his eyes lifted slowly. I see the risk of calling stolen lives wounds merely because the thieves have begun to bleed. The chamber went quiet. My mouth almost smiled. Almost. Federico's gaze found mine across the room. A year ago, that look would have held possession, calculation, and hunger fighting behind a wall of control. Now it held something steadier. Not softer. Federico would never be soft in public. But he had learned to let his devotion stand without making it a cage. It was there in the way he waited for my voice before lending his. There in the way he never called the archive ours, unless I did first. There in the way every servant in the Morvane estate had learned that my coffee did not go on the floor, my doors did not lock from the outside, my name was spoken whole, and fear was never again an acceptable excuse for cruelty. I looked away first because the room was watching. Also, because even after a year, he could still make my pulse forget we were surrounded by men who would rather swallow glass than admit I frightened them. I lifted the statute. Article 7 will remain. Every daughter removed through altered birth order, illegitimacy fraud, stillbirth falsification, marriage manipulation, or archive suppression has the right to petition for restoration. Every petition will be reviewed by the Cossentino Archive Court. Every family will comply with record production within 30 days. Don Ruvane's face reddened. And if we refuse, I smiled, then House Morvane enforces compliance. Federico's men did not move. They did not have to. That was the beauty of earned fear. It did not need theatrics. The vote passed, narrowly, bitterly, permanently. When the final seal struck the document, I felt it in my chest. Not triumph, something heavier, peace with teeth. For 1 year, I had worked inside the system that tried to destroy me, cutting into its foundations with my father's records, Lucien's evidence, the sanctuary clerk's testimony, and the final archive index. The illegal blacklist system had been dismantled piece by piece. Every file created under Isadora Vere's office was reopened. Every marriage contract tied to blood fraud was examined. Every woman erased by ledger had the right to stand before the restored court and demand her name back. Not all won. Truth was not a fairy tale. Some records were too damaged. Some witnesses were dead. Some families had buried their crimes under decades of money and bone. But not all doors had to open for the world to change. Enough had opened. Enough women had walked through. That was how a system began to fear the sound of keys. After the ruling, the chamber emptied slowly. No one rushed away from me anymore. That was new, too. Some bowed, some avoided my eyes, some approached with careful respect, some still hated me. I did not mind hatred when it had lost the power to starve me. As the last family representatives left, I turned toward my chair and brushed my fingers over the carved raven. My father would have understood the craftsmanship. He would have run his thumb along the grain, nodded once, and pretended he was not proud, because old archivists believed emotion should be indexed privately. The thought no longer cut as deeply as it once had. Grief had not left me. It had learned where to sit. A door opened behind the council dais. 2 guards escorted Isidora Weyer into the chamber. She wore gray, not silver, never silver now. Her hair remained smooth, her spine straight, her face composed. Prison had not made her small. Women like Isidora did not shrink simply because walls changed around them. But her jewelry was gone, her council collar removed, her hands bare of rings. Power could be stripped quietly. That was why it terrified people. Federico moved from the window. I lifted one hand. He stopped. Isidora saw. A faint smile touched her mouth. "There she is," she said, "the woman who can stop the king with 2 fingers. "I did not stop him," I said. "He stopped himself." Her eyes shifted briefly to Federico. "Did he?" Federico's face showed nothing. Isidora looked back at me. "You have become hard." "No," I said, "I have become accurate." Something almost like amusement flickered in her eyes. The guards waited. Today was not her trial. That was over. Her tribunal had lasted 6 months and produced enough testimony to bury 3 offices, 8 clerks, 4 dons, 1 priest, and every noble fantasy the council had ever told itself about marriage law. Isidora Weyer had been stripped of office, assets, title, and voting blood protection. She would spend the rest of her life confined in a Weyer convent fortress, surrounded by women whose family names she had once used as currency. A fitting sentence. Not mercy. Poetry. "I asked to see the chair," she said. I stepped aside. Her gaze moved over it, the wolf, the raven, the key. Her expression did not change, but I saw the small tightening near her mouth. Pain, maybe. Or envy. Or the memory of a younger woman who had once wanted power and accepted the version men would allow her to wield. I had stopped wondering what made Isidora cruel enough to become Isidora. Understanding was useful. Excusing was not. "You built yourself into the room," she said. "No. I made them build around the space they stole." Her eyes returned to mine. "For what it is worth, Ada, your father would have been proud." The words hit a place I had not armored. Federico moved, only 1 step. I did not look back. "I know," I said. Isidora's head tilted. "Do you?" "Yes." My voice held. That was the victory. Not the chair, not the statute, not the guards waiting to take her away. The victory was that I no longer needed her, or any counsel, or even my father's ghost to confirm what I had become. Isidora studied me for a long moment. Then she said, "And Federico?" My gaze sharpened. "What about him? Did he become the man you hoped he could be?" I looked across the chamber. Federico stood beneath the high window, rain-gray light falling over one side of his face. He was watching Isidora, not me, because he still considered her a threat even in chains. His caution was part of him. His darkness, too. His need for control, his instinct to stand between danger and whatever he loved. He had not become easy. He had become honest. Slowly. The way he promised. "He became the man who asks before opening doors," I said. Isidora's face shifted. For the first time, I thought she truly understood she had lost. Not the office, not the council, not the archive. Me. She had lost the chance to make me like her. The guards took her away. The doors closed behind her. For a moment, the ash table chamber was quiet, truly quiet. No accusations, no laughter, no decrees. Just me, Federico, and the chair the underworld had built because it could not bury my name deeply enough. Federico crossed the room. He stopped beside me, not in front of me, always beside me now. "Are you all right?" he asked. I looked at the closed doors. "Yes." He waited. I smiled faintly. That was not a brave yes, that was a real one. His mouth softened at one corner, a private expression. 1 year ago, I would have called it almost a smile. Now I knew better. It was his way of letting warmth into the room without announcing it to enemies. "Then come home," he said. Home. Not the estate, not my rooms, not his house. Home. I turned to him. "I have one stop first." He understood before I said where. The Cossentino mausoleum looked different in spring. Less like a warning, more like a place the dead could rest if the living finally stopped making them work so hard. White lilies lined the path. My choice. Not because I had become sentimental, because my mother had loved them, because my father had brought them every year, Because for a long time, grief had been something I refused to decorate, and now I understood decoration was not denial. Sometimes beauty was the only language the dead could still hear. Federico walked with me to the crypt door, then stopped. I can wait here. I looked at him. No, his eyes held mine. Are you sure? That question. Still, always. I took his hand. Yes. Together we entered. Inside, 2 plaques had been added to the family wall. Vittorio Cossentino, keeper of the blood archives, father. Witness, traitor to silence. And beside him, after a formal petition from me and Federico both, Lucien Alessandro Morvane, heir, brother, witness. He refused the lie. Lucien was still buried in the Morvane crypt, but part of his name belonged here now too, with the records, with the truth, with the girl he had never married but had died helping protect. Federico stood very still before his brother's plaque. His grief had changed over the year. At first it had been sharp enough to cut anyone who came close. Then heavy, then silent. Now it was something he carried with less violence, though never less love. I placed lilies beneath my father's plaque, then one beneath Lucien's. Federico's hand tightened around mine. I used to think revenge would make his death mean something, he said. His voice was low. I looked at him. And now? Now I think meaning is what happens when the truth saves someone else. My throat tightened. Lucien would like that. Federico's jaw flexed. Yes. We stood there a while. The dead did not answer. They did not need to. Outside, the sky had cleared. The sunlight touched the wet stone steps as we left the mausoleum. The estate waited beyond the trees, alive with movement. Restored archive clerks arriving for court, Morvane guards changing posts, 2 young women from House Belant walking toward the archive wing with documents clutched to their chests and terror in their eyes. I knew that terror. I knew what it felt like to carry your name into a room that had once been designed to swallow it. Donna Morvane? I turned. The older of the 2 women stepped forward. No more than 20, dark hair, pale face, hands shaking around a birth certificate. My mother said you might hear my petition. I looked at the paper, then at her. What is your name? Her lips trembled. Marina Belant. I waited. She swallowed hard. Marina Belant, firstborn daughter. There it was, the sentence that could start a war in some houses, a life in others. I smiled. Then let us make sure the record says so. Her eyes filled. She looked past me once at Federico. Not in fear exactly, in awareness. He inclined his head. Nothing more. That was enough. The girl looked back at me, and in that moment I understood the work would never truly end. There would always be another file, another hidden daughter, another false son, another marriage contract written like a cage. Another woman told survival required silence. Good. Let them come. I had keys. Later that evening, after the petitioners left and the archive lamps burned low, Federico found me in the restored Cossentino wing. It had been rebuilt beneath the Morvane estate, but not hidden under bones anymore. The new archive had windows, real ones. Tall, arched, facing the gardens. My condition. Secrets did not need darkness to stay safe. He came in without a guard, carrying 2 cups of coffee. I glanced up from the ledger. If that is an attempt to make me stop working, it is weak. It is an attempt to keep you caffeinated while you ignore the hour. Better. He set the cup beside me and leaned one hip against the table. No papers shifted toward him. No hands moved over my work. He waited until I slid the ledger into the center. A year ago, I would have watched for control in that patience. Now I saw respect. Marina's claim is strong, I said. I assumed it was when I saw you trying not to cry. I was not trying not to cry. No, I was trying not to threaten her father before the hearing. Federico's eyes warmed. Growth. I laughed. The sound still surprised me sometimes. How easily it came now in this house that had once felt like a fortress and had slowly become a home with dangerous walls. He looked at me over the rim of his coffee. What? I narrowed my eyes. You are looking smug. I was thinking. That never ends well. I was thinking that the woman the underworld blacklisted now frightens them more efficiently than I do. I smiled into my coffee. That must be hard for your ego. What? My ego survives. Barely. He set his cup down, then more quietly, I am proud of you. The words entered the room without armor. Simple. Direct. Still enough to make my throat tighten after all this time. I looked down at my hands. The Morvane ring rested on one finger. Beside it, a new ring Federico had given me 6 months after the second contract. Not diamonds, not a public symbol of ownership. A slim gold band etched inside with one word. Slowly, his promise, my warning, our vow. I am proud of me too, I said. His expression changed, softened in that private way. Good. He held out his hand. I took it and let him draw me from the chair. Not away from the archive, not away from myself, just toward him. He kissed me beside the open ledger in a room full of windows with the lamps burning and the doors unlocked. It was not a hungry kiss, not a desperate one, not a kiss born from danger, fear, rescue, rupture, or war. It was the kind of kiss that came after damage, after repair, after truth. After two people learned that love was not the moment a man claimed a woman in front of everyone. Love was what happened afterward, when he spent every day proving he understood she had belonged to herself first. Federico's hands rested at my waist. Mine settled against his chest. His heartbeat was steady beneath my palm. A year ago he had offered me his name because I was the locked door to his brother's killer. Now he carried my coffee to an archive with windows and waited for permission before interrupting my work. Some women might not find that romantic. Those women had never been erased by law. I had. So yes, this was romance. This was devotion. This was a dangerous man learning to become safe without becoming weak. This was me, loved without being reduced. When he pulled back, he brushed his thumb over my jaw. Come upstairs, he said. Is that an order? His eyes warmed. Never. I smiled. Then ask properly. He leaned closer, mouth near my ear, voice low enough to belong only to me. Ada Vittoria Cossentino Morvane, will you come upstairs with your husband, who has been patiently waiting for you to finish terrifying old men with paperwork? I pretended to consider. Patiently, violently, internally. That sounds more honest. I am improving. You are. His gaze held mine. There it was again, that quiet, unarmored truth. We left the archive hand in hand. The windows remained open behind us. The ledgers remained on the table. The chair at the ash table remained carved with my key. And somewhere in the underworld, another woman was learning that if her name had been stolen, there was now a place to bring the proof. They had blacklisted me, so no one would speak my name. Now my name opened courts. They had tried to make me a warning. I became a law. And Federico Morvane, the king who once claimed me because he wanted the truth hidden inside my ruin, spent the rest of his life proving he knew the truth that mattered most. I was never the underworld's discarded bride. I was never the council's erased daughter. I was never just the Don's wife. I was Ada Cossentino Morvane, the woman whose name they tried to bury, the queen who taught the dead to testify, and the love Federico had to earn slowly until even the darkest rooms learned to let in light. Thank you so much for listening to this dark Mafia romance audiobook. If Ada and Federico's story pulled you in, please hit the like button, leave a comment, and subscribe for more intense Mafia romance stories from Blacklisted. Every like, every comment, and every minute you watch helps YouTube understand that you want more long-form romance audiobooks like this one. And I would love to know, what was the moment that hit you the hardest? Was it Federico claiming Ada at the ash table, Ada taking off his ring, the rescue, or the final moment when she chose herself before choosing him? Drop your thoughts in the comments because I truly love reading them. This story was written and created by Blacklisted. All rights reserved. Please do not copy, repost, or reuse this story without permission. This audiobook was created with the help AI. AI was used as a tool for drafting, editing support, and visual inspiration, while the story direction, final creative choices, characters, and finished production belong to Blacklisted. Thank you for spending your time with me, and I'll see you in the next dangerous love story. Until then, stay ruined.